Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to paragraph 32 of the standing orders, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the annual progress report on the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 2020-2021 Progress Report on Canada's National Action Plan for the implementation of United Nations Security Council resolutions on women, peace, and security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 17 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, as President of the Canada-NATO Parliamentary Association and pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following 4 reports of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the joint meeting of the Defence and Security, Economics, Security and Political Committees in Brussels, Belgium from February 17th to the 19th, 2020. The 66th annual session by video conference from November 18 to the 23rd, 2020, the spring session by video conference from May 14 to the 17th, 2021, and the Halifax International Security Forum in Halifax, Nova Scotia from November 19 to the 21st, 2021. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 107.3, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Liaison Committee entitled Common Activities and Expenditures from April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022. This report highlights the work and accomplishments of each committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by committee members. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs entitled Review of the Conflict of Interest Code for Members of the House of Commons, Part 1.
Second report to present. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs entitled The Inclusion of Indigenous Languages on Federal Election Ballots, a Step Towards Reconciliation. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all members and everyone involved in making this happen. We have worked fairly well as a committee, and to ensure that we continue progressing and getting work done while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Winnipeg North, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Jagger, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Si un député d'un
If the member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be passed on division, I would invite them to indicate so to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a recorded division. Thank you.
MP from Waterloo, I was going to talk about. I therefore declare the motion carried on division. Convoquer les députés.
Call in the members.
La question est la
The question is as follows.
by Mr. Lamoureux. Moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de 10 minutes.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
In favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Cram. Pardon me. Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Gahir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to vote yay.
Mr. Gahir, pour.
Madame Joly.
Je vote en faveur. Merci.
Madame Joly, pour.
Madame Bendayan.
Je vote en faveur.
Dayan, pour.
Mr. Lewis, Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against. Nay.
Mr. Lewis, against, contre.
Mrs. Falk.
I vote no.
Letter for Lloydminster, contre, against.
Ms. Jazik. Oops.
I vote in favor.
Jazik, pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote against, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Barlow, contre, against.
Madame Bibeau. Ah, c'est parti. Good. Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yes pour 173, 173. Nays contre 148, 148.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Speaker, orders of the day.
Okay, very good. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Public Safety, that in relation to Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided consideration at second reading stage of said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purposes of this order, and that in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, moves that in relation to Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill be under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article 67.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period.
Members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places or use a raised hand function so that the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in the question. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, we're seeing the hammer drop on Bill C-21 this time. which further strengthens the resolve, as I've mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that you and I are unfortunate, I guess, if you will, to have a front row seat in a further decline in democracy in this place and another attack on the institution of Parliament. Madam Speaker, there's been 3 hours and 24 minutes of debate on this bill, a very substantive bill. In fact, just last week, Conservatives offered to the government to split the bill so that we can work towards portions of that bill that we can support, like domestic violence and other matters within that bill, and that was rejected by the government. In fact, this weekend, this bill will do nothing to solve the gun, gang, criminal activity in this country. This past weekend, there were 7 shootings in Liberal-held ridings just in Toronto. So instead of dealing with the situation, what the Liberals are doing is to further traumatize, further stigmatize, and further divide Canadians on a bill by not offering to work to do the right thing on this. My question for the minister is this, Madam Speaker. Is it true, for the purposes of further dividing, stigmatizing, and wedging, and using this as a politicized weapon, is it true that the Liberals have earmarked almost $1 million towards an ad campaign in the summer in order to target opposition parties who are looking to better this bill as opposed to oppose it? Isn't that true, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have personal respect for my colleague. He knows that, and I'd like to think that we reciprocate that. But unfortunately, I don't respect his position on this particular motion. And the reason why we are taking this step is betrayed by the way in which he's characterized the bill, which is to say that Bill C-21 would not be helpful in reducing gun violence. That is categorically untrue, Madam Speaker. And in particular, I would point his attention to the fact that the bill, among other things, would raise maximum sentences against illegal gun smugglers. He seems to not take any particular note of that. He also doesn't address the fact that it was his party, sadly, that sought to filibuster this debate, consistent with the posture that the Conservative Party has taken on any number of important questions and matters of priorities for Canadians, whether it's on the economy, whether it's on health, whether it's on environment. Conservatives are always blocking debate. We want to advance debate. This debate will now move to committee where there will be more study of C-21, which will help to ensure that we protect Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This isn't about whether we're for or against C-21. We know that it's an important, though imperfect, bill. This is about managing the Liberal government's legislative program. And very sincerely, this has been managed in a chaotic way. I've never seen a legislative agenda managed in this way. Today, and we will probably end up sitting until late Thursday, because on the other side of the House, we don't have the right people managing the legislative agenda. It's not the opposition's fault. It's not the Conservatives, the Bloc Québécois, or the NDP's fault. It's the government's fault. There is gag order after gag order because they are unable to adequately manage their legislative agenda. It is very unfortunate to be here so late in the session and to have received a notice of motion over the weekend. What are we seeing here is the ineffectiveness of all the departments and managing legislation in Parliament. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd say that I share my honourable colleague's concerns because there is a very high level of tragedies caused by firearms violence. It is completely unacceptable. Not only in Quebec, but throughout the country. And that is exactly why we need to take a very urgent posture on this. The Conservatives, however, are engaging in unacceptable filibustering. I hope the Bloc Québécois and other parties in the opposition, such as the NDP, will support debating the bill in order to move forward with a constructive discussion. But we do need to manage this, and the only way to move forward with the debate is by doing good work at committee in order to protect Canadian communities.
Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I've said this before. We have two bloc parties in the House of Commons, the Bloc Québécois and the Bloc Everything. And the Conservative Party has been blocking systematically everything over the course of the last few months, refusing to let even bills that people are looking for, Madam Speaker. We're talking about teachers looking for tax credits, where we've been besieged by letters right through the course of the last 3 months. The Conservatives said, no, nothing is going to pass at all. We don't even want bills to go to committee for improvements. We don't want, when they go to committee, that the amendments actually be considered. It has been absolute chaos, Madam Speaker, because of the Conservatives. And I wanted to ask my colleague why the Conservatives have wanted to block everything and why they won't seek to go to committee so we can hear from witnesses.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, I want to thank Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague, for putting his finger on precisely the problem in this chamber, which is that there is one party, and that is the Conservative Party of Canada, who continues to obstruct on public safety, on the economy, on health, on the environment. And rather than embrace the debate, which is the hallmark of our democracy in this chamber, what we see instead are relentless tactics to filibuster, to postpone debate. What we have before us, Madam Speaker, is a bill that will help us to advance the fight against gun violence. I would certainly urge the Conservatives to embrace the opportunities that will manifest in the committee stage, where we can look at Bill 21, where we hopefully can find some common ground on addressing handgun violence, on addressing organized crime, on addressing the connections between domestic abuse and gun violence, and that debate will continue there, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Government Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my Bloc Québécois counterpart talking about managing the legislative schedule, and that actually relies on the goodwill of all parties, and it means not systematically blocking legislation like C8, which would provide assistance to Canadians in this inflationary and pandemic situation. So I would point out to my Bloc colleagues that it is in the interests of Quebecers and Canadians to pass additional measures to control firearms and handguns and assault weapons. These are measures that the minister is advocating, and I would invite them to indicate why we should wait any longer.
Jean, il y a au-dessus de 20 minutes de questions et commentaires, alors je demande qu'ils attendent.
There's over 20 minutes left in questions and answers, so I'd ask that people wait their turn. The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague is quite right. It is an absolute priority for Quebec to strengthen our efforts in the context of the fight against firearms violence. That's precisely why I am always in contact with my Quebec counterparts, for example, Minister Guilbeault, who supports this bill, and, for example, the Mayor Laplante in Montreal, who has supported this bill, and, for example, the Mayor of Quebec City, Mayor Marchand, who supports this bill. Everyone understands that this is a step in the right direction, and I want to work with the Bloc and all members here to better protect our communities. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, the Honourable Member for Lambton Middlesex.
I was going to go
Madam Speaker, I've been talking with law enforcement officials from across my riding about this bill, and they have some serious reservations. And we know that when the minister enacted the Emergencies Act, he said that he had advice from law enforcement officials to enact it. But in the meantime, we found out that that actually was false. And so I just want to ask the minister what advice if he's received advice from law enforcement on whether this bill actually is practical, and if he has, if he could share with the House who it is that he received this advice from.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm all too happy to answer my honourable colleague's question. And among other branches, we've, of course, are in the midst of consulting with law enforcement at the federal level with the RCMP. But you saw that the Canadian Association of the Chiefs of Police, who represent the most senior levels and executive levels of law enforcement, say that Bill C-21 would be a step in the right direction towards better protecting our communities. Of course, that in no way diminishes from the fact that we need to debate the bill and study the bill. The problem with my honourable colleague's position it's that her party has stood in the way of debate. It's her party who is standing in the way of the free speech that should be exercised in studying this bill. We want to pass this bill so we can deal with gun violence and better protect our communities, and I would hope that my colleague would embrace that effort. Thank you.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My NDP colleague said earlier that there's the Bloc Québécois and the party that blocks everything, which is the Conservatives. But in politics, there's a principle about balance of power. And given the balance of power currently, there's an alliance between the NDP and the Liberals. So that balance of power has been thrown out of whack. So the NDP is supporting the Liberals, and it's very dangerous. What I would propose to my colleagues on C-21 in particular, we've seen a number of proposals from the member for Rivière-du-Nord, and we know that the main problem is illegal weapons, and there's nothing to discuss because we're under time allocation.
Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Minister, I agree with my colleague that we have to study this bill, but the problem is the Conservatives. They're using delay tactics and picking fights, and it's not good. So I hope we'll be able to work together with the Bloc and even with the NDP. The NDP understands how progress can be made in this House through compromise, through dialogue, and there is an exchange of ideas. And even with the Bloc, they understand there has to be a flow of ideas. And I'm always open to looking for solutions to improve this bill, but the Conservatives have to stop with the squabbles. It's not good for Canadians on this important matter. Thank you.
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We saw this with C11, Conservatives blocking witnesses at committee, blocking the filing, tabling of amendments, blocking systematically improvements that needed to come to C11. Unfortunately, we were able to...
I think that it's very disrespectful to be calling members names, and I would ask the member to apologize for doing so. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
I would like to apologize for disrupting the House and calling the member names. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. But quite frankly, sticks and stones, Madam Speaker. I mean, the Conservatives, their antics we've seen for the last 6 months, and quite frankly, what they say doesn't bother me at all. What they do, though, does, Madam Speaker, and this is what we saw at the committee level.
Sorry, we have a point of order. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Yes, Madam Speaker. According to the rules, the number of questions are supposed to go according to the proportion of people in a given party, what they received in votes at election time, instead of just going party to party. So since there were more votes and more seats won by the Conservatives, we should be getting more questions than just merely going around in a circle.
That's a great point.
So it is up to the Speaker to decide who speaks, and I am being fair, and you will see that certainly when it comes to the government, because it is their motion, that they are getting less questions. Questions and resuming to the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Hopefully Conservatives won't interrupt a third or fourth or fifth time, because it just proves my point of how disruptive they have been. They abandon their voters, come to the House, and they just cause chaos. That's what they seem to think their role is. And it's tragic, Madam Speaker. So we saw that at committee. And now they're blocking having a bill that needs to go to committee for improvements. There's no doubt that there needs to be work done. Witnesses need to be heard from. And my question to my honourable colleague is simply, why? Why Conservatives are refusing to have the legislative process that allows for due consideration for witnesses, for amendments, and improvements on a bill?
Minister.
I wish Canadians could get into the heads of some of the tactics that we've seen here in this chamber, because we embrace the idea of having a very vigorous debate about how to better protect our communities from gun violence. But instead, we saw on the first day that was scheduled for Bill C-21 that Conservatives filibustered. We've seen at committee similar tactics. And as my honourable colleague, the leader for the NDP in this chamber pointed out, that it's not just on the matters related to public safety, that it's on matters related to creating jobs, to improving the economy, to dealing dealing with climate change, to dealing with priorities related to Health Canada. And I do want to take a moment to thank the NDP for their efforts at making this chamber work, which is what I think the vast majority of Canadians are entitled to expect from us, especially on matters related to public safety. Thank you.
The commentaire, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the citizens of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. The Honourable Minister has talked about the fact that we need to have resolute debate in this place, and here we have the antithesis of that, the cutting off of debate with the help of their coalition partners in the NDP. How does this minister reconcile the fact that Conservatives are more than prepared to address certain aspects of this bill, more than prepared to split the bill and put it forward on the areas we agree on? Constantly we hear we can't get things done because we're not agreeing on things, and here we are prepared to agree, and it's the Liberals that are pushing that away. How does he reconcile that with his recent comments?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I think it's for my honourable colleague to say, on the one hand, from his mouth to this chamber, that the Conservatives are prepared to work on certain elements of the bill, and then earlier this morning, hearing from the House Leader for the Conservative Party of Canada saying there is nothing in this bill that will protect Canadians. I think it is for that colleague to reconcile that logical inconsistency. Canadians expect better, Madam Speaker, and my honourable colleague is a very accomplished, very intelligent individual member in this chamber, knows full well that the debate of Bill C-21 will continue at committee, where, of course, we embrace the exchange of ideas and potential improvements and amendments to the bill so we can better protect Canadians from the scourge of gun violence. I would urge my member to vote in support of this motion so that we can continue debate at committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for l'honorable député de Rivière-des...
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. No, sorry. La Pointe-de-l'Île. No, Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I was going to get it eventually. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit sick and tired of hearing the government say or accuse the opposition or fault the opposition for doing its job. There have been so many time allocation motions over the past month, and the Liberals just keep saying, oh, it's the Conservatives' fault, or it's the Bloc's fault that we're not moving forward. You cannot fault the opposition for merely doing our job. And they keep muzzling debate one after the other, with the NDP in cahoots, and my NDP friends, when I listen to them during question period, I don't know if you've noticed, but they're not asking questions anymore. Nobody's interested in their questions anymore. They're basically playing tag team with the Liberals. But we're supposed to be asking serious questions, and that's what we've been doing since the very beginning of this session. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his passion on this issue. On this side of the House, we understand our responsibilities, and that includes protecting all Canadians. That's precisely why we need to move forward and debate this bill to better protect all Canadians, even in Quebec. And the Bloc encouraged us to take more action. We have to act. And with this bill, we will be able to take that step and better protect Canadians. Thank you.
Mr. Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to come back to this question that was asked by the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, because obviously Quebecers are looking at the questions coming from the NDP because we're going up in the polls in Quebec. And if we had a truly proportional system...
Order. I'd like to hear what it is.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's my understanding that when time allocation is moved, this is an opportunity not for the NDP to defend their actions and the decisions that they've made in this place, but rather an opportunity for the government to be able to defend the shutting down of debate on a particular subject.
This is more a point of debate. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
My goodness, the Bloc and the Conservatives are so sensitive.
Member for Provencher.
Madam Speaker, I know it's at the discretion of the chair, but it seems to me there's lots of members who'd like their opinions expressed here during this debate, and you keep deferring to the same member of the NDP party, and I think it's time to spread out the questions.
Who within the party gets up, and so I would just indicate that again, it's at the will of the chair to recognize members. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think you're doing an outstanding job. It's not easy when there are parties blocking everything. You're doing a great job, and we thank you for it on behalf of all Canadians. So there's this dynamic that's not very healthy, in my opinion. They're blocking everything. They don't want progress made in any arena, whether it's at committee. They don't want sub-amendments moved. They don't want to hear witnesses. They don't want legislation improved upon. So that's my question for my colleague. Why are those parties not interested in any of these things? Madam Speaker, honestly, I don't have an answer to that question because it's a concern. This government wants to work together with all members on one of the most important priorities in Canada, and that is public safety and protecting all Canadians. And even in Quebec, there's a spirit of cooperation with our Quebec counterparts. For example, the Mayor of Montreal, the Mayor of Quebec City, and my provincial counterpart. There's a spirit of cooperation around this bill. And we want to continue the debate at committee, and that's precisely why we need to move forward in a spirit of cooperation. Thank you.
From Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci. Je suis tout à...
Thank you. I fully agree with the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. It's been one time allocation after another. It's a dangerous precedent for the future.
Long enough to remember when time allocation was rare. When Stephen Harper started bringing them in over and over again, I counted them and put to the ministers then in these kinds of debates that between something like 1920 and 2000, we'd seen them 40 times. And in the previous 18 months, we'd seen them 40 times. So I would urge my honourable friends in the Liberal Party and in the NDP to consider what we're doing here. When we make time allocation routine, when we do this, it means that the next government in the next session will weaponize it further, and the rights of individual MPs to debate bills properly will be further eroded. Don't do this thing, please.
Sir?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her comments and her notes of caution. Of course, we're using this particular procedural motion to advance debate. And I would hope that she would know that in me, that there is always going to be an open mind on studying this bill, that there will always be an open mind on improving this bill. And of course, I remain open to her suggestions and to the suggestions of all parliamentarians and indeed all Canadians on how we can better protect Canadians. And I would just say, you know, my honourable colleague spoke about the weaponization of procedural motions. I'm concerned about the weaponization of lethal firearms in our communities, which of course this past weekend was a very harsh reminder that tragically innocent lives are being lost. And instead of getting any kind of collaboration from Conservatives, we've seen delay tactics. That has to stop. Debate will continue at committee. Thank you.
That's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do disagree with the member from the Green Party. And I've said this before, no one likes time allocation. It is a tool that is necessary when you cannot negotiate and have a cooperation. Remember, the mandate wasn't just given to this government in terms of cooperating. The mandate was given to all political entities in the chamber to cooperate. All it takes is any one opposition party to prevent any piece of legislation to pass, which will force the government to bring in time allocation or to concede the legislation legislation and never see it pass. My question to the member, Mr. Speaker, my colleague, is would he not agree that at the end of the day, this is important because this is what Canadians want to see, the type of legislation that's going to have an impact in our lives. And that's why we have to push.
Get the Honourable Minister to answer. There's others that want to ask questions. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, in short, I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable colleague and the observation that he makes that Bill C-21 is vitally important to Canadians because it seeks to address the increase of gun violence, which has been statistically studied by StatsCan and other individuals over the past decade or so. We have seen gun crime go up. We have seen handgun crime specifically go up. We have seen intimate partner violence and gender-based violence go up in connection with the presence of guns. And rather than being able to advance that in this chamber, we've seen Conservatives partake in filibustering, which is why we have brought forward this time allocation motion. It doesn't stop debate, Madam Speaker, of course. This bill will continue to be studied by the committee so we can better protect Canadians from the scourge of gun violence.
Murray Coldley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the government defending their use of something that they previously said was an absolute affront to democracy using time allocation. And I think that it's incumbent to talk about the fact that this bill has been debated for 3 hours and 20-odd minutes. This is not a bill that has been quote-unquote filibustered. This is a bill that has barely received scrutiny. There are valid questions that have been raised, and I believe that it is really important to point out right now, especially for the record, that the concerns that are being heard in my riding of Fort McMurray Cold Lake and in many ridings across the prairies are very different than the concerns that are being heard elsewhere. And I think that this government would be very well suited to not move time allocation on this and instead to hear directly from these witnesses. And I would just urge the minister to come to the prairies, come to my riding, and come and talk to people who have serious concerns about this bill and what it's going to mean for their day-to-day living. Will he come to my riding to talk to the gun owners? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I would be happy to accept my honourable colleague's invitation, and I thank her for it. And I'm pleased to just alert her to the fact that I have previously visited some of her colleagues' ridings in opposition, including in Lethbridge in Alberta, where I had the chance to interact with law-abiding gun owners for whom we have a tremendous amount of respect. And I would point out that we're not stopping the debate of this bill. All of the urging that my colleague has impressed upon me and the government to hear from witnesses, to continue with debate, is an effort that will continue at committee. But we do have to move forward with it because this is an urgent issue, and we do look forward to making sure that we can study this bill and ultimately pass this bill to better protect Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé, thank you. The problem we have this morning is that we have a government that refuses its status as a minority government, and that has been the case since 2019. They are a minority, so they have to work in collaboration with opposition parties, and they don't want to do that, and they have not done that since the very beginning. They don't want to do that so much that they triggered an election in the middle of a pandemic. They tried to get a majority. Didn't work, so now they have a third party to help them out. And then they complain that the opposition is trying to obstruct and filibuster because, yes, when the government doesn't respect its collaborators, there will be no collaboration. An example from yesterday. It was said that, well, tomorrow we'll finish at midnight, and no one knows who spoke to who about that. The leaders in the House aren't even talked to by the leader of the government. That's simply disdain. So I ask the government to open their eyes, and their ears especially, to collaborate with opposition parties so that we stop debating about the fact that we're not debating. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I have the utmost respect for my colleague's role. I have the utmost respect for the opposition. That is exactly the reason for which that we found solutions, practical solutions for Canadians during the pandemic with a consensus in this House. It was a record. This is very public record. I'm very proud of our record. At the same time, in this field of firearms violence, I am working with my Quebec counterparts, as I had already mentioned a number of times, but we have to act. And we will continue to debate this bill at committee in collaboration with all MPs, even the Bloc Québécois.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say, this is getting disturbing. You know, I hear the Conservatives time and time again spending all the time in the House trying to tear this place down instead of fighting for people in their riding. People are struggling right now. And I say that with great frustration because just in May, I had 3 women murdered in Winnipeg.
A point of order. I have a point of order. The honourable member of Peace River Westlock.
Madam Chair, on page 662 of Gannon and Bosk here, the intent of the question and answer period after closure motion has been moved is to promote ministerial accountability and provide an opportunity for the government to justify its measures. This is not an opportunity for the fourth party in this place to hold the opposition to account. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Your honourable member's comments. As he knows, I have been here for 13 years, almost 14, and even when it was a Conservative government, the same line of questioning was actually happening, so, you know, we have to have a debate, and the debate is to hear both sides. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll repeat that it's disturbing to listen to the Conservative Party taking people down instead of fighting for people in their riding, question period after question period, stalling things in committee. And it's concerning to me because in my riding of Winnipeg Centre, we've had 3 women murdered in the month of May, 1 other woman who was hit and left to perish. And these are serious issues here that we are dealing with. And if the Conservative Party and if people in the House are so concerned about having time for the debate, then maybe they should stop playing procedural games. Now, I have concerns about debate, so I am making sure that we have proper time for debate. So I want to ask the minister, how is he going to ensure accountability in committee to make sure that due process is followed, to make sure that we can come up with something that truly helps individuals in Canada?
The honourable minister has just a little over a minute to respond.
Madam Speaker, first I want to thank my colleague for her advocacy, and I want to express my condolences and support to her community for the recent tragic losses owing to gun violence, and that is precisely why we have to continue to be motivated to have debate and...
Order. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Madam Speaker, I would certainly hope if you would seek it for unanimous consent to extend the question and answer period by 15 minutes, as I think that there's incredibly valuable discussion that is still yet to be had on this particular subject. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to extend this period of Q&A by what I think is very reasonable, 15 minutes.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. We don't have unanimous consent. The honourable minister has 57 seconds to respond.
I was just going to conclude by saying, Madam Speaker, that we'll continue to have at least 5 more hours of debate of Bill C-21, and then it will go to committee where there will be, I know, a very extensive, thorough, and comprehensive study of Bill C-21. This is a good bill, Madam Speaker. It has the broad support of Canadians across a wide array of constituencies. We embrace the idea of debating this bill and passing this bill so we can better protect communities from the scourge of gun violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mr. Mendicino, move that in relation to Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading of said bill, et qu'à l'expiration.
And that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would rise to request a recorded division.
Well done.
Call in the members.
Thank you. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
By Mr. Mendicino, moved that in relation to Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and qu'à l'expiration des 5 heures prévues.
At the expiry of the 5 hours provided consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Garneau. Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Ng.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mrs. Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Lew.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Désilets.
Monsieur Désilets.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Good. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Joly. In favor, thank you.
For.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
I vote against, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lewis Essex, against, contre.
Madame Bendayan.
Ms. Bendayan. I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
For.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote no, Mr. Speaker.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 170, 170. Nays contre 150, 150.
I declare the motion carried. I'm sorry? Yeah, okay. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government bills, Commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Small.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would begin by saying I'll be sharing my time with the ever-relevant member for Rivière-du-Nord. There are some debates. Let's calm down. And we're back to the orders of the day. There are some debates that aren't easy to talk about, sensitive, delicate debates that make people react. They're divisive and even contribute to the polarization of our society. C-21 is a striking example of this. I remember it was the first issue I spoke publicly about after I was first elected in 2019, and now we're at the end of my second term of office, the end of the session, and we're still talking about this. I want to make it clear that the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of Bill C-21 at second reading, but we think it should be improved in committee, and believe me, the Bloc will be as constructive as possible. But this is something our new firebrand duo, including the member for Rivière-du-Nord and the member for Matane, Métis, Matapédia, they can explain it better than I, as they've asked the Minister of Public Safety many questions on this topic. So I'll start my speech by talking about certain aspects of the bill, then certain things that concern more specifically murdered women, and finally, more specific issues about domestic violence. First of all, given the many recent events in the news in Montreal, this bill is a step in the right direction, but it'll have little impact in the short term and won't change the situation on the streets of Montreal. The main change with this bill is a complete freeze on the acquisition, sale, and transfer of handguns by individuals. Legal handguns will disappear upon the death of the last owner, since it won't be possible to bequeath or leave these weapons to others. The bill does, however, make exceptions for people who need a handgun for their job, like a bodyguard with a permit, for authorized businesses, for example, filming or high-level sports shooters. For sports shooters, the government will define by regulation what this means. Those who already own a handgun will be able to continue to use it legally, but they will have to ensure they always renew their licenses on time, or they risk losing the privilege. The bill freezes the acquisition of legal handguns, but it'll take several years of attrition before these weapons disappear. Illegal guns, on the other hand, will continue to proliferate. According to the federal government, there are more than 1 million legal handguns in Canada, and every year more than 55,000 handguns are acquired legally. The federal freeze will prevent 55,000 guns from being added to the existing arsenal, but does nothing for the 1 million guns already out there. The Bloc Québécois is proposing to add handguns to the buyback program to allow owners to sell them to the government if they wish. In short, a buyback program that would not be compulsory. One of the problems is that according to the Montreal Police, 95% of handguns used in violent crimes are illegal. They're acquired on the black market. And in the case of the Quebec City Mosque massacre, illegal weapons are sometimes used. And but although the bill does nothing about assault weapons, new models are it's ineffective because new models are being custom made by manufacturers in order to get around the May 1st, 2020 regulation. The Bloc proposes to add what we hope is the clearest possible definition of a prohibited assault weapon in order to ban them all, rather than banning them piecemeal and then making taxpayers pay for the buyback. The government wants to add weapons to the list of prohibited weapons, but manufacturers are quick to get around this. The bill will have no real impact on organized crime. They will continue to import weapons illegally and shoot people in the streets. We have created a bill that would create a list of terrorist entities in order to get at the problem more directly. But my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord will be able to tell you more about this since it was his idea. The important thing is that, and at the heart of the problem, is reducing the number of weapons out there. The bill provides for increased penalties for gun traffickers from 10 to 14 years and for altering magazines. Secondly, as critic for the status of women, I'm concerned about this type of bill. What's interesting in this case is that the bill repeats part of the former Bill C-21, particularly when it comes to the red and yellow flag system. With red flags, the criminal code will allow any person to apply to a judge for an order to immediately remove the firearms of someone who's likely to be a danger to himself or to others, and even remove the firearms of a person who's likely to make his firearms available to a person who poses a threat. The order would be valid for 30 days, and judges would be able to make provisions to protect the identity of the person who complained. When it comes to yellow flags, the chief firearms officers will be able to temporarily suspend a person's license if they have information that calls into question the eligibility of the license holder. This suspension would prevent the acquisition of new guns, but would not allow for the seizure of existing guns. A new measure in C-21 is the immediate revocation of the license of any person subject to a protection order or involved in an act of domestic violence or stalking. And this is a group that measure that many women's groups have welcomed, such as Police se souvient. This includes restraining orders, but also domestic violence and stalking, includes physical, emotional, financial, sexual, and all other forms of violence and stalking.
A person who has been subject to a protection order in the past would not be able to obtain a weapons license and would be automatically disqualified. But there's another big problem with regards to contraband. The bill does not mention, once again, does not mention the assault weapons buyback program or even the addition of a prohibited assault weapons category to the criminal code, both of which are essential. Importantly, 12 and 10 gauge shotguns are not affected by the ban. The gun lobby was trying to sow doubt with a creative definition of what constitutes the core of a gun. Now limited to less than 20 millimeters. So no, we are not attacking hunters. I know that several hunters groups are concerned about these new measures, but we must reassure them. Assault weapons are not designed for hunting. So, to come back to assault weapons, the government was already planning to create a buyback program by bill to compensate owners of newly prohibited weapons, which was finally not done in the last parliament. If the government persists with its case-by-case classification, the number of assault weapon models available on the market will continue to grow, which is why the Bloc Québécois is proposing to add a definition of a prohibited assault weapon to the criminal code for all single-shot weapons. The Liberals keep saying that they have banned assault weapons, but there is nothing to prevent a person who has such a weapon at home from committing a murder or from buying one of the many models that are still legal. And having denounced it in C5, the Liberals are also sending a contradictory signal when they removed mandatory minimum sentences for certain gun crimes. Thirdly, I know that this bill will not solve all cases of femicide, but it is an important part of a continuum of measures that can address violence. But there is still much to be done. Electronic bracelets, health transfers to support groups that work with victims and survivors. Last Friday, the Standing Committee on the Status of Women tabled its report on intimate and family partner violence in Canada, and that is essentially the message I wanted to send in my supplementary report. I hope it will be taken seriously. We also need to work on changing the mindset that trivializes violence and work on countering hate speech, especially online hate speech. And I would also like to talk about the bill when we see ties with violence. The bill would create 2 criminal infractions: possession and unauthorized possession of an unauthorized firearm. So there is something interesting in here that takes inspiration from what we did at the Statue of Women. Just a final point. We're not the only ones to say, well, perhaps we should improve this bill. The mayor of Montreal stated that it didn't go far enough. The mayor said this is a strong and important gesture that sends a signal that we absolutely must get the gun situation under control in Montreal. All efforts are deployed by the SPVM in terms of prevention. But as long as guns can circulate and can be easily obtained and resold, it becomes very difficult for police services across the country. So it doesn't go far enough. One final point. There's still perhaps work to do, but we have to do it. We owe it to the victims. It is time to stop the partisanship. Let us work constructively to move this important issue forward. We cannot stand by and watch the gunfire in our cities, on our streets, in front of schools, in front of daycares. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and let us act.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the fact that the Bloc are going to be voting in favour of the legislation. Yet I'm a bit surprised in terms of the most recent vote. Surely to goodness they recognise that the Conservative Party of Canada does not support the legislation, and it would be their intent never to see it go to committee. Yet the Bloc Party is quite content in terms of allowing the Conservative Party to filibuster it at the second reading. So I was surprised by them not recognizing the value of having time allocations given the track record of the Conservative Party. So to that end, my question to the member would be, Madam Speaker, is to what degree does the Bloc Party want to see this legislation ultimately pass? She made reference to the fact that it's an important issue, as we know it is. But if it goes to committee, she indicates that there could be some possible amendments. Would she like to see the legislation ultimately pass before the end of this year?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Winnipeg North for his question. I said it in my speech. We want to work on this bill. We want to work on it at committee. That is not the question where the question lies. The previous vote was to denounce an affront to democracy. Constantly, the Liberals are muzzling and time allocating. They are responsible for their legislative agenda. They do nothing until now. And so they are the source of the problem. We are now in a cul-de-sac, Madam Speaker, and that's what we denounced in the previous vote, not the bill itself. And this government needs to learn how to be democratic. When they're a minority, they have to act like a minority. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for Shefford for her excellent intervention and for her passion, especially in this field. Madam Speaker, we were struck in my riding in Drummond. Well, I love airsoft. And we had some airsoft players who came to see us. And they're worried. They don't understand why in this bill there is no clear exclusion for these toy guns that only look like weapons but that are not weapons at all. So we wonder why airsoft guns are not excluded from this bill. The fact that we will not be able to debate this bill for too long means that certain details in the bill will be forgotten and left aside. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's also of concern to us, yes. That is why I said that this bill was incomplete. Airsoft is an issue that could be revisited at committee. But currently, this bill clearly isn't in its final form, and we hope that we will be able to bring it to its final form through amendments in a constructive way. No one needs to point to us saying that we're trying to hamper the process. We don't want to enter these partisan games. We want to be constructive and propose amendments.
Comments, questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, again, Madam Speaker, just to follow up the question that was just posed to the member, is it the Bloc Party's position then that there should be no restrictions on airsoft guns? Is that the position of the Bloc?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, Madam Speaker, that's not what I'm saying. We need to identify potential exemptions, and this will have to be studied at committee. I'm not saying there should be a blanket exemption. Sometimes the member for Winnipeg North is putting words in my mouth. And that's a bit concerning to me, because when it comes to sharing information, it's a bit concerning. A very quick question from the Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you. Well, this allows me to come back to, because this is the hot topic, I'm pleased that we're talking about airsoft. Solutions had been put forward by airsoft players so that they can be, so that the airsoft rifles can be easily identified. Proposals have been already made before C21 was tabled, and so that is what my Honourable Member for Shefford would like to talk about. I just wanted to add a few words on that matter. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Shefford, very quickly. Yes, it's this kind of proposal that had already been put forward, so these groups were ignored. We have to listen to various groups and various parties that appear before the committee to improve bills, especially in a minority situation. It's even more important to hear what other parties have to say and not act like a majority when one is a minority. Resuming debate to the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, with compliments made for me by the Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, I would like to say that she also does excellent work at the Status of Women Committee. Madam Speaker, Bill C21 is a good bill, yes, and the Bloc Québécois will be voting for C21. That being said, it could have been, or it can be improved at committee. Let us talk about the positives first of all. The freeze on legal handgun acquisitions is a good thing. We know that currently there are over 1 million handguns in circulation in Canada, and every year over 55,000 are legally acquired, and thereafter add to that number, increasing the number of weapons, of handguns in circulation in Canada. We don't need 1 million handguns in Canada. We hope that we will be able to limit them and reduce the number, significantly reduce the number of handguns in Canada, because they do not serve Canadian interests but can be very harmful in certain circumstances, as we've seen in the past few years. On that question, the Bloc Québécois proposes to add these guns to a voluntary buyback program. This was not provided for in C21. We would have liked it to be there. We believe that, indeed, these weapon owners that have them legally are not committing any offence, but if these weapons are seen as potentially harmless, then we could perhaps freeze any further purchasing and buy back these these handguns. Let us take another step forward to provide for a buyback program for handguns, a voluntary buyback program, not mandatory but voluntary for those who want to get rid of their handgun. The government should purchase them back in order to reduce the number of handguns in circulation. Then there's a question of assault weapons. The regulation adopted over 2 years ago, on the 1st of May 2020, is being blithely circumvented by gun manufacturers. We know this, everyone knows this. All they have to do is modify their models just a little bit so that they are no longer banned. The ban that was selected by the government is to enumerate and to make a list of assault weapons. Like with any list, it's never completely complete. Even all kind of lists can be circumvented. What we propose, well, and this would perhaps rectify some of the issues for airsoft users. What we propose is to have a clear definition of what constitutes an assault weapon. Instead of enumerating, there are currently 1,800 weapons that are enumerated on this list. This is interminable. Every single year, every month, perhaps more should be added to cover even more weapons. So let's have a clear definition. What is an assault weapon? And let us ban them. But when it does not correspond to the definition, then the weapon will be allowed. This will no doubt satisfy weapons users who are currently saying, well, listen, you're banning the weapon, the firearm I'm using. But it's completely illogical. It's not a real assault weapon. So let us better define what an assault weapon is. And thereafter, we will no doubt be able to avoid certain discussions. And maybe we will help, for example, airsoft players. Then, well, this was the cherry on the cake when I heard the Minister for Justice and Minister for Public Safety say that the increase in maximum sentences in C21 will rectify many problems when it comes to criminalities, shootings and firearms violence. Madam Speaker, for months we've been against C5 because C5 seeks to reduce minimum sentences for crimes committed with firearms. People want that problem to be eliminated, but the minister is saying, well, don't worry, Mr. Fortin. When you eliminate minimal mandatory sentences, not a single criminal wakes up in the morning and checks what the mandatory minimum is before committing a crime. But within a week, the minister says one thing and then says, well, look how great we are. We're fighting against shooting. We're increasing maximum sentences. So there's something wrong in that. Well, anyway, maximum sentences are being increased to 10 to 14 years. Someone who commits a firearms offense, what is of concern to them is, well, I don't want to get caught. Is the maximum 10 or 12 or 14 years? I'm pretty sure they don't Google it before they start shooting. That being said, this is a good measure we can't be against, but this is a measure that will have almost no impact on crime and reducing it. Then there is the yellow and red flag system, which is a good thing. Many advocacy groups defending the rights of women and victims, for example, have asked that the second someone is violent, then their weapons should be removed. Someone who is dangerous for themselves or for a third party could have their weapon removed. Someone who has been accused of domestic violence, there could be protective orders, restraining orders, that could be used to revoke his or her permit or suspend it at the very least. This is a good thing. We approve yellow and red flags. Great idea, and we will support that happily. Then there's the question of charges. Magazines that are limited to a certain number of bullets based on the weapon. We are for the fact that there is a limit. When you go hunting, you don't need 20 bullets in a magazine unless you really suck at shooting, but limiting that to 5 bullets is a good thing. But now, with C21, a magazine will not be able to be modified. And such magazines will not be able to be modified, sold, imported, or bought. We agree with this. That's one of the measures with which we agree. But I would like to reiterate what I've said for weeks here in this House with my colleague for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia, a very difficult riding to pronounce. Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you to my colleague for Shefford. What we are saying is that there is a problem. C21 is a good bill, once again, but what we are currently experiencing day in, day out in our streets in Montreal and elsewhere are shootings that are committed 95% of the time with illegal handguns bought on the black market. And that is what the population is asking us to fix. The population isn't talking to us about legal weapons. Yes, some people talk about it, of course, but that is not the weapons with which crimes are being committed. C21 is good, but what about illegal weapons that are used in 95% of firearms crimes? That is of concern to us, because it is of concern to our voters. Perhaps Liberal voters, for them it's not something that bothers them. Well, but Bloc Québécois voters always come to see us. I'm being called day in, day out saying, what are you waiting for? Act. Do something. People are shooting each other in our streets like in the old Western movies. It's ridiculous. We have to act. C21 does nothing on that matter. Last week, Quebec announced $6.2 million to fight trafficking through Akwesasne. That is good. We were happy to hear it, but guess what? That's not Quebec's bill to foot. The borders are federal. But it seems like they're turning a deaf ear. They don't seem to care. They don't want to manage what is their jurisdiction, which is disappointing and which is worrying. It concerns us greatly. So yes, we will vote for C21, and my colleague for Shefford already said it, and I agree with what she had to say. But once again, we are very disappointed in the government's laxism when it comes to illegal weapons that percolate through our borders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliament.
We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Just out of curiosity, Madam Speaker, just want to make sure that we have quorum for today's debate. Yes, we have quorum. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To the Leader of Government in the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect the member was curious about the quorum because there were no Conservatives, possibly, but I won't say anything further on that. Madam Speaker, my question to the member is, I want to go back to the air guns. Where an air gun looks and appears to be a replica of a real gun. And I'm curious to what is the Bloc Party's position on that? Do they believe that that is a danger to society? Air guns that replicate real guns.
Interrupt the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Point of order from the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I know that it is against the rules of this place to reference the presence or absence of members, and I certainly that the statement that the Parliamentary Secretary made, I would suggest may have approached and possibly even crossed that line, and would encourage you, Madam Speaker, to make a ruling on that matter.
The Honourable Member is quite correct, and I would like the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to take note of that. And
yes, Madam Speaker, and I would apologize for making note that there was no Conservatives in the chamber.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary knows that you can't do indirectly what you can't do directly, so I would really like to insist on that issue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Unreservedly, I apologize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, to my colleague's comment about airsoft, I never remember how to say the term in French, but in any case, regarding his question about airsoft weapons, I think that we need to better describe and define banned weapons. That way, compressed air weapons, I think that's the term I'm looking for, compressed air, they would be excluded from that definition. And so that would mean we could define exactly which weapons would be banned and which weapons would be banned and which would be permitted. But the key point is that what we care about is not what's happening in games, it's about what's happening on our streets with real weapons that shoot real bullets. I would like us to stop dodging the subject, Madam Speaker. We should stop talking about toys and start talking about what happens with real weapons that are killing real people in our streets on a daily basis.
For Esquimalt Sanishuk.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Rivière-du-Nord for his speech. I was glad to hear him say that the Bloc is supporting the red flag laws that would allow removal of firearms essentially from homes, because we know that in this country about 10 intimate partner violence incidents a week take place that involve firearms. So I wonder if you'd agree with me that that's one of the reasons for the urgency of getting this bill through Parliament. Despite whatever other concerns you have about the bill, I think it's very important that we do something to help remove firearms from intimate partner violence relationships.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I agree with my colleague. We should do that as quickly as possible. It's already too late. We should have done this a long time ago. I'll never understand why this is taking so long and we're waiting. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm not saying we are supporting every single clause in this bill. We'll see as we go. But we will do what we have to move it forward and to avoid useless and harmful delays.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Centre.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci au député.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Rivière-du-Nord for his speech. The Police se souvient group has some concerns about this bill. For example, that there isn't a complete ban on assault weapons. Does my colleague feel that this should be added before the bill is adopted? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is a very good one. And indeed, we do think that assault weapons constitute a serious problem. I don't mean to mock the government, but I would say that they are learning, but very slowly. A couple years ago, they learned that there should be a ban, but they didn't know how to do so. So they made a list of about 1,800 weapons. It's a step in the right direction, but it would be nice if they learned a little more quickly. Now, perhaps there are better solutions, but what we are proposing is that the bill describe exactly what an assault weapon is, and then we can ban it. I think that would go a lot faster and would avoid having weapons makers dodge the rules by modifying their weapons. A very brief question from the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his brilliant speech. I'd like him to explain how Bill C-279, which aims to create a list of criminal items, is not being supported by our Liberal colleagues. The Honourable Member, an excellent question from an excellent colleague. I'd like to thank him. And yes, indeed, my bill, C-279, states that we should work on the issue of weapons, but we should also create a registry of criminal organizations like we had for terrorist organizations in order to put an end to organized crime. Unfortunately, I see I'm out of time.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Humber River, Black Creek. And, you know, if we go back to 2009, Madam Speaker, compared to today, what you'll find is that there has been a substantial increase, 81% increase in violent offenses involving guns, Madam Speaker, in a relatively short period of time. We should all be concerned about it. This is a piece of legislation that will continue to move us forward. It's an issue in which the government has been familiar with for a number of years. In fact,
One only needs to take a look at other pieces of legislation that we have brought forward and budgetary motions and measures in order to be able to deal with the issue of gun violence, Madam Speaker. Canadians as a whole are concerned. It's been estimated that approximately 50%, getting closer to 50%, are concerned about gun violence and what impact it is having on our communities. As a government, not only have we taken a look at legislative measures that we're talking about today in C-21, Madam Speaker, we've also taken other actions. Actions that have led to restrictions on types of assault weapons, Madam Speaker. Actions such as supporting Canada's border control. We often hear from members of all political stripes talking about the smuggling of weapons into Canada from the United States, Madam Speaker. That is something in which we take very seriously. Unlike Stephen Harper, who actually cut back on agents on our border, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, assert blame where it's to be asserted in this situation. We're a government that have supported our border agents, recognizing how important it is. There is a different mentality in the United States versus Canada. The number of mass shootings, more than one victim, that takes place every day virtually in the United States. In fact, Madam Speaker, some of the numbers that were shared with me indicate that it's well over 200 cases in the United States already where there's been 2 or more people in terms of mass shootings. It's a totally different mentality. And I think that one of the things that makes us feel good about being here in Canada is that we do understand and appreciate the importance of having safe communities and the role that we see day in and day out in the United States that weapons have in those communities. And if we talk about issues such as gang activities, and literally the tens of millions going into over $200 million that has been invested through budgetary measures to deal with gangs, not to mention the other additional resources that the government, through infrastructure projects, through working with different levels of government, have been able to put into place programs aimed at reducing crime in our communities, Madam Speaker, especially with the emphasis on gun-related crimes. C-21, I believe, is legislation that has a wide level of support from the public, from coast to coast to coast. We might hear a great deal about gun crimes in some of our major cities, but I don't believe it's just limited to our major cities, Madam Speaker. And that's one of the reasons why I believe the approach that the government is taking today in C-21 is actually the right approach. And we see that in terms of the support that the legislation is actually receiving. The New Democrats are supporting the legislation. I understand the Green Party is supporting the legislation. The Bloc Party is supporting the legislation. No surprise, the Conservative Party is not supporting the legislation. That's why I posed the question to my friends in the Bloc earlier today. Their first speaker talked about how important it is that we get this legislation, that she's been waiting for it for a number of years already. Yet, as we have witnessed over the last number of months, the Conservative Party, the official opposition, has taken the approach that legislation is not to pass inside the House of Commons as much as possible. And they will put up barriers to prevent that from taking place. At times, the Bloc Party has actually recognized that because there have been times where they support time allocation. But today, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Party did not support the need, knowing full well, as you will find in the next number of hours of debate, Conservative after Conservative will stand up in opposition of C-21. And as they've demonstrated on other pieces of legislation, Madam Speaker, they will continue not only to put up speakers, but to also move amendments. And as the member opposite says, that is their job as opposition. That's right. And to a certain degree, Madam Speaker, there's also an obligation for the official opposition to actually work as parliamentarians in recognizing that if you don't want time allocation on all things, that you have to at least recognize that legislation does eventually have to pass and go into the next stage. So when the member from the Green Party posed a question earlier today, if there was a higher sense of cooperation in recognizing that you can't indefinitely hold up legislation, no, you cannot. Because if you do that for every piece of legislation, the government, including budgetary measures, the government is not able to do anything, Madam Speaker. And I think that if there was acknowledgement that, yes, as we have recognized in the last mandate given, that we have to work with opposition members in order to be able to do the things that we want to be able to do, as we are doing. And fortunately, there is at least one opposition party that has recognized the value of cooperation and contributing to the debate and trying to effect change, Madam Speaker. And that is, in fact, what Bill C-21 does. It will provide a safer community for all of us. We talk about the issue of yellow flags and red flags through this legislation. Once passed, it will have an immediate impact, Madam Speaker. It's an aspect of the legislation that many advocates of all different forms of stakeholders recognize the value of it. You know, having a freeze on the sale and purchase and transfer of handguns is something that's been called for a while now. And it's taken the government through consultations, a great deal of effort to make sure that we get the legislation right, Madam Speaker. It's not about killing the air gun industry, but it's recognizing that air guns that replicate real guns does have an impact. You know, a law enforcement officer in an awkward or a difficult position has no way of telling between what's real and what's not because of the resemblance, Madam Speaker. This is legislation that has been well thought out. And there's been a great deal of consultation, and I believe it's being reflected by the type of support, minus the Conservative Party, that the legislation is actually seeing. I would like to think passing it into committee will enable Canadians to be able to contribute more directly and listen to what the experts have, because I'm sure it'll be back come fall time for an additional lengthy debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. What we just saw there was what I would call feigned magnanimity. Quite candidly, this is the most divisive government I've ever seen. And to have the honourable member here wax eloquently, even pontificate, seeing as the Pope is coming to Canada, let's call it pontificating here.
about how we need to cooperate in this place and everybody should cooperate. It's just there's such a disconnect between his government's words and his government's actions. He said 81% of there's been an 81% increase in crimes involving guns, and quote, if I got this right, it's an issue the government has been familiar with for a number of years. The government has been in power since 2015, when the NERD decision, which struck down the mandatory minimum for Section 95, was decided, and yet we just have all of this rhetoric. When will this government start cracking down on illegal guns, and why is that not in Bill C-21?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the government, virtually from day one, has been taking, as I had mentioned, whether it's budgetary or legislative action in order to try to make our communities safer, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to do so. C-21 is yet another legislative matter that is going to have a profoundly positive impact, and I can cite it specifically, the selling and purchasing of handguns, to the idea of the yellow and red flags. These are issues that are going to provide a higher sense of security in our communities. And the Conservative Party is going to, number one, have to justify why it is they oppose that to these communities. And in terms of their overall behavior in regards to all legislation, even legislation that they support, Madam Speaker, they will go out of their way to filibuster in order to fill time and force and also the government too.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to address the soul of a parliamentarian in my colleague and ask him if he is not ashamed of the sad spectacle that Canadians have been seeing in this chamber in recent months. An uninterrupted sequence of gag orders, one after another, on important pieces of legislation, critical bills that will change Canadians' lives. He has been here in other parliaments, in other sessions, in provincial parliament. Is he not upset to see the degrading spectacle we've had here for months?
Well, Madam Speaker, like the member opposite, when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, I sat virtually almost exactly where he's sitting, in third party. And even in third party, Madam Speaker, I made it very clear. At times there is a need in order to bring in time allocation. When you do not have any sense of cooperation coming from opposition parties, you have to bring in time allocation as a tool. It's unfortunate. It would be wonderful if there was more of a consensus where programming that takes place that allows for legislation or government or opposition days. And we see that today on private members' bills. We see that today on opposition day motions. We see that through emergency debates, Madam Speaker. There are limitations. It means that the bills that are real controversial, well, let's maybe have more debate time. The bills that are not as controversial, that everyone supports, maybe you don't need as much debate time. You need to recognize there's only so much time in a day, in a week, in a year. And that's something in which the Conservatives fail to recognize.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
During the 2019 election, the Members' Party promised to make sure that the CBSA has the resources it needs to detect and stop the flow of weapons at our borders. Why has the Liberal government not restored the more than 1,000 positions cut by the previous Conservative governments that are required to stop the flow of weapons at the Canadian-U.S. border?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 20 seconds.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we realize that the Stephen Harper government did in fact make serious cuts, and as a result, I believe it did weaken our borders. We have invested heavily in borders virtually from the very beginning, recognizing that illegal weapons is a very serious issue, and we will continue to look at ways in which we can minimize illegal weapons coming into Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You get better at it all the time, so thank you so much. So I have to say I am I am very proud to rise in this House today, especially following my illustrious colleague there that never seems to be able to run out of words and that manages to fill the time slots all the time. So I'm very happy that C-21 is on the table. I represent a riding that, like many others in a large urban center like Toronto, has a tendency to have a lot of violence. And the majority of that violence is gun violence. So I'm very pleased that C-21 is on the table, and I am quite happy. The part that bothers me about C-21 is the fact that we're ending the House, and we won't get it to committee and back before the House rises. I and some of my colleagues would have been more than happy to have remained up into the middle of July or the end of July to be able to pass this. But that takes consent to do that, and that wasn't available. So we'll get it as far as we can in this session, and as soon as we come back in the fall, I hope that this is the first item that the committee deals with, understanding the importance. And I guess I wonder how many more lives could have been saved had we been able to get this through. But there's a lot of things that governments do, and there's lots of legislation that's important, and I'm glad that we finally got as far as we have, but let's just hit the ball home and get it through committee and back into the House. So, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we have a very close relationship, of course, with our neighbours to the south. And clearly to say, whenever we see what's going on there, we know it's going to happen here. It's just the way it is. We're a smaller country. These things tend to expose after. But we follow the U.S. in so many, many ways. But I think I speak for all of us as parliamentarians when I say that we're sick and tired of turning on the news and feeling heartbroken at yet another act of gun violence. The common response from all of us as elected officials, is we send our thoughts and prayers. And as time goes on and these instances of violence continues to occur, the overwhelming response is that thoughts and prayers accomplish nothing, that they need action. I have been hearing that in my community for the 30 years that I have been in elected office. I have been asking. Several members of my own family have been victims of gun violence. So waiting and pushing and saying, when are we going to get tougher on the illegal handguns? Certainly not, the hunters. God bless them all. Go right ahead and do your hunting. I have a family who's come from hunting deer and moose and all of that as well. That's not what we're talking about with this bill. We're talking about gun violence, handguns. That's what's doing the killing in my riding throughout the city of Toronto. Last Sunday afternoon, there were 4 separate incidents of gun violence. Thank God none of it was in my riding, which is always my first thought, selfish as it is. It was other parts of our city, but it's lots of it there. This is just one more step, one more tool that we have in the toolbox. It's not going to do everything we want it to do, but it's at least trying to address the amount of guns that are flowing. There was a shooting yesterday from the car window. Missed the person, evidently, but again, it's becoming just like the U.S. And whatever we can do, whatever parliamentarians here and whether our government has the courage to move forward on trying to tackle this issue, I think it's what we're elected to do. It's to deal with the tough issues, and this is one of them. So I'm very proud of the government. I just wish we'd got it sooner. Some might have wanted to be later. Well, I would have liked it to be sooner, as I mentioned earlier. I'm tired of responding with thoughts and prayers, and I feel sorry for you, and I'm sorry for the family that's gone through this. And yes, I'll do what I can, but we don't do enough. Frankly, I don't know what is enough, but this is at least another step forward, which is why I wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to say 2 words today. So since 2015, when our Liberal government came in, we have banned AR-15s and 1,500 models of assault-style firearms. These kinds of weapons do not belong in the homes or the streets of this country. I would say any country, unless you're in a war. You're in Russia, you're in Ukraine. you can have those, but there's no reason for them to be needed on the streets of this country of ours. Cracking down on illegal trafficking by investing in law enforcement and enhanced border security. It's another key part of it, because it seems no matter how much more security we get at the borders, somehow they're getting smuggled in. I mean, they're coming from somewhere. We're not manufacturing all of these handguns here, so they're coming across borders. And we are not doing enough to prevent that from happening. I know we have put millions more into CBSA, into here and into there, but it never seems to be enough. This is, again, one more step to try to decrease the amount of them that are on our streets. Then the other issue is, why do we have so much gang violence? I, in my riding, like the others, deal with a lot of families in trouble, a lot of families that have had tremendous trouble. And we need to be looking at the root cause of why they would pick up a gun and decide to take somebody else's life. In a session on a roundtable that I had a few years ago, with some young men and women at the table, and I questioned, I said, like, you know who these people are on the street. Like, why would you not discourage them from picking up and using a gun? And they said, well, why? You don't value my life, so I don't value your life. I never forgot that statement, because I thought it was really odd, because I do value your life. But they don't seem to think that we as a society value their lives. And if you think about that, that is important, because people need to understand that every life is valuable. Every life matters to all of us. But to think that I don't care about you because you don't care about me, I think leaves a real challenge. So since I had that conversation, I have gone out of my way, to the extent possible as an elected official, to be able to make sure that the people in my riding and everywhere else know that we do care and we are trying to help you, but you have to help yourself. This is not a one-way street, where we're out doing everything for you and you're sitting there waiting to see what we're going to give you. It takes all of us working together. So if someone's having issues, talk to somebody, reach out, get the help that you need. Just don't think that your life doesn't matter, right? The ability to trace guns is another issue that we have talked about for some time, and looking at how do we better identify where those guns have come from. The red flag laws is another important thing that certainly should have been on the books quite a much longer time ago. Sorry, Madam Chair, do I have much time left? A minute and a half, sorry. I got to thank my staff for putting a speech together that somehow I never got to. But let me say that I think it's really important. I'm proud that the government's doing this. I think we all need to work harder at decreasing gun violence in a variety of ways. This is one more tool in the toolbox. And I think we owe it to the people who send us here to reflect their views and their thoughts and do what's necessary to decrease gun violence. And I only hope and say that we get this through sooner, we get it to committee, we make some changes, some improvements to it, and that we all together move forward on this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So I got a few quick questions to the member during her speech. She talked about military-style assault rifles. Could she just please provide me the definition of what is a military-style assault rifle? She mentioned AR-15s were banned in the Order in Council in May 1st of 2020. Just please let the House know how many crimes have been committed in Canada with AR-15s in the history of Canada. My second or next point would be, she talks about reducing gun violence. We 100% agreement in this House that we all want to reduce gun violence. Tell me the metrics within Bill C-21, specifically around handguns, that are going to do that, considering all restricted firearms, handguns are registered, and everybody, so the police are able to track exactly how many crimes have been committed, so just how many crimes have been committed with legal handguns. And finally, she talked about red flag laws. Would the member admit we currently have red flag laws in our legislation, in our laws, that help prevent this? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Humber Creek Black River.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. When you look at, not in Canada, and as I said when I started my comments, whatever happens to the south of us ends up being duplicated here in Canada, whether it's a month later, 6 months later, 2 years later, unfortunately. When you look at the killings and those mass shootings in the school, when you've got 19 babies being killed, those weren't done with a handgun either, but we've already banned some of those. But the handguns that we're talking about are the illegal handguns, not the illegal ones.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her comments. She spoke a little bit about, people need to take their own responsibility when referring to gang violence, about, helping themselves, and, people do care about you. But I want to point to something very specific. Indigenous women, thousands who have gone missing and murdered, 12 times more likely to experience violence. I mean, we know all the stats, 4.5 more times likely to go missing in murders. This isn't a feeling. This is an actual genocide that's occurring in this country. And I found it a little out of touch and was a little off-put by this kind of history, which she acknowledged, of incremental justice, particularly when we're talking about femicide that's most often experienced by Indigenous women, targeted. I'm wondering, why she continues to have those views, knowing that her government has performed incremental justice that has costed lives of Indigenous women. I just found it a bit callous and insensitive, and certainly not consistent with research and facts, and actually positions that her very own government.
I have to give the Honourable Member the opportunity to answer. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
I want to thank my colleague for that question, and I want to also acknowledge the continued great work that she is doing as a Member of Parliament. And the fact I was very focused on so many people in my particular riding that have been asking for such a long period of time for more to be done to eliminate the handguns that are in our communities. If you took an analysis, you probably got 1 in 4 are carrying a gun throughout my riding of Humber River Black Creek. And that is very frightening, and people are asking for action. In the same way that we are moving forward with taking more action to protect more Indigenous women, as we are all of the women in Canada. The women Indigenous have certainly experienced a lot of sorrow and violence, and we are looking at trying to eliminate that as well.
And comments. L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mines.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. I'd like to thank the member for her speech. And a lot of people have been affected by firearms, and if there are 55,000 new ones added to the arsenal every year, what does my colleague feel about the Bloc's proposal to create an optional buyback program for handguns? Thank you.
In 15 seconds.
Well, certainly when it gets referred to committee in the next immediate time, at the committee level, there'll be an opportunity to discuss all of the options on the table, including the issue of buyback. Whatever we can do to get guns off the street is something I'm very supportive of.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, it's always grateful to stand up and represent your constituents, my constituents of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. However, in this case, to represent all legal firearms owners, our law enforcement, our military, security forces around the country, even our parliamentary protective services, and I challenge every MP to go talk to them and ask their opinion about this bill, as well as sport shooters, hunters, and the vast the opinion of the vast majority of my constituents in Bruce Grey Owen Sound. Madam Speaker, I'm disappointed that we're already curtailing debate on this important bill, especially considering we've only had 7 Conservative MPs speak to it, and that's only because we split our time. And on that note, Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Brandon Souris. I'm going to focus on 3 key aspects to my speech, Madam Speaker. Number 1, data and facts. Number 2, openness, transparency, and honesty. And finally, respect. And the key to all of this, Madam Speaker, and actually I think the key to everything to reducing gun violence in Canada is education. So let's speak to first the data and the facts, Madam Speaker. I asked the previous member speaking to define military-style assault rifles, a question I've been asking now for almost 3 years to this government. You know what, Madam Speaker? It doesn't exist. I've asked that question in a written question submitted to the government. What was their response? Please check the following commission report by Hilton Knowlton. You read that report, know what it says in that report, Madam Speaker? I think the government really needs to define what they mean by assault rifles or military-style assault rifles. So it doesn't exist, it still doesn't exist, and I think that adds to the confusion that so many Canadians face when we're trying to deal with such an important issue of reducing gun violence across Canada. To back up on this as well, to go back to originally the key piece of legislation in the last couple of years in the last Parliament around the Order in Council that banned 1,500 so-called military-style assault rifles. In that document, there's actually no definitions, no criteria for what determines or establishes a military-style assault rifle. When I asked the question of what were the criteria used, they said that there was none. They used 3 principles. Know what those 3 principles are, Madam Speaker? Number 1, that they're semi-automatic in nature with a high sustained rate of fire. Well, that statement's a contradiction unto itself. If it's semi-automatic, the rate of fire is controlled by the shooter, not by the firearm. So do you have a slow finger, you got a fast finger, that determines whether or not the firearm should be prohibited or not? So it doesn't even make logical sense. The second principle that they used, that they're of modern design. Again, I asked the question, what do you mean by modern design? Know what that is, Madam Speaker? Post-World War II. If the firearm was designed post the Second World War, we should be banning it. Number 3, that they exist in large quantity in Canada. Again, does not pass the common sense test. You have firearm X been used, there's 100,000 of them, let's say, in Canada, been used in 0 gun crimes. Let's ban it. Firearm Z, there's only 10 of them in Canada, all 10 have been used in firearms crimes. Oh, it's good to go, we're not going to ban it. So again, there's no logic behind the principles, and there is no criteria to determine that list. So again, Madam Speaker, I've been asking for evidence, data that supports any of these firearms legislation that the current Liberal government's brought forward. I went back, I submitted a written question on the 29th of January 2020, or that's when I got the response, asking for any evidence or metrics behind how the government thinks any of this legislation is actually going to reduce gun violence. That response, Madam Speaker, I could read it out. It'd only take me 30 seconds. There is no evidence or metrics on how this is going to reduce gun violence in Canada. I asked how the government, member from Winnipeg North stood up and said, this has been broadly consulted. Hasn't been consulted in my riding. I know in the previous Parliament, the Minister of Public Safety at the time came to my community, talked about Bill C-71 in the 42nd Parliament, and I can guarantee he walked out of there, and there wasn't a single person that talked to the minister during that consultation session that supported Bill C-71. So let's get, again, back to my point around data. Where is the data that show legal firearms owners are responsible for gun crime in Canada? I talked about education. One of the first things I did, Madam Speaker, even though I spent 25 years in uniform, carrying all sorts of restricted and prohibited firearms because I could as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, as an infantry officer, walked around with a fully automatic firearm, which that is what an assault weapon is, a fully automatic, which have been banned in Canada since 1977. I carried my last 2 deployments in Afghanistan and Iraq, walked around everywhere with a handgun. Handguns don't kill people. People kill people. And to get to the point about the education side, despite all that, when I got out of uniform and became a civilian, I actually had to take the possession and acquisitions license and the restricted possession and acquisition license, the PAL and the RPAL, in order to potentially buy a firearm or a restricted firearm. Those courses are extensive. Did I learn a lot about safety on those specific firearms? No, Madam Speaker. I was safe. I had no problem passing the practical portions of both those tests, both those courses, but I did learn a lot about our laws. As I suggested in the last Parliament, it would benefit every member that wants to sit here and debate firearms legislation to go out and do the PAL or the RPAL courses, because it would teach you a lot about what our current very restrictive firearms laws that currently exist in Canada are. Again, to continue on the education portion, Madam Speaker, when I was door knocking in 2019, I had similar concerns that have been addressed by other speakers or during the debate here about why would anybody need that firearm. And they showed me a picture in a Cabela's or I don't know, some magazine that they had received in the mail. And they said, why would anybody need that? I looked at that, I compared it to another firearm that was in the brochure. I said, that firearm that you think's so scary, I said, I'll go walk 200 meters down the street. I'll stand there and you can shoot at me all you want. I'm not even going to move. See that firearm? Is that one okay? Yeah, that's just a hunting rifle. I'm not going to stand there. If I'm standing another few hundred meters past, farther up, as soon as you start shooting at me with that firearm, I'm taking cover, because, again, it's the lack of education to understand firearms just because they look scary doesn't mean they're more dangerous. It's based on the capabilities and criteria. I asked the minister when he first put Bill C-21 on the table here just last week, Madam Speaker, about handguns in particular. As I mentioned earlier in my speech, handguns are restricted and they are registered. So I just asked a simple question. It's easy for law enforcement to track how many gun crimes. How many gun crimes in Canada have been committed by legal firearms owners with legal handguns? He refused to answer that question, Madam Speaker. It's the same question I'd asked his officials the week prior during the technical brief. And again, please just get us the data, Madam Speaker. It would help so much. I would point out restricted firearms owners are the most law-abiding demographic in Canada. In fact, they are 3 times less likely to commit a crime than the average Canadian, and I would argue they're a lot less, it's even less likely than that for the majority of the Liberal caucus. Openness and transparency, Madam Speaker. Again, I think that's the key piece around all of this. Let's talk and debate this. Everybody wants to reduce gun violence in Canada, but we need to do that based on data, based on evidence, based on statistics. Law enforcement demands this. One of the things that a lot of Canadians don't understand, our law enforcement, our security, depend on these restricted firearms for their own safety and training. They don't get the time on the range to do this. So a lot of our legal firearms owners are law enforcement that own these firearms on their own. I get Bill C-21 specifically with handguns talks about that they'd still be able to own them. But let's remove the politicization around this and let's talk about what's important to solve this. My final points on respect and trust, Madam Speaker. Let's respect parliamentarians in this House. Let's respect legal firearms owners, and let's most of all respect Canadians by talking about the real key facts. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, data and facts, openness and transparency, respect and trust. Let's educate Canadians on the root causes of gun violence in Canada, i.e. crime, drugs, illegal trafficking of firearms, and most importantly, poverty, vice going after law-abiding Canadians, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to pick up on some of the closing comments from this member where he said, let's respect parliamentarians, let's respect the process, let's respect Parliament. But you wouldn't know that coming from the way this member has been acting and his colleagues have been acting in the House over the last several months, literally on bills that they support that are in their election platform they're refusing to let go through this House. The member talks about the limited amount of time that people have been able to speak to this bill. Has he had the opportunity to reflect on how much more time he would have had the Conservatives not been up to procedural games on delaying bills like the fall economic statement to provide more supports to Canadians? Had they actually let that stuff go through like it should have gone through fairly easy, he would have had so much more time to speak to this and other bills that the Conservatives are genuinely passionate about.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Madam Speaker, look, I'm not going to even really provide a dignified response to that, because the fact of the matter is every member of Parliament should be able to speak to every bill at every stage if it means something to their constituents, because that's why we're here. We're here to represent our constituents, and if there's Conservative members of Parliament, if there's Liberal backbenchers, in fact, it'd be nice if that member, or the member from Winnipeg North, would actually let somebody else in the Liberal caucus speak. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
As a point of privilege, what is the member impugning when he says that I'm not allowing other people to speak? To suggest that I am suspending other people's democratic opportunities, I mean, he's implying that I am suppressing other people's ability to speak, Madam Speaker.
Indeed, and we should not in any way make those kinds of accusations. I would invite the honourable member to perhaps reflect on the comments. We should not be assigning intentions to other members, and I would really appreciate it if the honourable member would withdraw the comment.
I'll withdraw that comment.
Thank you. Honourable.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord, well, Rivière-de-Mille-Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his intervention. He knows that I like him very well. We were 12 days together recently. I loved him to bits. It was really fun. We had a great time, but we don't agree on firearms. And today we're talking about firearms. I would like to hear what he has to say about the Bloc Québécois proposal stating that a list should be created, a list of organizations, groups in our towns and cities who are shooting left, right, and centre. We'd like a list of organizations, criminal organizations, like we have for terrorism.
Grey Owen Sound.
Merci, Madame Présidente, pour us.
Thank you very much for that question from my honourable colleague, the honourable member. I have a lot of respect for him.
Look, I have no issues with lists of criminal organizations right across this country. The challenge I have in my riding, like a lot of rural ridings, is how do you quantify that, get down to it, etc. But I have no issues with criminal organizations being listed. I think that's all important information law enforcement should have. And in fact, if that can help, because I think that really gets to the root causes of gun violence in this Canada. It's the illegal crime, the illegal gangs. Let's fix that, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member. Oops, my God. Sorry. The honourable member for Edmonton. Calgary Skyview. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleague for bringing forward the speech. Lots to disagree with there. I spent a number of years on a public safety task force, chairing it in the city of Calgary, talking about guns and gangs and gun violence, and also I was a member of the Police Commission in Calgary. My colleague talked about data, using data and the data on gun crimes. In Western Canada, in Calgary, it was identified that the majority of guns used in a crime were obtained through legal means, through legal purchases and ownership. So I'd like to ask my colleague, knowing that data point, what can we do to make sure that those legally obtained guns aren't used in a crime? That's the majority of guns provided by the Calgary Police Service last year at the Calgary Police Commission. What can we do to prevent that from happening? And what would you want in this bill or in other bills to make sure that guns and guns owner rights are...
I have to give the honourable member the opportunity to answer. The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Yeah, look, Madam Speaker. My first question, let's provide that data. I'd love to see. Please email me that data because that data has not been tabled. I've been asking for this government to table any data around firearms crime that has been committed by legal firearms owners or by legal firearms, and they refuse to table that and bring it forward. And I guess the best bet, I'll go back to a previous speech, Madam Speaker, and the amendment, which is what we're actually debating here. Let's refer this whole study to the Committee of Public Safety and deal with it there. Then we can bring back legislation that actually makes sense and that's informed, not just based on political divide.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And right off the bat, I want to say that I want to point out that our Conservative team was willing to split this bill so this House could swiftly pass the clauses on which we all agree. There are parts that we still need to debate, but we were prepared to make sure the other elements could quickly proceed. We would have immediately passed to the committee stage elements of Bill C-21 that are focused on protecting potential victims of firearms crime and tightening up laws that address firearms smuggling. That would have been also included red flag provisions that may allow law enforcement to remove firearms from the dangerous domestic situations more quickly and allow more severe penalties for criminals smuggling guns. It was a reasonable proposal, and it was disappointing that the government did not accept the offer. As with all firearms-related legislation, this government is far too comfortable with labeling those who disagree with them as firearms lobbyists. They're more than willing to disparage us and law-abiding firearms owners rather than propose legislation that fixes the root issue of firearms violence. In the 2019 election, the Liberals tried to scare people into voting for them in our riding by sending out a brochure with firearms on it. Well, it didn't work, and they got 12% of the vote. The Liberals once again tried to scare people in 2021 election, and the result was the same, 12% of the vote. The good people of Westman aren't buying what the Liberals are trying to sell. A couple of years ago, I took my possession acquisition license and our pal, training in the basement of the late Don Teal. Like hundreds, if not thousands before me, I sat in his makeshift classroom located in his home in Brandon with a dozen or so Westman residents who signed up to take their firearms training. As I walked into the room, I could tell a few of the other students were slightly perplexed at why I was taking the safety training with them. Not long afterwards, Don, who was a plain-spoken and straight-shooting veteran, spoke up and told them how happy he was that a sitting member of Parliament was educating himself in the Firearms Act. Don was right. I wasn't in this basement because I wanted to purchase a firearm. I took the training to get a better idea of the rigorous process that Canadians must go through before they could ever get a firearms license. As a lot of MPs might know, there was a movement a couple of years ago from law-abiding firearms owners who urged legislators to get their PAL or their RPAL. They were tired of politicians getting up and speaking on the Firearms Act without ever reading or understanding it. They were upset that too many are quick to disparage firearms owners without understanding the law or the process. There's no evidence to justify many changes found in the Liberals' firearm legislation. In fact, they're only further burdening law-abiding firearms owners rather than actually going after the people who commit the crimes. I, for one, would prefer that our law enforcement agencies and our government of Canada spend their time, energy, and resources in cracking down on gangs and criminals. Since the Liberals announced C-21, I've received countless emails from law-abiding firearms owners who feel that once again, this government is using them as a scapegoat rather than tackling the root of firearms violence in Canada. I've heard from retired law enforcement, veterans, competitive sports shooters, and everyday Canadians who are tired of being blamed and shamed by this Liberal government. They're fed up with the Minister of Public Safety's gaslighting. To give just one example, the minister said, and I quote, "Bill C-21 doesn't target law-abiding gun owners. It targets handgun violence. It targets organized crime." End quote. Well, of course, Madam Speaker, this bill targets law-abiding firearms owners. Suggesting it doesn't is an insult to the intelligence of those who've been following this debate. The reason that firearm businesses have run out of stock is because as soon as this bill was announced, everyone with an RPAL went out to purchase a handgun before the freeze takes effect. Try phoning the RCMP Firearms Center right now, and you'll sit on hold for hours as everyone is trying to purchase or transfer a firearm right now. How could the Minister of Public Safety go on national television and say something so erroneous? Does he actually believe what he's saying? He knows perfectly well that C-21 is going to prevent Canada's RPAL holders from ever purchasing a handgun once this legislation passes. I'm looking forward to watching the Deputy Minister appear on the Public Safety Committee to inform the MPs that we've all just misunderstood the Minister once again. The truth of the matter is, this Liberal government has decided to target law-abiding firearms owners since they've come to office. First, they repealed various elements of the Common Sense Firearms Act that my colleague just talked about, C-71. They deleted the sensible change of introducing an automatic authorization to transport firearms. And they then removed any oversight of the classification of firearms. Fast forward to 2020, where they reclassified hundreds of firearms as prohibited. With a stroke of the pen, they made millions of firearms illegal to use in Canada. Some of these firearms have been in people's possession for decades, and now the government is spending hundreds of millions of dollars to purchase them so they can be destroyed. Those hundreds of millions of dollars could be much better spent on policing, social programs, or literally anything, and would have a much better chance of reducing crime. Once again, the government has failed to make a serious case for one of their bills, and in doing so is unnecessarily going after millions of law-abiding firearm owners who have done everything by the book, Madam Speaker. According to Brian Sauvé, president of the National Police Federation, quote, "It is the experience of law enforcement that most of these guns are illegally obtained," end quote, from the United States. As our Conservative Shadow Minister of Public Safety said in her speech, their committee recently studied guns and gangs and had a very robust debate. They had police and crime experts appear, and not one recommendation in their report was to ban handguns, because none of the experts, none of the police experts, and none of the community anti-gang experts said that banning handguns would be a solution. All of them said that such an approach would not work. They heard, in relation to some questions that we've just had, they heard from the Toronto Police that over 85% of handguns used in violent crimes are smuggled in from the United States. From Quebec, Chief Inspector Benoit Dubé said that most firearms linked to crimes seized in his province come from the United States. He said, "We need to focus our efforts on the borders between the United States and Canada." And according to Chief Inspector David Bernard from the Montreal City Police Service, approximately 80% of seized illegal firearms in Quebec are smuggled from the United States. To date, we've seen very little evidence from this government to suggest that law-abiding firearm owners are responsible for the rise in firearm homicides and shootings. What we do have is a gang and an organized crime problem in Canada. On a weekly basis, we're hearing about deadly shootings happening across the country. All this violence has led to the tragic loss of too many and is having an impact on countless communities and neighborhoods. According to the latest Statistics Canada data, there were 8,344 victims of police-reported violent crime where a handgun was present during the commission of an offense, or a rate of 29 per 100,000 population. Since the Liberals were elected in 2015, gun crime has gone up steadily each year. And for residents in Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Edmonton, Winnipeg, and other cities, gun violence is an everyday occurrence. I have always stood for common sense firearm safety and strong consequences for those who commit firearms offenses. If the Liberals had proposed a bill that just explicitly focused on guns, gangs, and criminals, they would have found a much more receptive audience on this side of the House. For years, Madam Speaker, we have been calling on the government to address gun smuggling and improve the ability of border agents to prevent the flow of illegal firearms into Canada. I cannot and will not support legislation that specifically targets law-abiding firearms owners and ignores the root problems of illegal firearms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I listened to the intervention from the member, and you know, I couldn't help but reflect on the fact that I'm aware that he was here when the Conservatives were last in power, and I realize that part of his argument, as quite often from the Conservatives on gun-related issues, is cracking down on illegal guns that are coming across the border. But I can't help but reflect on the fact that in the previous government, of which he was part of, he was a member of the Conservative Party when Stephen Harper was a Prime Minister, they actually significantly reduced funding to the border services in order to be able to crack down on this kind of stuff. I'm just curious if the member can inform the House as to how he responded to that when Stephen Harper was a Prime Minister and he got to sit in a caucus meeting with him. Did he raise it often and routinely that the government of the day should not be removing money from the border operations in order to crack down on this illegal activity?
For Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, as ill-informed as it might be. I just wanted to say, though, that for the last 3 elections, if he's been paying any attention at all, this side of the House has been calling for greater efforts to stop smuggling guns into Canada, and all of the police chiefs and heads of police in the provinces that I just spoke of in my speech, and I know he was listening to it because that was what he was referencing, show us that 80 to 85% of these crimes are caused by illegal guns that have been smuggled into the country, and that's where our focus should be. That's where the dollars could be spent the best in order to try to prevent the crimes on the streets that we're seeing and that are unconscionable, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to say that the member for Jonquière would also like to thank him for his hard work. It's a message on his behalf. Now, in C21, the government has chosen to create a list of banned assault weapons, a list by model. The proposal from our colleague for Rivière du Nord is different. That idea is to define what an assault weapon is, what makes a weapon an assault weapon, so that we can just ban assault weapon based on those criteria rather than based on individual models from a list. I'd like to hear from my colleague on that idea.
Member for Brandon Souris.
I want to thank my black colleague for his excellent question and for the member from Jonquière for his compliments and my abilities there. So I thank you. This is exactly the point that my colleague was just trying to make, Madam Speaker, that the government has never come up with a definition for an assault rifle. And my colleague, as you know, has gone through great lengths to try and find that in all of the debates and in all of the information that's available today, and the government can't even define it for us. So, you know, that's why this legislation is such a flawed piece of work. It needs to go to the Public Safety Committee so that it can come back, as was indicated by yourself and my colleague from Owen Sound here, that we really, you know, come up with recommendations that will really help fix the problem instead of blaming law-abiding firearms owners.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always enjoy hearing the members speak from Brandon Souris, and I've enjoyed my conversations with him as we traveled across the country back and forth. And he said that the Conservatives are anti-crime, and I believe that. But there is a question that perplexes me, and that is, and he knows, being in the House for a long time, that when the Harper government was in power, it destroyed, it gutted the crime prevention programs right across the country. In British Columbia, we had a very active crime prevention sector. It was gutted, eliminated. And it doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. For every dollar you invest in crime prevention, you save $6 in policing costs, in court costs, in jail costs. So putting in place effective crime prevention strategies and funding them adequately actually makes a great deal of sense. So I'd like to ask the member, through you, Madam Speaker, why did the Conservatives do that? Why did they gut crime prevention programs when we know they are very cost effective and they help to reduce crime?
For Brandon Souris, 25 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I respect my colleague as well. We have had many of those good conversations, but I want to say that it's not the registration of a firearm, it's the licensing of it that will help prevent crimes. The only difference is guns should be licensed, firearms should be licensed according to their function, not their form.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, A, on the day of the House begins debate on second reading motion of Bill C-28, an act to amend the Criminal Code, self-induced extreme intoxication, no later than one ordinary hour of daily adjournment, no later than the ordinary hour of daily adjournment, or when no member rises to speak during the debate, whichever is earlier, the bill shall be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in the committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed on division, and bracket B, the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights be instructed to undertake a study on the subject matter of Bill C-28 when the business of the House resumes in September 2022. During the course of this study, the Minister of Justice be invited to appear as a witness, and the committee report its findings to the House no later than Friday, December 16, 2022.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de la...
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I will be sharing my time with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. Before I start my speech, though, I do want to acknowledge that today is June the 21st, National Indigenous Peoples Day. It's a day that I recognize with a lot of love because of my beautiful granny who went to residential school in LeJac between the ages of 4 and 16, and her strength and integrity in keeping our family strong. And I also want to acknowledge my Auntie Dean. Her traditional name is Haddix Kawa, which means peace within the frame of a house. From Stelako First Nation, I just want to acknowledge her as the lead of our family before I start today because of today. So I'm here specifically to speak on Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments in regards to firearms. And I want to start by thanking the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford for his hard work on this file. It is not an easy one, and these discussions are always rife with conflict as we try to navigate our way down this issue. I will say about this bill that I am ready to support it to committee. I am also recognizing that there's a lot of questions that I still have, and I'm hoping that the committee will be able to work through some of those questions to get me answers. Madam Speaker, I do represent a rural riding. I grew up in a household where several of my family members were legal gun owners. They followed the rules, and I was taught gun safety very young as a matter of respect. I grew up eating wild meat, and hunting was a significant part of my family's life. I have met with many legal gun owners in my riding who have talked about the frustration that they feel about the rules always focusing on them rather than addressing some of their legitimate concerns about illegal guns and how they get into our communities. And I think that's an important part of our conversation today, and it should continue to be. Those conversations do concern me greatly. My riding also has a high level of people retiring from the military who maintain their skills as a commitment to their years of service. And I think it's important for us to all recognize those who use firearms to protect and to serve our communities. And I've also heard from constituents who are very, very concerned about gun violence in their communities and in our region. There have been, sadly, several examples in my riding over the past few years, which has resulted in my office receiving more concerns about gun safety than we have ever seen before. This is especially concerning when it comes to cases of domestic violence where guns are used. In 2020, we know that 160 women and girls were killed in Canada. One woman or girl is killed every 2.5 days in this country. So as Canadians are seeing an increase in gun violence across our country, I believe that all Canadians do want to see this addressed. About 3 years ago, a constituent in my riding invited me to come to the shooting range with him. He wanted to showcase for me so that I would understand the rules and how he followed them. I agreed so that I could learn more about the realities of these folks living in my region. Of course, he was also a retired service member for the military, and I always take an opportunity to spend time with people who served us and served us so well. The first thing he told me is that I would have to come to his house and ride with him because he could not stop on the way through town to pick me up. The rules in Canada meant that he had to go straight from his home, not stopping for anything else, and go to the range. At his home, he was able to show me the way he stored his guns, separate from ammunition and with everything locked away and secured. He also showed me how he transported the guns and how that was done safely. And I learned a lot, and I really appreciated his effort to take that time to educate me. He also shared that he was concerned about the gun violence in Canada and what that did for him as a legal gun owner and as somebody who was really practicing safely. He knew things that had happened across the country, and he knew that people were more fearful. These are important conversations to have, especially at that community level where we can have those open conversations and discussions about how we can come together. He did feel that the majority of gun owners followed the rules very carefully, but he was also concerned that there are legal gun owners that don't always follow the rules, and he wanted to make sure that those issues were addressed. And of course was also very concerned about the fact that we do have illegal guns in this country and that those folks can really make a bad name for people who are doing their best to be safe. The facts are that in Canada, between 2019 and 2020, notable increases in rates of firearm violence crime have been reported, especially in places like southern rural British Columbia with an increase of 34%, the northern rural part of Ontario, 32% up, rural Alberta, 32% in the north and 31% in the south, and the Northwest Territories, which saw a 23% increase in Nova Scotia, 22%. Handguns were the most serious weapon present in most firearms-related violent crimes. So over my years of 7 years now, I have heard two things repeatedly from constituents. One is that we need to look at the gun policy in Canada and we must focus on illegal guns and how they get to our country. And two, we need more education with Canada about the strong rules that we do have and how they work in our country. And I believe these are important areas to have discussed. I also have heard a lot through this bill, specifically concerns from the airsoft community. Bill C-21 will prohibit imports, exports, sales, and transfers of all replica firearms, which would include airsoft guns that are designed or intended to look exactly to resemble a real firearm. This does concern me because there is the safety issue on the one side that we should consider carefully. We've heard of stories of people using these to emulate real guns, and that is a safety concern for all people that are involved in that situation. But we also hear the other side that it will impact paintball retailers and facilities, as most rely on income from both airsoft and paintball use. So I understand that in this country there are very few regulations in Canada, and I think it's something we need to look at. So we have heard from the sector that they have not been meaningfully consulted with, and we want to make sure that when we further the discussions, we can address that. But I have learned that people have successfully altered airsoft weapons to hold real ammunition. And this really surprised me, Madam Speaker. I had no idea that that was even possible, but unfortunately it is, and it is a growing concern. So we need to work with this sector to make sure that we look at the realities that they're facing and make sure the solution is workable so that they continue their practice and not have a huge impact on their income. But we also need to make sure that the safety of Canadians is addressed for sure. Illegal guns are a huge concern for my constituents, as I mentioned earlier, and this bill does not offer what I would like to see in terms of measures about smuggling guns. Madam Speaker, I represent the 19 Wing in Comox, and they do tremendous work on our coastline to keep our communities safe. And they have found people trying to ship things across our borders, whether it be guns or drugs, illegally, and they have stopped that. So I really appreciate their work, but I'm concerned that there is not going to be the amount of supports needed to continue that work and to expand that work. We know that this bill does increase the maximum penalty for trafficking, smuggling, and other firearms offenses from 10 years to 14 years. It requires the Commissioner of Firearms to give the Minister an annual report. It allows proactive information sharing between the RCMP and local law enforcement agencies for the purpose of investigating or prosecuting firearm trafficking offenses, and it also provides eligibility for wiretap on additional criminal code firearms offenses. But what it doesn't include in a meaningful way is more supports for the Canadian Border Service Agency. We know that under the previous government, the Conservative government, they cut over 1,000 positions. We know under this government, they've got some of those folks back, but definitely not the amount that are required to actually address the guns that are being smuggled into our country illegally. And we also know, as our leader wrote to the Prime Minister in 2018, that we need to see more changes within our policies in this country to support the root causes of gun violence in some of the more vulnerable communities. We need to address things like poverty. I know I was at an event just a few days ago in my community and was very surprised by how many people talked to me about the increasing homeless population, more and more people that are really struggling to make ends meet, and how they're often going towards violence because they can't feed themselves and they're not safe in their own area. So we need to make sure that there are supports that are provided to our communities to address these key issues, because the more poverty grows, the more disenfranchisement by so many people, the more violence is a result. And we need to look at these things as correlating members. So I'm here to discuss this. I hope that we all in this House have a meaningful conversation, because these things are important to our communities, and if we don't address them in an open and transparent way, it will lead to more conflict. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak today, and I look forward to answering my colleagues' questions.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for her speech. I was particularly interested in her comments with respect to airsoft guns and the impact on that industry. It is an issue in my riding. I believe this is absolutely a good bill, but I think with respect to airsoft guns, quite frankly, it overreaches. The problem is this. An airsoft gun that is a replica of a gun that is not banned is banned. So we're banning toys. Does my honourable colleague have a concern about that? Is it something that she feels could be addressed through amendments at committee? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River Brief answer. Thank you.
North Island Powell River, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member who I spent a lot of time with in committee with, and appreciate always his feedback and his thoughts. And I, in this case, completely agree with him. These are very important questions, because we know that there's a lot of industries that use airsoft, and it's a toy, it's something that people play with, but if it's used in the wrong hands, either changed so that it can actually shoot or used to replicate something, that is concerning. So I think we have to look within our committee to do their work to make sure that they offer a workable solution so that we can protect the industry but make sure that we keep our communities safe at the same time. And that's why it's so important that we come together on this bill and have meaningful dialogue, because these are really life and death situations in some cases, both in terms of economics and in terms of safety. Thank you.
The Honourable Member will have 3.5 minutes after oral questions for questions. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable député de Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, during the beautiful month of June, there is a lot to celebrate. The sun is shining, the ice cream trucks are back, and there are numerous cultural heritage months to acknowledge. But in my riding of Richmond Hill, there is one occasion that we are especially excited to celebrate. June marks the start of the Italian Heritage Month, a time to commemorate all of the contribution of our neighbors, friends, and fellow community members of Italian descent. I'm proud to represent the riding that's made more vibrant and inclusive thanks to community-led organizations such as the Golden Age Italian Social Club, the Richmond Hill Social and Bocce Club, and the Richmond Hill Italian Community Club, all of which work to connect and engage seniors. To all Italian Canadians in my community and across Canada, happy Italian Heritage Month. And if this happens to be the last time I speak in the House before the session ends, to all my constituents in Richmond Hill, I wish you a most pleasant and healthy summer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
For the last 2 months, several members' offices, including mine, have had the opportunity to have Ukrainian interns working with us as part of the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Internship Program. During this time, we've had the chance to gain insights as to what is happening on the ground and in the everyday lives of the Ukrainian people. I am proud to say that Canada stands with Ukraine, and it is vital that we continue to provide our support through our welcoming of refugees and our military aid to those in Ukraine. Every day, we learn about atrocities being committed in Ukraine. The brave young women and men of Ukraine, including those who have been with us on the Hill, need the continued support of Canada so they may be the leaders, doctors, lawyers, professors, and artists of Ukraine's future. Victory for Ukraine is victory for democracy. I urge all Canadians to continue to stand with the Ukrainian people, and I would like to commend the brave young women of the internship who have been tremendous advocates for the country. I wish them my continued support as many of them head back to Ukraine at the end of this month. Slava Ukraine.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Each year, businesses and not-for-profits in my riding of Oakville North Burlington look forward to participating in the Canada Summer Jobs Program. This program provides them the opportunity to create employment opportunities for young people 15 to 30 years of age. Since I was elected, I've worked hard to grow this program in our riding. This year, 71 businesses and not-for-profits in my riding are creating over 400 jobs for youth in our community in a variety of fields ranging from sports and recreation to computer sciences and more. These positions will not only provide meaningful work experience for young adults, but also a much-needed boost for small businesses and not-for-profits still recovering from the effects of the pandemic. I look forward to spending time in my riding this summer visiting some of these organizations, meeting with the youth and employers, and learning more about the impact being made in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to take the floor on this June 21st to mark National Indigenous Peoples Day. May this brightest day of the year help reveal the diversity and richness of Indigenous languages and cultures. May this day of celebration lead us to better know and recognize this diversity and richness with so many paths, theater, knowledge, music, crafts, literature, traditions, visual arts, to better understanding. May this day of celebration of the strong identities of Indigenous peoples help foster respect, dialogue, and equality between nations. Today, all Quebec salutes the millennia-old heritage and contribution of Indigenous peoples who've marked our territory, but also our lives, through the centuries, as they still do today. So I would like to say to my sisters and brothers of Abenaki, Algonquin, Adamaquac, Cree, Malisite, Micmac, Huron, Wendat, Mohawk, Inuit, and of course Naskapi and Innu nations, I'm proud of you. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, thank you for shining your light on us. The Honourable Member for Orleans. Madam Speaker.
Marks the beginning of graduation for grade 12 students, and I want to take a moment to congratulate the 1,745 graduates from Orleans 10 high schools. C'est avec plaisir que je vais pouvoir assister.
It's with pleasure that I will be able to attend graduation ceremonies to celebrate students' accomplishments with their friends and family.
I have witnessed their strengths, resilience, and community spirits. C'est toujours avec le plus grand honneur que je signe.
It's always a great honor for me to sign the certificates of each of our graduates every year to share with them my best wishes for success. They've accomplished so much and will now begin a new chapter in their lives.
Now that they have completed high school, I know that they have enough tools and supports to achieve anything they put their mind to. Félicitations.
Congratulations to all the graduates of 2022.
Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
I rise to pay tribute to Westman's farmers and ranchers. Despite the challenges Mother Nature has thrown at them, they press on each day. A Colorado low hit in late spring that hurt the livestock producers as calves were being born. A constant barrage of rain delayed seeding and turned fields into mud. A late frost bit canola and other crops just as they were peeking out of the ground, and now flea beetles are running amok. Yet somehow our farmers pushed through. They persevered. They are out there as we speak, producing the food on which the world relies. As the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine continues, many are worried about the price and quantity of food in the year to come. Our farmers can help. Now more than ever, we need them to succeed. So I salute all those men and women working around the clock, doing what they do best, growing and raising the food we eat every single day.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, over the weekend we celebrated National Sickle Cell Awareness Day in Canada, and today I am rising in honour of those affected by sickle cell disease and to honour the incredible organizations and volunteers who work so hard to support people living with it. When I first joined Senator Jane Cordy and sponsored Bill S-211, the National Sickle Cell Awareness Day Act, I had the honour of really getting to know the incredible advocacy organizations across Canada. Groups like the Sickle Cell Disease Association of Atlantic Canada, Sickle Cell Association of Ontario, and the Sickle Cell Disease Association of Canada were doing everything that they could to raise awareness. They knew that with greater awareness comes more support, more research, better treatments, and possible cures for this disease. Madam Speaker, I'm so thankful for the privilege to work with the sickle cell community, and I ask everyone in this House to please rise and join me in honoring those who live with sickle cell disease and the incredible organizations across Canada who support them. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last 2 years have been hard for many Canadians. As a mother, like many parents, I've had concerns on how my two daughters, among millions of kids across this country, have navigated their studies, their social connections, and their emotional well-being. Our educators in schools, large and small, from daycare through high school, have nurtured and cared for our children, making sure they not only receive the educational tools and resources they needed, but emotional and resilient support while navigating the challenges they faced. This June has brought with it graduations from coast to coast to coast for students, and the resumption of grad trips that are part of the milestones of exploring our wonderful country. Today, myself and colleagues from across this House, thank you, welcome Nitivot Hatora Middle School graduates to West Block to see and learn how their House and the democratic institutions we cherish and work in, and that diversity in this place reflects our Canada. Madam Speaker, as a mother, it's not every day you get to welcome your kid into this place. Congratulations to the graduates, including my daughter Eden. Your futures are bright, and we are proud of all you have accomplished and all you will do in your futures. Yashar Koach.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On June 3rd, Conservatives lost a truly remarkable and longtime activist, Ed Odishaw, at 86. Edward Alvin Odishaw was born and raised in North Battleford, earning his law degree from the University of Saskatchewan. In 1973, he moved to Vancouver, practicing corporate law with Swinton and Company and then Boughton Law. As a friend of my older brother, Greg Finley, I first met Ed when I was a teenager. From the age of 26, he spent 5 years as executive assistant to Premier Ross Thatcher. Later, his love of politics flourished in the Conservative Party. He first served the leader of the official opposition, John Reynolds, and then proudly worked with Prime Minister Harper. He mentored me and so many. Ed was eloquent, genuine, and true to his word. Ed loved Canada and lived his life with integrity and dignity. He leaves behind an enormous legacy of friendships and his loving wife of 40 years. I offer my condolences to Teresa and extended family, devoted husband, wise colleague, trusted friend, and a true patriot. Ed was one of the good guys.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the career of Deb Harvey, the executive director of the Grand Theatre in London. She's retiring after 23 years, coming from Nova Scotia on a 6-month contract when the theatre was at serious risk of closing due to significant debt. Since taking the helm, Deb has led the theatre to 2 decades of surplus, only having a small bump in the road due to COVID-19. Deb is deeply respected in our community. She has been unwavering in her desire to ensure the Grand is a teaching theatre, that is, one that mentors students and apprentices. Deb was instrumental in leading the $9 million Reno 2020 project as well, ensuring a safe, new, welcoming space for artists, patrons, staff, and volunteers. Undoubtedly, Deb's departure marks a significant loss for the arts community in London and leaves very big shoes to fill. Deb, congratulations on a truly successful career. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and our community owes you an enormous debt of gratitude. We wish you nothing but the best in your retirement. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a money laundering paradise. The Cullen Commission of British Columbia Inquiry into Money Laundering just released its final report. It details significant gaps and concerns with our money laundering laws and regimes in Canada. Canadians have heard stories of hockey bags full of $20 bills going into casinos to come out laundered. The Cullen Commission even questions whether BC should start its own reporting regime and have its own money laundering commissioner. Global criminals are flocking to our shores, using our country and institutions to finance drugs, human trafficking, and other crime. This activity also increases the demand for housing, pushing up real estate prices for Canadians across Canada. The government must step up and take responsibility. We now have facts that can no longer be ignored. Anything else would be willfully blind. Of course, the beneficial registry and my private member's bill are small steps, but there is much more to be done. That is why I'm calling on the government to launch a national commission and inquiry into money laundering across Canada and give Parliament tangible calls to action to stop this activity and say no to global criminals.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it's not another Raptors NBA championship, but it's worth celebrating. Last week, Andrew Wiggins was instrumental in the Golden State Warriors winning their 4th NBA championship in 8 years. Mr. Speaker, he's a Thornhill boy, and that's why it matters. He went to Glen Shields Public School and then Vaughan Secondary School, where he became the world's top-ranking high school ball player. From there, Andrew pursued a college career to the U.S., where he flourished too. And after just 1 year, he was drafted first overall in 2014. In the final game of the championships, Andrew lit it up, scoring 18 points with 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. Andrew Wiggins is a great example of all the talent in my community and what we have to offer Canada and the world. Buckle up, Canada, because Wiggins is just getting started. And when you watch Wiggins fly, just remember it all started in Thornhill. Bring the trophy home, Andrew.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, about 100 businesses, organizations, and municipalities in the riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle are benefiting again this year from the Canada Summer Jobs Program. I'm also very pleased with the opportunity given to some 400 young people in the region to acquire work experience, often in connection with their studies, thanks to the Canada Summer Jobs Program.
Canada Summer Jobs also allows about 100 companies, organizations, and municipalities to train the next generation. You will certainly come across some of these wonderful young people in day camps, tourist attractions, or elsewhere. Encourage them with a smile. They are our leaders of tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
The member is reading a statement in Inuktitut.
I'm honored to speak on National Indigenous Peoples Day. There are many stories that I could share. Inuit, First Nations, and Métis in Canada have made historic achievements. Of these achievements are the creation, education, and graduation of the Joint Degree Program in Canadian Common Law and Indigenous Legal Orders at the University of Victoria. In the remainder of my time, I thank the Indigenous elders and former students of the residential schools. By your sacrifice, we are regaining our strengths as Indigenous peoples. It is by your determination we are able to celebrate our heritages, languages, and hope for future generations. I am so thankful to you. Kuya Rivasi.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, On June 13th, a house was swept away in the magnificent La Baie sector by a major landslide. Since then, 95 homes have had to be evacuated, leaving 192 residents unsure if they'll ever be able to go back to their homes. Our region is no stranger to natural disasters. In 1996, 600 people lost all their belongings in the flood, and in 1971, the tragedy in Saint-Jean-Vianney destroyed 42 homes and killed 31 people. But, Mr. Speaker, history shows that our people are never defeated. The concern and compassion expressed today have already been replaced by the courage, determination, and solidarity that characterize the people of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. In closing, I invite authorities at all levels to work together to ensure this disaster is just a bad memory as soon as possible. Friends of the people of La Baie, all of Quebec is with you.
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Food, Mr. Speaker, food. Every Canadian and every human being should have access to food. On June the 8th, I attended the retirement of Jim Cornelius, the accomplished Executive Director of the Canadian Food Grants Bank for over 24 years, 5 of which overlapped my time with that organization. Established in 1983, the Canadian Food Grain Bank's footprint can be seen all across Canada in growing projects in farm fields. Local community groups, farmers, church groups, they dedicate the proceeds of a crop. It's matched by additional Canadian donors and then matched again by the federal government in efforts to alleviate hunger. My own riding has several such growing projects in Chatham, Leamington, Wheatley, Blenheim, and South Buxton, with over 220 across Canada. We collectively were making progress toward ending hunger, but conflicts and war have reversed those improvements. And now with Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the world needs more Canadian grain, more Canadian energy, and more Canadian expertise in food production. A recent U.S. president stated, "The world needs more Canada." I agree. Our own security is enhanced when global destabilization does not happen because of global food and energy insecurity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today is Indigenous Peoples Day in Canada. And on top of celebrating Indigenous history, culture, and resilience, today also marks the one-year anniversary of Royal Assent of Bill C-15, the United Nations Declaration on the Right of Indigenous Peoples Act. UNDRIP breathes life into Aboriginal and treaty rights and concretely advances reconciliation. For over 30 years, Indigenous groups advocated at the United Nations and in Canada to be self-determining nations. UNDRIPA turns the page on the colonial legacies of the past and onto a new chapter based on the recognition of Indigenous peoples' inalienable rights. As we collaboratively work to implement UNDRIPA, it will be the foundation for a renewed relationship based on fair, just, and consensual relations between nations. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to not just celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day, but continuing to co-develop legislation that will improve the quality of life for Indigenous peoples across Canada.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Officials were made aware 4 years ago of reports of sexual assault by players at Hockey Canada. They did nothing, and no one was held accountable. The only thing the Liberals did was to give Hockey Canada another $14 million. For a Prime Minister who claims to be a feminist, there seems to be a pattern of covering up and rewarding bad behavior. It seems women really don't matter to this Prime Minister. How could the Prime Minister have let this happen?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have continually stood up to push back against sexual misconduct and harassment in organizations and workplaces across the country, and Hockey Canada is no different. Organizations and people in leadership positions must do their utmost and take decisions to end this culture and trivialization of sexual violence in sport. It's why we commissioned the financial audit to shed light on the use of public funds. We want to get to the bottom of this and all options are being considered to determine the next steps. This behavior is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, it's a repeat pattern, and they're either complicit or incompetent, but either way, women are being harmed. Speaker, now these NDP Liberals are going to force the continuation of hybrid parliament for another year. Now, the Prime Minister and his Liberal ministers can travel around the world, and the NDP can go on junkets, but they don't want to show up here to work. They want to collect a full-time paycheck while doing part-time work. Now, it's true the Prime Minister doesn't want to be here because he's afraid of accountability, but the NDP don't want to be here because they're afraid of hard work. Isn't that the truth, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that this pandemic created hardships in workplaces around the country, but indeed, people adapted. And that was one of the innovations that we brought in with a hybrid parliament that allowed people suffering from COVID, people when public health measures kept it safe, from actually being able to work. I know that there are many more people who continue to benefit from being able to do work remotely. We need to understand that this is a workplace like others, and ensuring that there is an ability to do this work in responsible ways while adjusting to the realities of the future is something we'll continue to do.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Speaker, the gas station attendant, the factory worker, the nurse, the janitor, the farmer all show up for work. But these NDP, with the help of the Liberals, want to work from the comfort of their homes. How entitled are they? The NDP should be ashamed of themselves for propping up these Liberals, and even more ashamed of themselves for not wanting to come to Ottawa to do their job. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, put an end to hybrid parliament so that we can all be here in Ottawa doing our jobs for Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, how we work in Parliament is determined by parliamentarians working together to determine the standing orders, determine how best to represent their constituents, how best be there for Canadians to debate and talk about and pass important legislation. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives consistently use obstructionistic tactics to try and slow down gun control measures, to slow down childcare, to slow down support for Canadians in every possible way they can. We will continue to do our work, to be accountable and engage with Canadians in every way possible.
Before we go to the next question, I just want to remind everyone that we want to hear the questions as well as the answers. So I just want to make sure that everybody calms down. I know everybody's excited because next week we're going to be in our ridings and they're looking forward to being with constituents. But right now we're representing them here in the House. So I just want to remind them, we want them to be proud of us.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the only person here slowing down Canadians who want to travel is the Prime Minister himself, the only person who's stopping Canadians from having access to an important document, which is a passport in this case, is the Prime Minister's incompetence. This is a national crisis, Mr. Speaker. Mario Dumont spent the whole night at Guy Pavot complex for his daughter's passport. He's saying that they are being treated like cattle. But that's not true, because animals aren't left without water all night. That's the difference between that and Passport Canada. How can the Prime Minister be so poor when it comes to delivering products to Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that this situation is difficult and very stressful and completely unacceptable. We know that Canadians have started travelling again and there has been an increase in the number of passport requests. We've created a new centre to increase production capacity. We've hired 600 new members of staff. We will hire 600 more. We have created a new tool for booking appointments online, and we will continue to work day and night to deliver more passports to Canadians. This is a problem, we recognise it, and we will rectify it, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The same answer for the past 3 weeks, Mr. Speaker. 3 weeks and absolutely nothing has been done. Passport Canada would process 90,000 passports per week before COVID, and now they can't even do 48,000 a week, Mr. Speaker. So where's the problem? All this Prime Minister, all that he touches turns to mould. It's the same for passports. We're using talking points from 2-3 weeks ago. The Prime Minister has never had to wait for his passport. He never has to wait when it comes to coming back to the country, and so why does he accept that all Canadians should have to wait? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, we do everything we can to make sure that Canadians obtain their passports as quickly as possible, and that's allowed us to hand out over 360,000 passports since April. Staff is doing overtime every single day and on the weekends to process requests. ESDC is helping us during the weekend. We will continue to do everything that is necessary to rectify this situation for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. We've already said it, Mr. Speaker. We are in a madhouse. People that sleep 3 days outside, who are paying fees for delays caused by the government. Under police supervision, journalists are being kicked out from passport offices. Can the Prime Minister finally be courageous, grow a backbone, and tell the House that he is responsible for this fiasco? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that passport renewal requests have greatly peaked since the end of travel restrictions, and so Passport Canada staff are working day and night relentlessly to deliver passports to Canadians. We understand that people are facing unacceptable delays. This is very difficult, but we will continue to work day and night to rectify the situation, and we will rectify it. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. He was the only person to guess. He was the only person who didn't know that there would be an uptick. When he travels, there's a chartered aircraft that is paid for taxpayers. Someone applies for his passport for him, and sometimes his friends even invite him abroad for holidays. But travellers would like to travel. They ask for their passport, and the Prime Minister says, well, maybe you won't get it in time. Before travelling this week, Mr. Speaker, would the Prime Minister like to sleep in the rain for 2 days waiting for a passport? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in January, we started hiring hundreds of new members of staff for passport services because we saw this coming over the horizon. People have huge requests coming in, a huge number of requests coming in. We are increasing staffing levels day after day. We're accelerating solutions when it comes to delivering passports so that Canadians can travel this summer, can go see their loved ones and their family. That is exactly what we want to do. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we will rectify for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Over 10,000 days have passed since the people of Nishnawbe have had clean drinking water. Over 10,000 days without something that people count for normal in communities across this country. But for the people of Nishnawbe, they've not had clean drinking water for over 2 decades. This is a complete and abject failure of leadership. This government has to acknowledge that this failure must be remedied. So when will this government ensure that the people of Nishnawbe and all First People of this land have access to clean drinking water?
Hear, hear. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of the NDP for asking a question on Indigenous issues on this Indigenous Peoples Day. It is extremely important that we deliver clean water to people right across the country. That's why we made a commitment on ending long-term boil water advisories. When we got into office in 2015, there were 109 in place. We have now lifted over 120, but there are more to do. And I can assure you that in every community where there is a long-term boil water advisory, there is also a plan, a project manager, and the resources in order to lift that drinking water advisory for good. We will continue the work to make sure we're creating real opportunity for Indigenous peoples across this country.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Yesterday, this government announced billions for Arctic defense. Arctic sovereignty is always colonial and patriarchal. The high Arctic relocatees who live in Grise Fiord and Resolute can attest to being sent there without the resources they needed to survive and to thrive. Investments in the North need to help Northerners access safe housing, clean drinking water, and fresh food. Current investments are not working. How will Nunavummiut benefit from the billions being invested in Arctic defense?
Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that protection and sovereignty in our Arctic happens and passes through the people who lived there for millennia. And that's why in our investments in northern security, in our investments in NORAD modernization, the Nunavummiut, the Premier of Nunavut, PJ Ahiaguk, and others, including Natan Obed and the ITK, have been involved in these discussions because we know that as we build infrastructure for safety and protection in the North, we need to be hand in hand with the people who live there and create benefits for them as well as we invest in safety in the North. That's what we will continue to do, hand in hand in the true spirit of partnership and reconciliation.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has continually gotten inflation wrong. First, she said deflation was the concern. Then she said inflation was transitory. Wrong and wronger. Now she says she's considering cutting taxes at the pumps. Good. When Alberta did this, they reduced their inflation rate as higher energy prices drive inflation. Every G7 country is doing something on gas prices. When will she start fighting inflation and give Canadians a break at the pumps, or is she so content to be the wrongest person in the room at the next G7?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the question. And let me just point out that when Canada meets our G7 partners, we are the envy of our peer countries. The IMF, the OECD, and Moody's have all pointed out that Canada is expected to have the strongest rate of growth this year and next year in the G7. And we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7 and the fastest rate of fiscal consolidation. When it comes to affordability, our government is taking meaningful steps, starting with the OAS benefit going up this summer.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, these Spend EP Liberals love warning labels so much. There should have been a mandatory "this product causes inflation and will be harmful to your economy" sticker on the last budget. This Minister of Finance is fond of saying that her government can walk and chew gum at the same time. Well, okay then. Can she explain to this House how she can inject a post-COVID-19 stimulus of $100 billion into the economy and fight inflation at the same time?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the verdict of some objective experts when it comes to Canada's government policy. And I'm going to start with S&P, the ratings agency whose job it is to judge fiscal responsibility. After I tabled the budget in April, S&P confirmed Canada's AAA rating with a stable outlook going forward. And let me also point out that Canada today is tied with the U.S. for the fastest rate of fiscal consolidation. That means bringing down the deficit in the G7. That is fiscal responsibility, and it's appropriate.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the current NDP Liberal budget spending is the most outside of a crisis in 3 decades. It's driving runaway costs of living and rising inflation. Food is up 9.7% since last year, the biggest jump since the 80s. Gas is a record high, over $2 a litre across Canada. It's almost $3 in big cities like Vancouver and Montreal. It's hard in rural areas too. Since last year, fertilizer's up 44%, feed's up 8%, and farm fuel's up 32%. Why don't the Liberals care that Canadians are really struggling right now just to get by?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely understands the challenges Canadians are facing today with the cost of living. But let me actually remind the member opposite of a statement that one of her colleagues made during the private member statements just a moment ago. One of her colleagues pointed out that higher food prices today are being driven by Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We have to remember who is responsible for the challenges that Canadians are facing today.
For Lakeland.
But Mr. Speaker, the Liberals racked up more debt than every other government before it combined. Wow. That puts all Canadians on the hook, and they're worried whether they can make it. Scotiabank says the Liberals are, quote, doing nothing of any significance to slow inflation at the moment and missed their chance to nip it in the bud, the inflation they caused. RBC and BMO predict tomorrow's inflation to be 7.4%, over double from May last year. Liberal spending causes this skyrocketing inflation and forces Canadians to have to choose between heating and eating. Why do the NDP Liberals always make things so much worse for working, everyday Canadians?
Hear, hear. Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me take another opportunity to point out to Canadians listening to us that Canada is tied with the United States in the G7 for the fastest rate of fiscal consolidation, the fastest rate of bringing down our deficit. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians know inflation is a global phenomenon. It's driven by Putin's war in Ukraine. It is driven by China's COVID-0 policies. And I'll give you some numbers to back that up. Our latest inflation number is 6.8% in Canada. That's lower than the US, which is at 8.6%. Germany at 7.4%, the UK at 9%, and the OECD average of 9.2%.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, Daniel Leblanc, Radio-Canada tells us another good thing about this government. This morning, the Revenue Agency's investigation into the KPMG tax evasion scheme was completed 1 year ago. 1 year ago. They confirmed that they had been exonerated. The Minister of National Revenue said, "We'll catch them. This will be much simple when they are caught." Simple question. Why has she known that there was a conclusion for 1 year without telling anyone? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased and very surprised to hear that my colleague across the way seems suddenly very interested in fighting tax evasion. He no doubt knows that I cannot make comments on specific cases. What is more, my colleagues should know that the agency is independent when it comes to its investigations and inquiries. I do not intervene in any of them, and I don't control what they do. We will continue to work vigorously in the fight against tax evasion here in Canada and abroad. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, it's the same minister who for weeks was saying, well, the trapdoor is closing. The reality is that she is the one closing the trapdoor on herself. Because in 2017, she said that she would publish the information publicly. But the investigation ended a year ago. The minister said that everything will be clearer when it's published. But for a year, she has said absolutely nothing. Why, once again, is the government refusing to be transparent? When it's time to talk, they don't talk. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have already mentioned, I cannot make comments on specific cases. My colleagues should know that the agency is independent, which we do not intervene in their investigations, and we do not tell them what to do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the situation is getting out of hand at passport offices, and TVA tells us that at the end of this ordeal, the lucky ones who do actually get their passports at the Guy Favreau complex in Montreal are still being charged extra fees. Despite the minister's instructions, Canadians and Quebecers are still being charged $110. Despite the minister's instructions, the federal government is making Quebecers and Canadians pay for its mistake. The minister has no control over their department. When will they finally ensure that citizens get their passports without undue fees? The Honourable Minister for Families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to reiterate to my colleague that all employees for Service Canada have been told that if passports are outside of standard services, then there will be no supplemental fees. We will reiterate this. It is clear. It has been instructed to all offices in the country, and we'll make sure that it is implemented in the field. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, about as clear as mud. People are being treated like cattle at passport offices, and instead of managing the crisis efficiently and effectively, we've learned that security at the Guy Favreau complex decided to expel a journalist who was reporting on the state of the waiting lines. Mr. Speaker, if the situation degenerates to the point of being embarrassing to show on screen, the solution is not to chase the media away. It is to better manage the crisis. When will the government increase hours, redeploy public servants, treat Canadians and Quebecers decently, and make sure that everyone gets a passport? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Montreal is unacceptable. I have learnt this, I've learnt from this, and it is clear that this is not what should happen. I can reassure my colleagues that now in Montreal, everyone who is going to travel in less than 48 hours will get their passport. Triage is done in the waiting line, and senior management is there in the field in order to manage this situation, which is a huge volume, but an unacceptable volume nonetheless. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, just last week the Minister for Finance made an announcement on inflation without a single penny for our farmers and producers. We have been warning her for months that agriculture is in danger. Inflation is hitting 3 times over. Fuel, fertilizer and feed prices are skyrocketing, adding yet another $1.5 billion to the bills of farmers and producers. If Ottawa does nothing, producers and farmers will go bankrupt and food prices will rise even higher. Farmers have been making concrete demands of the Minister. When will she finally support them? The Honourable Minister for Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I do agree with my colleague that our farmers and producers are working tooth and nail. And like everyone else, they are facing very high prices for feed, for inputs, and for energy. And that is the reason for which we have helped them in many ways. We've had the biggest budget in history at the Agriculture Department, $4 billion for the agricultural sector, and we are working on various different options to find out how we can even better help farmers and producers.
For Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, the utter chaos experienced by Canadians simply trying to obtain a passport from their own government is a crisis solely of this Prime Minister's making. A summer that should have provided much-needed relief after 2 years of significant stress has instead turned into an endless nightmare of dangerous passport office all-nighters and infuriatingly long hold times, often ended in abruptly dropped calls. A year ago, as this fully predictable situation was brewing, the Prime Minister called a completely unnecessary election. Will he now admit that he was wrong to put his political interests ahead of the Canadians he's elected to serve?
Honourable Minister of Families.
As I've mentioned several times in this House, we are experiencing an unprecedented volume in terms of passport applications. We have, in fact, been planning for this surge, and in fact, that's why 600 employees were hired since January. Another 600 are in the process of being hired. We are rearranging and reallocating resources both within Service Canada, but also from other government departments. Mr. Speaker, we understand the situation, we understand the frustration of Canadians, and we will continue to do everything that we can to support Canadians get their passports in a timely fashion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Grand Prairie, Mackenzie.
Mr. Speaker, Sally still hasn't received her new passport she applied for in March. She needs it next week. The government says that she can now travel 5 hours to the nearest passport office to get an emergency passport printed. They've told her to line up at 4 a.m., but won't guarantee that she'll get served that day. They've also said that she must not arrive at the passport office sooner than 48 hours before her flight time in order to qualify for the said emergency printing. Why does Liberal incompetence mean that Sally is forced to drive 5 hours one way to stand in line all night with no guarantee that she'll have her passport by the time her flight leaves?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are currently triaging people in line because of this unprecedented volume to ensure that people don't miss their flight. We have ensured that when people get to the passport office that they are receiving their passports. That member opposite can certainly work with my office to support that constituent. I've been pleased to work with many members opposite to support their constituents to make sure that they can get their passports on time, and we will continue to support them and Canadians as we go through the surge in volume to support Canadians with their passports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, everybody's being rather good, except we've got a couple of people with very strong voices. I would encourage them to whisper across the floor like everyone else.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the passport crisis is simply shocking and unacceptable. Mario Dumont from TVS said, "The government is treating Canadians like cattle." Cattle, Mr. Speaker. Imagine, people are exasperated, they are desperate, but the minister, oh, no, everything's fine. She's been ripping the same platitudes from the very beginning. All staff have to come back to the offices, to open the offices, to be there on the weekend, not just on an appointment basis. When will the minister finally rectify the problem? The Honourable Minister for Families. Mr. Speaker, I understand the frustration of Canadians. We are currently implementing all efforts in order to rectify the situation, and I must correct my honourable colleague from across the way because all staff working on passports with Service Canada are in the office in person, and they have been there for months, Mr. Speaker. And when the honourable member talks of public servants working from home, well, they are also working. It's the same public servants who offered CERB to Canadians, 9 million Canadians who received benefits for workers who are working very hard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Niagara West.
Wherever we look these days, we see the NDP Liberal government in chaos. If it's not chaos at our airports, it's chaos at our passport offices. Every week, dozens of constituents call my office looking for help. People have been waiting since January with little to no response. People are lining up overnight just to get to the office. Some are even being turned away and asked to come back another day after waiting for hours. Mr. Speaker, what other G7 countries have their citizens sleeping on the ground overnight in order to receive basic government services?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague points out, in fact, this is not a situation unique to Canada. In fact, the United States, the UK, France, Australia, Sweden are waiting between 10, 11, up to 27 weeks. This is precisely something that is happening right around the world. It doesn't make it acceptable here, and that's exactly why we are throwing everything we have to fix this situation, to ensure that we can do this better. But there are almost all of our peer countries are going through the exact same thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
KPMG literally counseled the wealthiest Canadians to use offshore tax havens. They told Canadians, put your money into your assets into the Isle of Man tax-free haven, and then we'll help you recover them tax-free. Sounds pretty shady to me. Also sounded shady to the CRA, so they launched a criminal investigation which found that there was no wrongdoing, which clearly means we need to change the laws. So when will this government finally change the laws to make sure the wealthiest Canadians aren't able to use offshore tax havens and avoid paying their fair share and actually start contributing fairly like the rest of Canadians do?
Here, here, here. The Honourable Minister of Revenue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to see how enthusiastic my colleague is in fighting tax avoidance. The CRA will continue fighting tax evasion both in Canada and abroad. We have a solid network of tax agreements. Our investments are showing results. It is increasingly difficult to hide money abroad, Mr. Speaker. I have a simple message for all those who are thinking of committing tax evasion. The CRA will find you wherever you are. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. KPMG advised people in Canada to use tax loopholes. The government has the power to end the legislation that permitted that type of action. Will the government finally do something to change the law to ensure that businesses pay their fair share, just like everyday Canadians. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell my colleague that the CRA is independent. I do not intervene in inquiries. I do not direct them. But it is a priority for our government to continue to work to fight tax evasion. That is why we have invested more than $2 billion, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work hard to counter tax evasion and avoidance.
Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of National Defence announced our government's plan to modernise our continental defences, including replacing the North Warning System. Through this plan, our government will invest in state-of-the-art capabilities so that we can modernise and enhance our ability to defend Canadians against new and emerging threats. This modernisation will benefit all Canadians and all North Americans. Can the Minister please outline the importance of moving forward with these investments, as well as the importance of doing so in partnership with Northern and Indigenous communities when investing in the defence of the North?
Great question.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Yesterday, our government announced the largest investment in continental defence and NORAD in 4 decades, Mr. Speaker. And as part of that, we will ensure that we partner with Indigenous communities in multiple areas, including in the area of infrastructure. We need to make sure that they are together with us in terms of the investments that we will make to keep Canadians safe and to ensure that our Canadian armed forces have the resources and the supplies that they need, Mr. Speaker. The safety and security of Canadians is our top priority.
Honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Speaker, this government continues to interfere with democratic process. The SNC-Lavalin scandal, and now we see, based on the Mass Casualty Commission, that the then Public Safety Minister and the Prime Minister put pressure on Commissioner Lucky. Why did the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister use the death of Canadians to advance their political agenda?
Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to express on behalf of the government, and I hope all members in this chamber, our sympathies and our condolences to the families of the victims. I had the opportunity.
I'm just going to make a comment. It's shameful I can't hear what's being said. So I just want to remind everyone to really just keep your voices down so we can hear the answer. From the top, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for creating some pause in this chamber as I express, I hope on behalf of all members, our condolences and our sympathies with the families of the victim, some of whom I've had an opportunity to meet with. This continues to be a very difficult moment for them. In the interim, we know that the Public Commission is doing its important work independently of government. There needs to be due process. There needs to be a trauma-informed process this, and at the end of the day, we will do whatever we can to support that process so that there can be justice for the families they deserve it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear from recent news reports that the Mass Casualty Commission confirms that the Prime Minister and the then Public Safety Minister interfered with, sadly, Mr. Speaker, the release of numbers of casualties. We know that what the quote says is that in reference to victim numbers, that is 100% Minister Blair and the Prime Minister. Isn't that true, Mr. Speaker?
Hear, hear. I just want to remind the honourable members, when referring to someone else in the chamber, refer to them as their title but not by their name. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety. The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to advise this House that this issue has already been dealt and with the Mass Casualty Commission, in which the Commissioner of the RCMP has confirmed for the Commission that no such direction or pressure was ever exerted by me or by any other member of this government. But, Mr. Speaker, among the important work of the Mass Casualty Commission is examining a number of the significant communication challenges that event involved. We look forward.
We're going to have to stop the minister. I'm having a hard time, and I'm about 20 feet away from the minister. So I'm going to ask everyone to be quiet and maybe ask the minister to take it from the top, because I missed most of that. The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to advise this House that this matter was dealt with a number of months ago, in which the Commissioner of the RCMP has confirmed for the Mass Casualty Commission that no such direction or pressure was ever exerted by myself or any other member of this government. But, Mr. Speaker, among the most important work of the Mass Casualty Commission is to examine the important communication challenges that were evident during this tragic event. We look forward to fact-based findings and recommendations for improvement.
Well, member for Barrie Innisfil.
Okay, so Mr. Speaker, this is critical because according to the commander's notes in the Mass Casualty Commission report, the Commissioner Lucky promised the Prime Minister's office and the Public Safety Minister's office that they would release the information in an active investigation that she was discussing. It would appear that somebody from the Prime Minister's office and the Public Safety Minister's office was directing Commissioner Lucky to interfere in an active police investigation when the investigators on the ground said they didn't want to. Who in the PMO and the Public Safety Minister's office directed Commissioner Lucky?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to confirm that no one in the Prime Minister's office or the Public Safety Office exerted any pressure or direction on the Commissioner of the RCMP. The Commissioner of the RCMP engaged with her officials, and she has already confirmed for the Mass Casualty Commission that no such direction or pressure was ever given by any member of this government.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, that is contradictory evidence according to the Commission's report. According to the commanders on the ground, Commissioner Lucky became extremely upset that the commissioners were not releasing the information in an active investigation, despite the fact that the commanders on the ground said they weren't willing to do it because it would compromise the investigation, Mr. Speaker. So again, I ask, somebody in the Prime Minister's office, somebody in the Public Minister's office directed Commissioner Lucky to get that information. Who was it?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner of the RCMP is in her operations of her police service is entirely independent of government, and I can confirm for this House, and as the Commissioner has also confirmed, that no such direction or pressure was exerted by any member of this government to influence the Commissioner's exercise of her authorities over her police service.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, if you owe the CRA $20, they'll chase you down, but not companies like KPMG that help millionaires hide their income on the Isle of Man, a tax haven. We learned this morning that they were exonerated by the CRA, whereas in the States, for the same financial scheme in 2005, KPMG was fined and 9 executives had criminal charges brought against them. But here in Canada, not even a slap on the wrist. Why is the minister letting these companies use tax havens with impunity? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will say once again to my colleague across the way that more than $2 billion have been invested since 2015 in fighting tax evasion. But if my colleague wants to have a real impact on the results of inquiries, well, I'll be very pleased to send him a letter of reference so he can become an RCMP investigator. The Honourable Member for Mirabel.
Monsieur le Président, en 2017,
Mr. Speaker, in 2017, when the minister was asked if charges would be brought against KPMG, she said yes, because people who create these schemes are also doing something criminal. But today, the CRA is letting them slip through its fingers. The minister is letting the fraudsters and KPMG get away with it. That's unacceptable. Under the Act, the minister can ask for a new inquiry and have an external investigator lead it to cast light on the situation. Will she personally order that inquiry, or will she simply accept that KPMG orchestrate this tax avoidance on the Isle of Man? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, tax evasion and avoidance and fighting them have always been a priority for our government. I'd like to educate my colleague across the way because he's new, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell him that the CRA is an arm's-length agency. I do not manage inquiries, and I am not leading them, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday at Heritage Committee, it was revealed that in June of 2018, a senior official at Heritage Canada was made aware of the allegations of sexual assault at Hockey Canada. Yet for 4 years, the government continued to give Hockey Canada millions of taxpayer dollars while no action was taken to hold anyone accountable or address the dangerous culture that enabled harassment and assault. Mr. Speaker, for 4 years, Hockey Canada continued to receive millions. Why?
Good question.
Le ministre des Sports.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, when Hockey Canada stated that there was a case in 2018, they told Sports Canada that this had been transferred to the London police. And now that we are aware of the allegations and that there has been a settlement, I've asked for a financial audit to ensure that no public funds were used to hide the story. It is a heinous situation, and this is not the end.
For Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're on a journey. That was the quote used by Hockey Canada yesterday at Heritage Committee when they were asked questions with regards to the cover-up culture that is so a part of their institution. Specifically, they were asked questions with regards to an alleged sexual assault case involving gang rape by 8 players. The response, "we're on a journey," seemed trite and altogether inappropriate. So my question for the minister is, I just simply would like to know, are you happy with the response that was received yesterday? And if not, what tangible actions will be taken immediately?
Before we go to the Honourable Minister, I just want to remind everyone in the House that to put their questions through the chair, not directly to each other. L'Honorable Ministre.
Canadians, I'm disgusted and horrified by this situation, and I am not satisfied with the explanation by Hockey Canada yesterday. This is why we will conduct a financial audit to make sure that no public funds were used, and I'm looking at all the options to move forward in this case. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, yesterday, I think we heard damaging testimony from Hockey Canada in relation to that horrendous allegations of an alleged sexual assault that happened some 4 years ago. Hockey Canada needs to own this. My fear is that someday, some of these players will become coaches. To the sports minister, the department was notified some 4 years ago of these allegations. So why did the minister continue the issue of funding to Hockey Canada for the last 4 years?
Here, here. Honourable Minister for Sports.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, a financial audit will be carried out to ensure that no public funds were used to cover up this affair. Like all Canadians, like my colleague, I am horrified by what we heard yesterday. We will ensure that Hockey Canada is held accountable. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Laval-Les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the G7 culture ministers held their first meeting this weekend to discuss issues and challenges in the areas of culture and media. I will interrupt the Honourable Member.
Match going back and forth between a couple of MPs. I don't want to point them out, but I do want to ask them to control their emotions, I guess, for lack of a better word, their anger. L'honorable député, je vais lui demander de commencer.
I will ask the Honourable Member to start over. Mr. Speaker, the G7 culture ministers held their first meeting this weekend to discuss issues and challenges in the areas of culture and media. That meeting was essential to enable G7 countries to cooperate on protecting and promoting our cultures and democracies. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage tell us about how Canada is playing an important role as a global leader in these areas? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. That's a very good question from my colleague, much better than the opposition's. I'd like to thank my colleague for his incredible work. Now, I would say that our G7 allies are very interested by our legislation on culture and democracy, especially C18, for web giants to compensate journalists, because there's the same problem throughout the world. Web giants use our journalists' content without paying for it. That needs to change, and we will do that with our allies.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, there can be little doubt that there was political interference from the Prime Minister's office and the Public Safety Minister's office because of the handwritten notes by Darren Campbell, a superintendent panel in superintendent in the RCMP in Nova Scotia. In his notes, he wrote, "The Commissioner said she had promised the Minister of Public Safety and the Prime Minister's office that the RCMP would release this information. Release information in an active investigation that could have jeopardized the investigation." Who in the Prime Minister's office, who in the Public Safety Minister's office authorized Commissioner Lucki to speak to the RCMP?
The Honourable Minister for Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, the answer is no one. And secondly, perhaps the member opposite isn't aware that the Commissioner of the RCMP is the Commissioner of the RCMP and doesn't require any authorization from anyone else to speak to her own organization. But, Mr. Speaker, what is also clear, and the Commissioner has made very clear to the Mass Casualty Commission, is that no pressure, no direction, no orders were given by any member of this government to her in doing her job of running her organization.
Yes or no? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Funny, Dominic. Unreal. This is not funny, Mr. Speaker, because in his notes, in particular, the Nova Scotia RCMP superintendent said that Lucki had accused them of disobeying her instructions to include specific information on the firearms used by the perpetrator. In his notes, Campbell also wrote that he told the RCMP Strategic Communications not to release information about the perpetrator's firearms out of concern that it would jeopardize the investigation. The RCMP commissioner said that she had received instructions from the Prime Minister's office and Mr. Blair's Public Safety Office, to interfere.
We brought it up, it's nice, but when it gets brought up again, I understand that drama is good for TV, but it's not good for this chamber. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's very apparent that the leader of the House and the opposition is more interested in drama than in truth. Mr. Speaker, there is a fact here. The Commissioner has confirmed that no direction and no pressure was given by me or by any member of this government to direct her in any way. Mr. Speaker, this is a line of which I am most familiar, and no direction of an operational matter was given to the Commissioner of the RCMP by myself or any member of this government, and she's confirmed the truth of that.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but this is not drama. This is about a police commissioner actively...
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil. The question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do apologize, but this is not drama. This is about a direction to a police commissioner of the RCMP to actively be involved in a case, an ongoing investigation in Nova Scotia, from the Prime Minister's office to the Public Safety Minister's office. That's the accusation that has been made in this case, Mr. Speaker. So it is a serious matter that police are actively investigating something, and they're being told by the Prime Minister's office and the Public Safety Minister's office that the commissioners to interfere. Who told them?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times already today, and as I'll say again, no one told the RCMP Commissioner and gave her any direction or exerted any pressure. Mr. Speaker, the conversations that the Commissioner has with her subordinates in her organization is entirely independent of government, and the Commissioner is doing her job, but she has already confirmed for the Mass Casualty Commission a public inquiry intended to get to the facts of this matter, that no such direction was given by any member of this government.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
It's like Oliver Stone. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a trading nation and a strong proponent of the international rules-based multilateral trading system. That being said, Canada is always driving forward to find solutions, even at a time when global trade is facing unprecedented challenges, especially at the World Trade Organization and Canada's leadership with the Ottawa Group. As the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development just returned from the WTO last week, can she give us an update on the outcome of the 12th Ministerial Conference?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Hamilton East Stony Creek for that question. Canada is indeed a trading country. 1 out of 6 jobs depend on international trade. I just returned from a historical ministerial conference at the World Trade Organization where we reached several multilateral agreements with all 164 member countries unanimously. Let me give you a couple of highlights. We worked to adopt a response to the COVID-19 pandemic so that the WTO can be more resilient in future pandemics, including reaching a consensus on the TRIPS waiver. We also reached an agreement so that we can work on the impasse of the appellate system, which Canada and our companies depend on so much. This is multilateral trading at its best, and it's a good day for international.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' failure to fund a single new shelter or transitional home since announcing their violence prevention strategy in 2020 is putting Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people at risk. And this inaction is costing lives. We need oversight. Call for Justice 1.7 of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls calls for an independent ombudsperson and tribunal to ensure accountability. When will the minister implement this call for justice?
Honourable Minister, or the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, addressing the ongoing violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ+ is a whole-of-government approach which requires living up to our goals as a country and all the calls for justice. That is why Budget 2021 put $2.2 billion over 5 years to address the violence towards missing and murdered Indigenous women. We will ensure our initiatives are trauma-informed and focused on those who are still suffering in silence, as well as those who are courageously speaking out to put an end to this tragedy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
This government says that housing is a human right, but in my riding of Edmonton Griesbach, the lack of housing is an emergency. In the last 3 years alone, 453 people have died on the streets of Edmonton because they didn't have shelter, many of whom are Indigenous. Under this government, the issue is getting worse. The Liberals are more interested in big developers' profits than putting a roof over people's heads. People in Alberta Ave and across my community aren't seeing results. When is this government going to drop the talking points and build homes for people that they can't afford?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Honourable Member's concern and important question on this issue. We've invested in the Rapid Housing Initiative, for example, a program that is aimed at the most vulnerable, and the member city of Edmonton has actually benefited to the tune of hundreds of permanently affordable new homes for the most vulnerable through our investments in the co-investment fund and our expected investments through the Housing Accelerator Fund, even bringing forward future money to this year to get more money out the door to the tune of 22,000 new affordable homes for the most vulnerable. There's more work to be done, but we've made a lot of progress, Mr. Speaker.
Outstanding. Way to go on, That's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. It being 3:14, pursuant to order made on Monday, June 20th, 2022, there is an agreement between the parties to have some brief statements at this time. Je donne maintenant la parole à l'honorable député de Mégantic.
I now recognize the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, it is an honor to speak today about our leader, the leader of the official opposition and of the Conservative Party.
And my first words, Mr. Speaker, won't be mine, but these are words to describe the member for Portage-Lisgar in her native province of Manitoba.
To describe the member for Portage-Lisgar in her home province of Manitoba. The Winnipeg Free Press described her as arguably one of the hardest working MPs in Canada. Without a doubt, she's one of the hardest working MPs in Canada. That's exactly why the MP for Portage-Lisgar successfully rose to the challenge of interim leader of the Conservative Party of Canada as a short leadership race began that will allow members to choose a new leader on September 10th. Candice, if you permit, Mr. Speaker, as everyone in our caucus calls her, has shown us that she's not only a hard worker, but that she is a woman of values, principle, who knows how to listen to others, and above all, who knows how to make decisions while respecting the differences of each other member of this team. Absolutely. Si Candice a réussi à si bien intégrer les responsabilités.
Candice quickly became very strong at the leadership role. In fact, though we are all talented, she is extremely talented. Candice was elected member for Portage-Lisgar in 2008 after having worked for the Conservative Party for many years. She is a woman of character. What led her to her advocacy at the time was Liberal overspending. Isn't that ironic, Mr. Speaker? Things don't seem to change. She then became director of the Manitoba Leadership Campaign for the person who would become Prime Minister of Canada, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper. And she really had the desire to serve the people of her riding as well as all Canadians. In 2008, she was elected by a strong majority, the Member of Parliament for Portage-Lisgar. The constituents in her riding chose a strong voice to represent them in Ottawa. We have gotten to know her, and we know that she has unlimited love for Canada and Canadians. In 2011, she was named Parliamentary Secretary to Vic Toes. As Parliamentary Secretary, she worked with the Minister for Public Safety, notably on C-19, the government's ban on the long gun registry, which came in the next year in 2012. Then in 2013, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper recognized the great talent of the member for Portage-Lisgar, as well as her advocacy for Canadians who were struggling and needed strong voices to represent them. Then she became Minister for Social Development in Cabinet. She worked tirelessly in Canada's fight against chronic homelessness. She also worked hard to defend those living with disabilities. In 2006, Candice broke a glass ceiling for the first time in the Conservative Party. She became the first female in the Conservative Party's history to become a parliamentary House leader. Rona Ambrose saw in Candice a team player who would do a great job organizing the official opposition's work and projects so that all of our supporters and all Canadians' voices could be heard and represented here in the House. She did her job with great excellence. Candice knew how to use all avenues available at Parliament to make the government understand that it does not have carte blanche, it does not have free rein to do whatever it wishes. The member for Regina Capel also recognized the strength of the member for Portage-Lisgar, asking her to continue to serve the country as interim leader of the official opposition. With all that great experience, she then became a deputy leader for the member for Durham. Mr. Speaker, all of our party leaders with whom she has worked in her capacity as MP have given her big responsibilities because she is a woman who we can trust. The Conservative caucus knows her as a woman who unites us. She was able to lead the party through a rather turbulent period. She has been working very hard for a very long time. Mr. Speaker, she's no interim leader, no temporary leader. She is the leader of the Conservative Party for a temporary period.
From day one, she got to work to do what she was asked to do, to lead the Conservatives during a leadership race, to present strong, united opposition to the Liberal government, and to be the voice of all Canadians without exception. On behalf of all of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I can say that she was successful in all of her endeavors. She is the leader of all Conservatives, and she made us forget the acting portion of her term as a leader. She is a woman who united Conservatives in a difficult time. And I can say that before I started to work with her daily, because it was a privilege to do so, I did know what a talented politician she was and what a talented parliamentarian she was. But I didn't really know why she was so successful.
Almost 25 years, and I was intrigued by the path of my colleague from Manitoba. Today, I will share this secret with Canadians. The secret to the success of Candice, the MP for Portage-Lisgar, the leader of the official opposition and the Conservatives, can be summed up in 3 words: respect, values, and principles. Candice is a woman of faith, the youngest of 8 children. She grew up in a family with Mennonite roots. Étant la plus jeune de la famille,
as the youngest child, she had to learn very young to listen to others. What she learned in her family, she used throughout her life, in her professional and her personal life. For her, every single member of caucus deserves being heard, and all points of view deserve to be considered. I sincerely believe, Mr. Speaker, that she sees caucus as her family. She understands and accepts differences and can tolerate certain behaviors that might not be within the main, but she will push each member of caucus to use his or her talent for the good of the team, and she will make sure that the family works together. She is the epitome of Conservative values that make us what we are. And she does not back down. She believes and will fight for her beliefs to the end, and that is a huge quality. And she knows, though, while all of this is happening, that her colleagues can have different opinions. She takes positions based on her convictions and her values, and she tries to find common ground rather than seeking to always be right. She required from all of us that same open-mindedness, and she did it with a strong hand, Mr. Speaker. I really do believe that she feels that each member of caucus is a member of her extended family, and I think that I can speak on behalf of all of my colleagues when I say thank you for accepting us as we are. I can tell you that we have some faults, but we also have qualities, and I would like to highlight that. You have to understand that for our leader, family values were passed down by her parents, by her mother in particular, who she visits regularly. And her children are a source of inspiration for her. They are always first in her heart. Luke Delaney, who's here in Ottawa, and Parker, you must be very proud of your mother. I can tell you that she is incredibly proud of you. And I don't think Candice, the mother, would be unhappy if I were to tell you that she's also a grandmother of 2 grandchildren. And there's also Michael, who is by her side in this political journey, and who also sings and plays music with her and can also help her think of something other than politics every once in a while. Thank you, Michael, Candace's children, and her grandchildren for having shared Candace with us. Now, I think that I speak on behalf of all of the members of this House when I recognize the extraordinary human being that the Leader of the Official Opposition is.
Devoted much of her life to public service, to defending the people of her riding of Portage-Lisgar, and to wanting to improve the future of all Canadians. On behalf of all my fellow Conservatives, I want to say thank you to Candace for leading our party and caucus in a strong yet gentle way, showcasing everyone's strength and respecting everyone's opinion. Candace showed us that we can be proud of who we are. She gave us back the pride of being united as a team. She taught us the pride of being conservative in 2022. Elle nous a enseigné la fierté d'être.
She taught us the pride of being conservatives in 2022. Mr. Speaker, the summer break is upon us, but I would like to say something. Candace is our leader until the 10th of September, so I don't think the time off will be that restful between now and September. Thank you, Candace, for having trusted us.
Et pour ton travail acharné.
And thank you for your hard work for the Conservative Party of Canada.
I now recognize the honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, it is always a privilege for me to rise in this House to speak, and today it is on behalf of the governing benches and the Liberal Party about a woman who has my appreciation. I know that my colleague across the aisle was elected back in 2008 for the very first time, and she has served her riding of Portage-Lisgar ever since. And it's actually not that long ago that the same member and her party occupied the seats on this side of the House. The member of Portage-Lisgar served as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and then went on to serve as Minister of State for Social Development. Then in August of 2016, I was honoured to be named as the first and to this day only woman to serve as Government House Leader. And nearly a month after, the member of Portage-Lisgar was named the official Opposition House Leader, and as the member for Mégantic-L'Érable shared, the first Conservative woman in this world, named by one of the many former opposition leaders in this House, the member for Regina Qu'Appelle. I, for one, can't remember which sequential leader, interim or otherwise, he is, as since 2015 alone, the Conservative Party has gone through so many leaders. But I do know that he is one of many, as is my colleague and friend from Portage-Lisgar. Though most would not know, based on my deliberations or debate with her in this place or in the media, though our politics do not align, and though we often agree to disagree, and to be fair, Mr. Speaker, even our initials are opposite, but I digress. Mr. Speaker, all of our differences aside, I can say that she has served our country with conviction. I, for one, know that she respects this institution, because when two women were involved in running this House, the order paper was cleared at the end of the session. I, for one, can say that I knew this member and her work before she took on the very esteemed role of the interim leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. While I believe that my colleague across the way rightfully was honoured by this responsibility and all the glitz and glamour that it comes with, I, for one, can say that I may not have been as eager to move into Stornoway as perhaps she was. Yet now that this experience, I would welcome her thoughts on any additional insights on public or government-funded housing. Mr. Speaker, I cannot say I miss her as an adversary, as she was a formidable one. But I know that even despite our differences, I know that we will continue to work towards the same goal, that is, leaving this place and our country better off. I know that she has worked hard for her constituents, her family, including 3 children who never stop making her proud, and her 2 grandchildren whom she loves unconditionally. From this side of the aisle, I know that Liberals look forward to seeing what comes next, and we know she will serve well in whatever she continues or takes on. To my colleague and friend opposite, I say thank you for your service to Canadians during your time as interim leader of the official opposition. We say thank you to your family for sharing your time and talent, and we wish you all the best in your endeavors. Keep well and safe. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the member for Portage-Lisgar. Oh, sorry, I started on the second page. I am sorry about that. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to go back to the last speech by the member for Portage-Lisgar as interim chief or leader of the Conservatives. It is not easy to be the interim leader of a political party when there's a leadership race on. It is a position that requires tact, balance. It requires moving forward with caution in order to make sure that the party's positions are flexible and that to ensure that the troops are buoyed by the leadership that is provided. Sometimes those positions are not at all shared by the people contending for the leadership of the party, and they may be at loggerheads, in fact. But I can say that, like Jacques Parizeau, the member might say that you have to be incredibly careful when you put a toe in the ocean because you don't know what awaits you. And I can say that that is something that is to be kept in mind. And I can also say that the member for Portage-Lisgar played her role as interim leader with brio. And she also fulfilled the trust of the people of Manitoba who put their trust in her. And we would like to wish her a good summer. And we would like to say that we are very anxious to see her once again in any parliamentary role that she undertakes, because it will be successful, I am sure. Happy summer and until the fall.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House today to recognize the contributions of the member from Portage-Lisgar. The honourable member's record is an enviable one. Elected in 2018, the honourable member was re-elected in 2011, 2015, 2019, and 2021. And she has also served in her time here in this place as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Minister of State, for Social Development, Shadow Minister of Natural Resources, the Opposition House Leader, Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party, and of course now the interim Leader of the Conservative Party and Leader of Opposition. It is a tremendous record, and I'm sure she is not done yet, Mr. Speaker. Of course, these important roles don't cover her many other contributions to this place. One only has to learn about her family life and her motivations in entering politics to understand her drive to contribute to this place. She has also been an effective defender of her constituents' interests. And while we fundamentally disagree on many issues, I have much respect for the opposition leader. This place and every other legislative body in this country has a long way to go before being truly representative of Canadian society. In fact, the 2021 election was a record year for female members of Parliament, with 103 women elected to the 338-member House of Commons of Canada. And yet that's still just 30% in this chamber. 30%. But I do thank the member for her incredible work of showing leadership of what women in this place can do. So I hope that as a part of her ongoing legacy, she would encourage more women to run in her party. We all would like to see them here in this place, in every party in this chamber. It is my hope that with every election, this chamber becomes more representative of the communities we are elected to represent. I am sure that the honourable member will continue to contribute in this place, be it in a different capacity, and I would be remiss if I didn't also thank her family, 2 children, a spouse, and 3 3 children and 2 grandchildren, for their capacity, because we know how much they give to allow us to be here to do this work. It is a type of work that does not give you a lot of time, and I know the many sacrifices she has made, but I also know her dedication and love for her family. We cannot do our jobs effectively if we don't have the people who love us standing with us. So I know that she respects and honors their contribution to her place here in this House. So on behalf of all New Democrats, we thank her and wish her all the very best in the future.
I now recognize the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Hi, I want to say a hi and affectionate hug to the honourable member for Portage Lisgar. And some in this place may be surprised by that, but I'll just go back and say that when I was first elected in 2011, I remember exactly the moment when I first hugged the honourable member for Portage Lisgar. And it was right after I'd done we're all going away for Christmas now, and we're preparing for the birth of our Lord. And there was a very genuine affection between us that was immediate. Now, we don't have anything else in common. No, we do. We have something else in common that I want to mention. I mean, I also hugged her on another occasion. We hug a lot. When the Conservatives succeeded in passing a bill I didn't want to see passed, killing the long gun registry. But I ran over to say to the honourable member for Portage Lisgar, congratulations. Because she, unlike so many in this place, did not go into politics because she'd been a career door knocker, political nerd, wanting to someday be an MP. That career path is more like mine, caring about an issue, letting care about that issue bring you into politics to make a difference. And I know the honourable member for Portage Lisgar, how devastated she must have been back in the 40th Parliament when her private member's bill, C-391, which would have gotten rid of the long gun registry, failed. And then it came back once they had a majority. There's something about commitment and persistence that resonates with people, whether you agree with the person, the goal or not. I respect the persistence, I respect the integrity, and I respect the fact that the honourable member for Portage Lisgar is here because she cared about an issue, not because she sought personal power. And I reflect on that with genuine care and affection, and hope that someday she'll agree with me on climate change. Thank you very much.
I now recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That was very, very nice. It's amazing how when we want to be kind in this place, we can be very kind. But just a little dig, Bardish, I got that one. But no, that was really kind of everyone, and I do want to thank my deputy leader. I want to thank the leader of the Bloc Party. I want to thank the member from North Island, Powell River, and the House leader for the Green Party, and the member from Waterloo for those very kind comments. Now, Elizabeth, we did hug another time that you don't remember. It was in the studios at CTV, and I think a pipeline had just been approved, so it must not have been under the Liberal government, but a pipeline was approved, and Elizabeth came in, and she was devastated, and I mean, I was pretty happy, but she saw me, and she just, I need a hug. I can't believe this pipeline was approved. Do you remember that one? Yes, so we may have hugged another time, but thank you. I'm very humbled, and I'm grateful for all of the kind words. Thank you for that. It's really been an honor of my life, Mr. Speaker, to lead my Conservative colleagues and our party over the last several months. And it's not over yet. As the Deputy Leader said, I'm still the leader until September 10th, but I know this part of my leadership is coming to an end here in the House of Commons. It's been not only an honor, but I've really enjoyed it immensely. It's been incredible to work alongside each one of these amazing MPs around me to make decisions that we believe are the best decisions for the people of Canada and our party, and we've done that together, and I've really enjoyed this. The last several months have been very gratifying. as I've watched our caucus and our party heal some rifts and come together and be in probably one of the strongest positions that we've been in a very, very long time, over 600,000 membership strong. So I'm going to say that. And as I've said to my caucus many times, we're not always uniform in our ideas and our perspectives, but we are genuinely unified in our goals. This caucus has been an incredible group to lead, and I want to say thank you to them for putting their faith in me. I wasn't expecting to be the leader of the party, and as you know, it all happened very fast, literally over the course of a few hours, and there was no recess or riding week to get ready. So the House of Commons sat the next day, and I and the people around me stepped into our roles without missing a beat, or at least trying not to miss a beat, during a bit of a tumultuous time in our caucus and actually in the country. It was a pretty difficult time in the country. And so I want to just take a moment, if I could, and say thank you to a few people who were especially helpful during that time. First of all, my whip, House Leader, and the leadership team around me who stepped into their roles and were just amazing and so supportive, and they're very good friends. Servant leaders. You know, we hear that term, servant leadership. I would say these individuals around me have been true servant leaders to our caucus, and I'm so grateful for what they've done. I also want to say a big thank you to 3 of my Hill office staff members, Neil MacDonald and Kim Baker and Grace Galen, who were not hired to work for the leader of the Conservative Party, but when that happened overnight, all 3 of them just stepped into these roles and were amazing, and I'm just so grateful. I know you sacrificed a lot, you did a lot, and thank you so much.
Well done, Neil.
I also want to thank my riding staff, Deb Giblin and Colleen Kyle, who have not seen much of me in 6 months, but they have kept things going very successfully in the riding, and I'm very grateful to them. Thank you as well to William Stairs, my Chief of Staff, and Nancy Hepner, my Director of Communications. William actually came out of retirement to, as he said, make sure the ship stayed afloat. And Nancy left her family and her home in Saskatchewan to be here for the last 6 months, and that's a real sacrifice. So I'm very grateful for what they've done. I think as members of Parliament and leaders, we know we get the credit a lot. We're in the limelight, but it's these people, it's our staff members who put up with a lot, work hard, and I want to make sure they get the credit today that they deserve. I do want to say thank you to my family. My leadership came as a big surprise to my kids. They're not watching Question Period or the news all day, every day. So February 2nd in the evening, I think they turned on the news and saw their mom, and Grammy was the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. My children have sacrificed a lot over the last 14 years, but I know that they would say they've gained a lot. Luke, Delaney, and Parker, you are the very best kids in the world. And I am so grateful for your love, your support. You're always proud of me, and you show that, and I love you very much. Thank you very, very much for being my kids. And a big thank you to my husband, my love, Michael, who has been a partner and my partner in this every step of the way. I know he has helped me. You've helped me be a better member of Parliament and a better leader because of your wisdom and your sense of humor and your support. So thank you very, very much. So although I won't be leader after September 10th, I know I still have a lot of work to do as a leader within our caucus and within our party and our movement. And I'm looking forward to working with our new leader and Conservatives around the country to do just that. As I close, as you know, and as the member Bartis mentioned, Michael and I did move into Stornoway, and we will be there until the new leader is chosen. We have enjoyed being able to use it as a working house and a place for colleagues and others to gather and meet and talk about important issues facing our country. But you'll be interested to know that I'm still getting some mail coming to Stornoway addressed to past opposition leaders who lived there previously. Actually, I've gotten some mail for some of our previous leaders, and I plan to give it to them the next time I see them. But if anyone on the Liberal side happens to know where Michael Ignatieff is these days, I think he may have won a prize in a lottery or something, because I got a piece of mail for him. Or we can just wait till after the next election when the Liberals will be taking over Stornoway again. And maybe Michael Ignatieff will come back to visit, and one of you can give him that piece of mail.
Leave it on the desk. Leave it on the desk.
We'll leave it on the desk. But all joking aside, again, thank you everyone for your kind words. It's been a fun 6 months. It's been an incredible session. Our work is not over. I know we will all finish strong because that's the kind of people that we are. I wish everyone here, all of the members of Parliament, all of the support staff, you, Mr. Speaker, we're getting ready to rise and go back to our ridings. I wish you all a wonderful summer as you head back and work for your constituents. Godspeed to everyone in the days ahead, and God bless Canada.
It being at 3:45 p.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Richards on the motion at third reading of Bill C-11. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Monsieur Rodriguez, appuyé par Madame Saint.
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mrs. Saint-Onge, moved that Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass.
Mr. Richards, seconded by Mr. Viss, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. And I quote, Bill C-11, an act amend... let me start that one again. May I dispense? No? You want to? Okay. And I quote, Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time, but that it be read a third time this day 6 months hence. Close quotations. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Of the amendment, please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Culkins.
Mr. Culkin.
Ms. Lantzman.
Ms. Lantzman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rood.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kuzmayarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmayarchuk.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton East.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Ms. McDonald Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Ms. Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. de vote électronique est terminée.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
The vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Madame Joly.
Je vote contre.
Madame Joly, contre, against.
Mr. Fonseca.
Je vote contre.
Mr. Fonseca, contre, against.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Madame Bendayan, contre, against.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 209, 209.
I declare the amendment defeated. Thank you. The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mrs. Saintonge, moved that Bill C-11, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary got up first. It was very close.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote, please.
Okay. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kuzmayarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmayarchuk.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Fillmore.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkhoury.
Monsieur Elkhoury.
Mr. Naqvi.
Mr. Naqvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Fragiscatos.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
I yelled and screamed at you a bunch of times.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez. Whoops.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlow.
Ms. Idlow.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Island.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Brassard. Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Lanceman.
Ms. Lanceman.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. Dreesen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morantz.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
The House will now wait for the electronic. Oh, sorry. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Sorry. I'm sorry. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. Okay. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has now ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter,
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Seka.
Yay.
Mr. Fonseca, 4 pour.
Madame Bendayan.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame Bendayan, pour 4.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 208, 208. Nays contre 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried. Very good. Orders of the day. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills.
Second reading of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts respecting firearms, and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Small.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, but before she begins, I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we have debate going on, and please respect the honourable member, and we want to hear what she has to say. So if you have a discussion going on, please take it into the lobbies. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for asking for order in this place. It is always difficult after such things as votes. And I had expected someone else to finish their time, so I was a little caught off guard. It's an honor to rise in this place and speak to Bill C-21. I'm going to try to deal with a number of complex issues in a short amount of time and hope it works. Mr. Speaker, it relates to C-21, and that's the use of firearms. And I want to comment on some of the discussion during question period about the Portapique shootings. I think it's important to reflect on what I take away from the news media at this time when I have a moment to say it. It's obviously not ever appropriate to interrupt, to think that there's no chance of interrupting question period, to put his perspective. As a Nova Scotian, originally, I was devastated, as we all were, by the shootings at Portapique. It happens that the RCMP officer who was killed, Heidi Stevenson, was a friend of mine, and I know her mother well. It was awful to watch what looked like, and I think that we'll see what the mass casualty inquiry produces as a result. But it's pretty clear to me, and I want to speak clearly to this, that the RCMP in Nova Scotia failed the public badly. I know a commission is looking at this, but they had information that was not shared. They failed to put out a warning. 22 people were killed. And I know that this inquiry is very important to all the families who lost loved ones. But what appears to me to have been an uncalled for assumption by some members in question period to put in question the integrity of the Minister of Public Safety and Security and the Prime Minister's office. I'm not an apologist for Liberals, but I thought that was not what the evidence reveals. When I look at the CBC reports of what they found out, it appears to me that in the aftermath of the shooting, the Nova Scotia RCMP was all too quick to try to obscure facts from the public rather than to reveal them. And it appears to me that the RCMP Commissioner, Brenda Lucki, provided more transparency, provided real information. And if anyone in PMO instructed her anything, it seems to me it would have been tell everybody what's happened, just be transparent. I am very concerned that we let any false rumors or assumptions to besmirch reputations of others, including Brenda Lucki, be spread in this place. It appears to me, as in a number of other shooting incidents, that sometimes the police get it wrong. They didn't move in Uvalde, Texas, when they should have to save those children. And there's a common denominator that I discern, that when the RCMP are slow to move, or the police are slow to move, it's because the people they would have to deal with are heavily armed. I don't find the police slow to move against unarmed protesters. I don't find the police slow to move against Indigenous people. But they delay when they are at risk for their own safety, all too often. Not always, but all too often. In the case of the Nova Scotia shooter, we know his name. I don't want to repeat it because of the crimes he committed, but he was well known to the RCMP. And in the early hours after the shooting, the RCMP put out, Nova Scotia RCMP, not the commissioner, put out false statements that he was not known to them. He was known personally to them. They had warnings about him. And this goes to make the bridge and the connection to Bill C-21, this goes to a number of the provisions of C-21 that if C-21 had been law at that time, could have saved lives, which is to say that when the neighbors of the multiple shooter in Nova Scotia, let's just call him the evil dentist for the time being, his neighbors reported him to the RCMP on numerous occasions, but no action was taken. Neighbors were so frightened of him that they literally sold their dream home and moved away, and yet nothing was done to even conduct a search of the property or even to inquire, why is he buying a car that looks just like an RCMP vehicle? Why does he dress up like an RCMP officer? These details were known in the community, and a number of them were reported to law enforcement authorities. Could this bill have made a difference there? I think it could have, but only if the RCMP or local police are prepared to use the information that comes to them, which is why one of the provisions I like particularly in this bill, I'll go to it here in my copy of the bill, is the ability to seek an ex parte motion on the strength of concerns from people who are concerned that some person may be threatening others, not just with firearms, by the way, Mr. Speaker, but with crossbows. This is really important, or with explosive substances. This is really important. This is found at the application for an emergency prohibition officer in Section 4 of this Act that would amend Section 110 of Firearms Act. I think it's really important that we recognize what an ex parte order is. That means that someone can go to the court without notifying the person they're scared of that they're going to court, and that there can be an emergency search and seizure without a warrant. Now, this violates every instinct of my being, searches without warrants, because I'm a civil liberties kind of lawyer. But when you look at the history of violence from people who had people in the community know. So there's a lot about this law that I hope we have time to study thoroughly. I want to speak to that. But the red flag and yellow flag provisions, the ability to go to a court, to go to a judge, and without fear of retribution from someone who's well armed, who has crossbows. It may be in cases, as we know all too frequently, of intimate partner violence. It may be in cases of the random and reckless killing of others, as in the case of Portapique, or the desperately sad case of Lyle Desmond, who killed his wife and mother and kids, and he was, of course, suffering from PTSD from his service in our armed forces and didn't get the help he needed, even though he'd gone to a hospital the day before. There are many and varied circumstances when the presence of firearms in a home makes the difference between life and death, and where the provisions in C-21 will indeed, I hope, save lives. But I want to turn to a process question at this point, Madam Speaker, which is why rush this bill? I am very concerned that we just invoked time allocation on a bill that we'd only had before us for debate for 3 hours. This bill is complex, it has many moving parts, and the government itself has changed its views on key aspects of this bill between its version last year at C-10, its version last year was also C-21, and its version this year, C-21. They changed their minds, and I think wisely, on the question of voluntary versus mandatory buybacks. They've changed their minds, I think, wisely on the question of any jurisdiction other than the federal government regulating guns. Those are not wise choices, and this bill has changed in that way. Bills get better when they're studied. Any attempt to achieve consensus will improve a bill. A decision on the government side that the Conservatives are only going to obstruct and delay and filibuster is entirely a justified conclusion given conduct so far in this Parliament. But that doesn't excuse shortening the time for debate, shortening the time for study, shortening the time to try to find consensus in this place, which is possible. And again, Madam Speaker, I want to put forward some of the things that would help achieve consensus. One is to observe the rules, which are our rules. It does not take changing the standing order to ban the practice of reading a speech. How does that connect? Well, when a whip or House leader in a party knows that they can rally however many MPs they have, sort of like cannon fodder, here you go, here's your speech, you're giving it in 10 minutes. You can clog up the works of this place with people giving speeches. Mais si nous avons le pratique toujours avec nos règlements, que ce n'est...
But if we have the practice that it is prohibited to read a speech, then what has to happen is that you have to express your own thoughts in a debate, and that will cancel out the practice of seeing a number of members speaking on each bill.
So that we can have real debate among fewer MPs, because fewer MPs will be able to stand up and speak without a written speech. The next thing we need to do is consider how many days we sit in this place. We have this panic this time of year, every year, as though there's going to be disaster that strikes if we don't adjourn on a day set. We could sit for more days. I have 15 seconds left, but I'll just say we sit for far fewer days than the U.S. Congress and even fewer days in the British Parliament. I voted against time allocation because this is a complicated bill, and we should take the time it needs to respect each other and come up with the best bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Prime Minister Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands for her intervention today and her thoughts and her reflections on this. I do have a question for her about her criticism of the requirement for time allocation. I know that this member spends a lot of time in the House, and she certainly is aware of what goes on in this House. And I'm sure she's certainly aware of the fact that on numerous occasions, Conservatives are continually using any tactic possible to just literally ground the government to a halt. They don't even pick one or two issues that will be the hills they die on. They seem to want to just be willing to do anything at any point to stop debate. I'm wondering if she can, given her comments and her concern for time allocation, if she can reflect on that.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeah, to my honourable friend from Kingston, the Islands, I've seen that. I remember, I think it was sometime before the 2019 election, we had a quick move by a Conservative who was very pleased with the move to sort of hoist a motion that meant that the private member's bill on declaring a Canadian day to acknowledge our Spanish heritage, managed to get it for a mandatory debate that lasted 5 hours. Now, people were running out of things to say. There was one person saying, I like a sombrero, I make gazpacho. There was nothing to say, and everybody was in support of the motion. It was clearly a delay tactic. But again, we have to work harder to preserve our basic core principles and values in this place, which is that every MP should participate in reasonable debate within which we respect each other. And when the Conservatives, and it's not just the Conservatives, in another Parliament it'll be somebody else, we can't allow the worst conduct of any particular Parliament to drive lesser rights for members of Parliament in the next Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for her intervention. I think there are some really germane facts about the Mass Casualty Commission that really people need to understand, since the member brought it forward. Certainly that action was perpetrated by illegal guns, not by a legal gun owner, Madam Speaker. So I think that's important to point out. I think the other important thing here to point out, Madam Speaker, is really to talk about what we need to talk about here in this House is so important that we all get a chance to do it, and the time allocation that the government wants to do with respect to this bill is absolutely ridiculous when we continuously see ministers misleading this House with information that's very clear, and we now know that we can't trust anything that they say. So how do we expect to put these bills forward, Madam Speaker? That's the point of debating this at the current time. Thank you.
Violence.
To my honourable colleague for Cumberland Colchester, of course, in whose riding these killings took place.
The Mass Casualty Commission has revealed some things, and we have to wait for their final conclusions. I think it was a mistake not to require that the RCMP officers, all of them who participated in the events, were part of the inquiry and testifying. I know the families, some of the families have even withdrawn participation because they're so disappointed with the path of the inquiry. So what I'm going to say is that whether the guns were legal or illegal, many neighbors tried to tell the RCMP they were scared of this man, and nothing was done. And C-21 will help deal with that. L'honorable, questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Quickly, please. Yes, I'll be quick, I promise. I would like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. And I agree with her. I do not agree with dilatory measures, and I think that we should not have time allocation either, because then we can't get into things deeply. So when we were asked to vote twice rather than one to decide which Conservative member should speak, I'm still stunned. I'd like to know what she thinks.
Has 50 seconds to respond.
C'est plusieurs temps, merci.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to thank my colleague for the Bloc, Berthier-Masquinongé, that's right. I think the time allocation is an error in a democracy. It is necessary to have the time to truly study issues. Bill C-21 is important, and I think I'm in favor of it. But there are a number of issues in the bill where I think we need some changes to make improvements, particularly with regard to people who use firearms for sports, who have absolutely legal intentions. We have to make as many efforts as possible to find solutions together. And that is why I am against time allocation.
The Honourable for Vancouver-Grenville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak on Bill C-21, enact, amend certain acts, and make certain consequential amendments to firearms. And I'm proud to support such crucial legislation that's going to make a real difference in keeping communities like mine safe, free of gun violence. You know, gun violence is on the rise in Canada. It presents a serious and significant threat to communities across the country, in the streets and at home. Every 6 days, a woman is killed by an intimate partner. Every 6 days. This isn't just an urban statistic, but a rural one. Women in rural Canada are particularly vulnerable to homicide by firearms. When it comes to domestic violence, shotguns and rifles, usually legally obtained and commonly kept in rural homes, have been called weapons of choice by the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs. In violent homes, these guns are the tools of choice to intimidate and control women living in rural Canada. And the data is clear. Since 2009, violent offenses involving guns have increased by 81%, and 47% of Canadians say that gun violence poses a serious threat to their community. Now, there are going to be those that argue that if we regulate guns, we simply penalize law-abiding citizens and gangsters will still get their guns. That's simply not true. Most Canadian mass shooters did not have criminal records and got their guns legally. Let's recap. Fredericton, 2018, no criminal record, 4 dead. Danforth, 2018, no criminal record, 2 dead, multiple wounded. Quebec City, no criminal record, 6 dead, multiple wounded. Moncton shooter, 2014, 3 dead, multiple wounded. So let's not pretend it's only gangs and illegal weapons that are the problem, because that's simply not true. Now, here's a sobering stat, Madam Speaker. The reality is that 75% of gun fatalities have nothing to do with gangs or criminals. It's because they're suicides. And when it comes to kids, let's look at facts. According to the Canadian Medical Association, 1 child in Ontario is hurt by a gun or firearm every single day, with 7% of these kids ending up dead. You know, this morning I woke up to an email from Susan in my riding, and she wrote me the following email. Good morning, MP Talbot. Strongly recommend Bill C-21 to be given royal assent and pass in Parliament during this session. My brother was shot in his living room several years ago while writing a letter to me that was never completed. This is a real human being whose family has suffered the real consequences of firearms. And this is why we must act. Gun violence affects people in all of our communities, whether rural urban, or suburban, and all socioeconomic backgrounds. And we need to do more. We need to do more to protect our kids, our parents, our neighbors, and everyone in between. Every Canadian deserves to live without fear of violence. And we know, Madam Speaker, that inaction on gun control has real consequences. And that is why through Bill C-21, we're taking a national approach to protecting our communities from the harmful effects of gun violence. So let's be clear about a couple of things. The bill is focused on putting a stop to tragedies, preventing gun crime, and keeping our neighbors safe. It's a complex issue that requires a multifaceted approach, and that's exactly what we're doing through Bill C-21. It's robust, direct action in key areas that puts in place a diverse strategy on this issue from all sides. Action on handguns cannot wait. We're putting a national freeze on handguns to address the alarming increase in gun violence to allow a rapid and effective response. This means going forward, no one will be able to sell, purchase, or transfer handguns by individuals within Canada or bring in newly acquired firearms into the country. Now, I want to stress, because people are going to make a point of this, that legal gun owners would continue to possess and use their registered handgun and could sell or transfer their registered handgun to exempted individuals or businesses. Now, the other key pillar of the bill centers on addressing the tragic trend between gender-based violence and guns. We see this link in our workplaces, communities, at home, and online. And this trend continues to persist. Protecting the safety and security of survivors of violence, particularly intimate partner violence and gender-based violence, is paramount. Victims need to feel heard and supported when they reach out for help. That's why we're introducing red flag and yellow flag laws and expanding license revocation. Through red flag laws, survivors can make an application to the courts for an emergency weapons prohibition order to immediately remove firearms for a period of up to 30 days from an individual who poses a danger to themselves or others. Aussi, il s'agit d'une approche préventive essentielle.
It is an essential preventive measure to make sure that people who are the victims of intimate partner violence feel safe. Making it possible for preventive measures for people who are suffering from mental health troubles will help with signs of violence and may save lives. And we think that a temporary suspension of a license for up to 30 days for an individual is a very good idea. Fighting weapons trafficking and applying or implementing the legislation against the illegal use of firearms is essential. Bill C-21 will provide for mandatory minimums for offenses committed with firearms.
Gun violence across our country will help build safer communities for generations to come. Through Bill C-21, we are ensuring that kids will feel safer walking home from school, ensuring that women will feel safer when dealing with violent partners, ensuring racialized communities will be able to worry less about being murdered while praying. That's what this bill will do. This is legislation that might well have prevented the Quebec mosque shooting, the Danforth shooting, the Moncton and Fredericton shootings. For the victims of gun violence, thoughts and prayers cannot be the best we've got. But preventing the next attack by making it harder and harder for firearms to enter our communities will ensure the deaths of those who have passed will not be in vain. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his comments. Coming from a rural riding, I feel like I'm probably a bit more well-versed in what rural people think about guns than someone who comes from an urban riding. But that being said, I'd like to update the House on what the CMA policy says around the prevention of firearm violence. What it says that they recommend guidance on the prevention of firearm violence, education for the safe handling of firearms, and the regulation of firearms, while also identifying areas for further research. Recommendations include creating evidence-based education programs to prevent firearm violence, improving access to publicly funded mental health services, and requiring strong record-keeping for firearms retailers, distributors, and private sellers to help prevent the illegal acquisition and use of firearms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
I thank the member for his comment. It's striking that he quotes the CMA and he quotes the importance of being able to register and regulate firearms, and yet it's curious that his party has consistently opposed any efforts to register firearms. They've opposed firearms registries. They've opposed pretty much everything. So I'm glad that he's looking at the research put out by medical professionals who have said that, in fact, gun violence kills or harms one child every single day in the province of Ontario. That should mean something.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments? The member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure I understood properly. It might have been something that the interpreter said, but I would like to ask my colleague to clarify. He says that Bill C-21 does not solve the problem of street violence. But when I look at statistics, that's not a problem because when it comes to firearm deaths, it's suicides more than street violence. Can the member tell us whether he's really seriously comparing those two things, and could he clarify why he gave such a futile example? The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Colleague for his question. I wouldn't call it a futile example because, you know, it is at once important for us to recognize that guns kill people, whether they are in the commission of crimes or when people are taking their own lives. And our obligation to protect Canadians is to make sure that we make it as difficult as possible for crimes to be committed and for people to use guns to take their own lives. I mean, we have an obligation to protect one another, to take care of our communities. Mental health, these are all important elements that go into protecting society. But taking guns out of people's hands where violence can occur is a critical component and responsibility of this House.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Vancouver Granville. I agree with much that was stated today, and for all those reasons why we need to see action happening around this issue. We know that 99,000 Canadians were victims of intimate partner violence, predominantly composed of women. Of those 500 incidences of intimate partner violence this same year in 2018, firearms were present. What does the member propose to tackle the increasing rates of intimate partner violence using guns?
The honourable member of Vancouver Granville.
Thank my honourable friend for this important question. You know, through the use of yellow flag and red flag, I think we are starting to move in that direction. But there's a lot more that we need to do, and I think working together with organizations that have been advocating for us to do better, we will continue to do so. And I think that means doing everything from ensuring that people who pose a threat or a risk to their partner cannot get their hands on guns. That's a very important step. And by passing this law, we're going to make it harder for those, I'm trying to find the parliamentary word to use here, those who choose to engage in partner violence, taking that option off the table for them is critically important because we have to protect our families, our communities, and people in our society.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member Kamloops Thompson Caribou. A brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to know how long did this member research that speech, and did he in fact have a material contribution, or was it prepared for him?
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville. A brief answer.
Well, the honourable member is more than welcome to come over here and look at my notes and look at my computer if he'd like.
À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows.
Then, Correctional Services of Canada and the honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
The case here today. But, Madam Speaker, I did want to share a couple of statements, actually, that I think hopefully the governing Liberals will take seriously. Quote, "The long gun registry, as it was a failure, and I'm not going to resuscitate that." You know who said that, Madam Speaker? The Prime Minister. He further went on to say, "I grew up," quote, "I grew up with long guns, rifles, and shotguns." The Prime Minister said that, and then going on, he says, "Yes, the RCMP guarding me had handguns, and I got to play with them every now and then," saying that the RCMP were very responsible around him and his siblings. Madam Speaker, the now Prime Minister, then individual who was running to be Prime Minister of the country, went on to say, quote, "I was raised with an appreciation and an understanding of how important in rural areas the right to, across the country gun ownership is as a part of the culture of Canada. I do not feel that there's any huge contradiction between keeping our cities safe from gun violence and gangs and allowing this important facet of Canadian identity, which is having a gun," unquote. Having a firearm, Madam Speaker, quote, "an important facet of Canadian identity," unquote. Madam Speaker, that was the then Prime Minister, or the then leader of the Liberal Party, when he was running for office. When he needed some rural votes to build a coalition that obviously was calculated at the time to be successful. And he did win the 2015 election. But my, how things have changed since that point in time. So, Madam Speaker, I can only come to the conclusion that that is a flip-flop. Like many issues where the Prime Minister takes one position, and then when things change in terms of the political benefit or strategy of the day, that position, in many cases, takes a 180. We see a backdoor gun registry. Sure, it's not a government-administered, centralized gun registry as we've seen in the past, but we've seen the Liberals implement that. There's significant, and I've heard some of my colleagues talk today about some of the challenges when it comes to Indigenous peoples. And the reality that the Indigenous way of life and the importance of firearm ownership that these Liberals may be taking away from them. Madam Speaker, as a rural member of Parliament and as a firearms owner, having gone through the process, the significant process, and let me simply take a brief moment, if I could, that all members of Parliament in this place, whether they own guns or not, should take the time and put in the effort to get their possession and acquisition license. They will be, I would suggest, very pleased with the fact that in Canada we have a strong suite of rules and structures that ensure that there is safe firearm ownership in this country. And I find it very troubling that the lack of understanding with regard to that when it comes to what is the making of public policy and the legislation that we have before us. Madam Speaker, we have a significant issue when it comes to rising crime rates. There's no question. In fact, we even endeavored to see this particular bill split apart. We brought forward a motion, Conservatives brought forward a motion to see parts of this bill go forward, but the Liberals said no because it didn't fit their political narrative. We see a significant issue when it comes to illegal guns. We see a significant issue when it comes to mental health. We see a significant issue when it comes to issues like rural crime and the challenges with law enforcement in many areas of our country. But Madam Speaker, C-21 does not address those things. It pure and simple does not. And it is unfortunate that while there are several million gun owners in this country, there are many people who have not had the opportunity or understand that firearms in many cases are a tool. Madam Speaker, and this would be no more evident than when I had a dialogue with the then Minister of Public Safety back in the last Parliament, when we discussed in the aftermath of a very, very tragic circumstance, and I'll get to some recent revelations about that in just a moment. But Madam Speaker, firearms can be used as weapons, but as can anything else used with the intent to harm. Madam Speaker, a firearm is also a tool, something that any rural individual who is, whether farmed, ranched, hunted, whatever the case is, it is used as either a weapon or it is used as a tool. And Madam Speaker, I would suggest that the Liberals be very, very cognizant of that reality in this place. So Madam Speaker, I would, before wrapping up here, simply highlight the fact that the Liberals, the allegations that were made today in an article that was published related to the shootings in the Maritimes cannot be understated. The Liberals seem to dismiss how serious the possibility of political interference in an investigation is. Yet, Madam Speaker, as I read this article just prior to question period, I was astounded at how it appears blatantly there was political interference in what was an absolutely tragic circumstance, something that should never have happened. But, Madam Speaker, the fact that that this government, at least according to the allegations, would go to those lengths to try and leverage a circumstance, a tragedy like that for their political benefit, Madam Speaker, speaks to how all Canadians and all legislators in this place should be very hesitant about passing a bill when they're willing to go to those lengths to deceive Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
But isn't this member doing the exact same thing, Madam Speaker? Like, literally, he's doing what he's accusing the government of. He's saying that the government is using a crisis, an extremely horrendous event as a political opportunity, but literally the Conservatives are doing that today by bringing this up during this debate, bringing it up during question period. This member is doing it right now. He's using that incident as an opportunity to promote his political agenda. I find it very rich and ironic that he would stand there and suggest that this side of the House is used an opportunity that they're the ones that are politicizing right now.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Madam Speaker, as I have referenced before and many Conservatives have said, the government doesn't actually like when there's an opposition party in this place. They would rather an audience. They only will accept criticism when it aligns with their narrow ideological and political perspective. Madam Speaker, the audacity of that member to suggest that Conservatives endeavoring to bring what are incredibly serious allegations to the cornerstone of Canadian debate and democracy, when it is that government, that party that is in government, Madam Speaker, when it is alleged that there are members of that cabinet up to the Prime Minister's office itself involved in political interference in an RCMP investigation. The fact that they would suggest that somehow Conservatives bringing it up as political posturing, Madam Speaker, that is at absolutely despicable behavior, which I expect better from any person who has the honor of sitting in this place.
Wow. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary knows full well that he's had an opportunity to ask a question, and he should hold off with any other comments until I ask whether or not or recognize him. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, there are many interesting things in this bill, and we'll be able to put forward amendments in committee. But this is, I don't know if this is a bill that's going to get rid of the illegal guns in Montreal. There are guns that are being smuggled across the border. And the Bloc Québécois for weeks, for months now, has been asking the Minister of Public Safety and to give police forces the tools they need to find these people. I'd like to know if my honourable colleague agrees with this. We need a registry, and we need it as fast as possible so we can get these guns out of Montreal.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And he's absolutely right. We need to ensure the law enforcement has the tools required, whether it's on the streets of Montreal, whether it be on gravel roads in Battle River, Crowfoot. Law enforcement needs the tools that are required to ensure that the law can, in fact, be enforced. Madam Speaker, when it comes to a gang registry, that's a very, very interesting idea that I think could very well have some merit. But it also needs to be expanded to the fact that we have a problem with illegal guns coming over our borders. Border enforcement agents have shared with me how there is so little enforcement that they don't even know the half of many of the illegal activities, contraband items, including firearms, that could be coming across our borders, Madam Speaker. So it's somewhat rich and tragic, I would suggest, that instead of addressing the illegal, the challenge that admittedly would be a challenge to address the illegal firearms, they're targeting law-abiding firearms owners who are not the problem.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. The massacres in Quebec at Polytechnique and the mosque in Quebec City, they used assault rifles. The guns being used in Montreal, they're not hunting rifles, they are handguns. We have to give police what they need to be able to deal with these guns.
Certainly, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as is the case with any tragedy, and where he's right, law enforcement needs the resources to be able to get the job done. Madam Speaker, but when it comes to those who are vetted through the regulations and structures that we have in this country, that generally Canadians are pretty happy with, that generally do a pretty good job at ensuring that that firearms are well regulated, that there's a safe structure and system, that works. We need to address, however, all those that commit crimes, that smuggle those guns, that are exposed to extremist ideologies that would perpetrate hate crimes, Madam Speaker. But when it comes to those who are law-abiding firearms owners, Madam Speaker, that's not the problem. Let's deal with the hard, challenging issues to actually reduce crime on our streets, on gravel roads across the country, to ensure that Canadians are actually protected.
Resuming debate, the honour for Calgary-Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, after being elected to Calgary City Councillor in 2017, I promised my constituents that I would always fight for safer communities. Since my election to this House as a Member of Parliament, I have not wavered on that commitment. as we witness horrifying gun violence south of the border, alongside a steady increase in crime involving firearms across our country, it could not be clearer that at this time we need decisive action. Today, I am honored to rise in the House of Commons to speak in support of Bill C-21, our Liberal government's firearms legislation. It's a privilege to be part of a government that understands and acknowledges the extent of the problem caused by guns in our community. I'm proud that our Minister of Public Safety has brought forward this robust piece of legislation. Today, I'm speaking to Canadians whose lives have been forever changed by gun violence and sharing why I support our government's steps to create safer communities. Madam Speaker, gun violence is on the rise across Canada, whether the opposition would like to admit it or not. In my time serving on Calgary City Council, I recognize the urgency needed by all levels of government to tackle gun violence. This is why I brought forward a Calgary's Public Safety Task Force and served as its chair. We brought together stakeholders from the community, academia, law enforcement, and 3 levels of government to engage with those most affected by gun violence. We acknowledge the problem. We listen to those affected, and we proposed common sense steps our city government could take to address gun violence. We didn't find all the answers, but we have collectively acknowledged the need for a multifaceted approach. Today, I am fortunate to sit on this side of the House where the urgency needed to address the fight against gun violence is matched by meaningful action. Illegal firearms are a significant threat to public safety in Canada and worldwide. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, my apologies, the numbers don't lie. Violent offenses involving guns have increased by over 80%. The proportion of homicides that involved a firearm rose from 26% of all homicides in 2013 to 37% in the year of 2020. Specifically, handguns were the most dangerous weapon in 60% of firearm-related violent crimes between 2015 and 2020. A multitude of statistics points to the following conclusions. Gun crime is rising across Canada, and the handguns are involved more often than not. It's not a strictly urban issue either. Data from Statistics Canada shows that rural gun crime rates are high and trending upwards across rural Canada. Gun violence affects all Canadians, regardless of your postal code. We have seen too many horrific crimes at the hands of guns. Countless lives have been lost, and families have been torn apart due to gun crime. It's time to deal with this. When policymakers talk about gun violence, we often get caught up in the statistics, trends, and numbers. The numbers mask a harsh reality. Gun crime destroys lives and communities. Madam Speaker, I hear stories on a near weekly basis about gun violence impacting Calgary, my home. On May the 10th, Angela McKenzie, a mother of 5 beautiful children, was murdered by a man with a gun in the northeast quadrant. On May the 18th, a student brought a handgun to Bonas High School in Northwest Calgary. Thankfully, nobody was hurt that day. A few days later, a shooting in the quiet Southwest Calgary neighborhood of Acadia sent an 18-year-old to hospital. Last week, a man was shot in Southeast Calgary. He passed away in the hospital on Wednesday. And on Friday, a 25-year-old Autumn Levi Crosschild was killed by a man with a gun in Northeast Calgary. The victims are so much more than numbers in a police report. They're real people with names, families, friends, hopes, and dreams. From January until last week, only a little more than halfway throughout the year, Calgary has seen 66 shootings. The effect of each of these shootings has had on the broader community is immeasurable. We must do better, and our government's proposed amendments to the Criminal Code and Firearm Act are a massive step in the right direction. The thing is, Madam Speaker, our Liberal government knows what we need to do, and we aren't afraid to do it. While opposition members close their eyes and pretend that gun violence is not an issue, or say we're simply punishing law-abiding firearm owners, on this side of the House, we prefer to face reality and deal with the problems head on. We are dealing with these problems through Bill C-21 because we cannot allow Canadian communities to continue to be irreparably damaged by criminals with guns. This issue is personal to me. Like many Canadians, I have lost friends and loved ones in firearms-related incidents. I have seen the devastating impact gun violence has brought upon communities. It's one of the reasons I put my name forward in my first election. As a Calgary City Councillor, I was grateful for the opportunity to chair our city's Public Safety Task Force and serve on our Police Commission and learn more about gun violence. We looked at studies and statistics and engaged with relevant stakeholders, including the Calgary Police Service, the Calgary Police Commission, community members directly impacted by gun crime, and community leaders. Throughout our meetings, interviews, roundtables, and research, there was a recurring theme. We need to do more to keep guns off our streets. Our government is following through on one of our public safety commitments to Canadians with Bill C-21. Bill C-21 will provide our government with several tools to reduce gun crime. It will implement a national freeze on the sale, purchase, or transfer of handguns. Handguns are the preferred weapon of criminals, and action to keep them off our streets cannot wait. They simply have no place in safe communities. Our government is taking an evidence-based approach that will target illegal gun and gang activity. We are not targeting law-abiding gun owners with these measures. We are taking immediate action against the criminals that use guns to disrupt law and order and commit violent crimes by capping the market for their weapon of choice. This bill will directly result in fewer illegal handguns on Canadian streets. C-21 also proposes a red flag provision that will allow anybody to apply for an emergency weapons prohibition. This will immediately allow authorities to remove firearms from an individual that poses a danger to themselves or someone else.
Honourable member's time is up, and I'm sure that he'll be able to add during questions and comments. I have a point of order, though. I see that the Honourable Minister of National Revenue has risen. L'Honourable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to ask that the daily adjournment for the next session be midnight in accordance with the order adopted on May 2nd, 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
2022, the Minister's request to extend the sitting is deemed, the said sitting is deemed adopted. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the citizens of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. And through you, Madam Speaker, I am going to look directly at the member and say this. On this side of the House, we care about gun crime. I spent 3 years of my life invested in doing everything I could with respect to my job when it came to gun crime, and I believe that my colleagues share that same sentiment that we do not want to see another shooting. My question then is this. It's twofold, really. First off, I am sorry as well. I made a notation of that. The honourable member spoke about people in his lives who've been impacted, who've been impacted by gun crime, and it's horrible. We don't want to see that. He cited a number of cases, and I'm wondering whether he knows whether those guns were legally obtained or illegally obtained, and why we aren't going after the illegal guns in Bill C-21 as well. And secondly, how does he reconcile this speech with the fact that we've lowered sentences with conditional sentence orders in Bill C-5? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou for his heartfelt comments and his questions. To address his question, I can tell you that the Calgary Police Commission provided data several years ago on the guns used in a gun crime that were legally obtained and used. The majority of them were legally obtained. So that's an important statistic for this House to know, and that's where we also need to make sure that we take action on. Guns are smuggled across the country, we know that, and that's why our government's taken strong action on supporting CBSA to ensure that we combat those smugglers with stricter penalties. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Puis là, il y a un long nom, je vais m'assurer que je le lis comme il faut.
This is a long name. Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Berchères.
A point of, excuse, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, rather.
Member for Battle River Crowfoot has a point of order, and I hope it's not a point of clarification.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A point of order related to the motion that the Minister of National Revenue had moved. As was agreed to by this House, there is the requirement that another House leader concur with the government, and certainly not the Conservative.
I would just ask the Honourable, so as the Honourable Member knows full well, I have ruled on this a number of occasions, especially yesterday, and I will remind him that, as the Chair has previously pointed out, the motion adopted on May 2nd simply states that a minister must have the agreement of another House leader. It does not require that the parties to the agreement communicate to the House, and it's not my responsibility to judge that, and therefore I would remind the member and any other members that wish to stand on this that I will not accept any other points of order on this particular motion that the minister has tabled. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Currently, we are debating a bill that would strengthen firearms control. We're ready to work on this, study it in committee. However, the Montreal Police has shown and demonstrated that most firearm-related crime is committed with contraband weapons, illegal firearms. So what of our suggestion to have a registry of criminal organizations as well as more action at the border? Why are we not doing that? The Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member across for his question and comments. This bill does address some of those issues on smuggling at the borders that has been brought forward by my colleague. I also want to acknowledge in urban centers, our government has supported municipalities through the Safer Communities Fund by providing Canadian municipalities with $250 million for crime prevention money to make sure youth in our communities, those kids that are vulnerable, don't get involved in this type of activity. I'm hoping, and I'd love to work with the members across the aisle to ensure that we can learn from each other to see what's working well across Canada and to make sure we can support each other in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, questions and comments? Gentleman from Vancouver East, a brief question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member mentioned about the red flag provision, which would be an important provision. But community members are also saying, though, the process in which the bill outlines is an onerous one because people have to actually petition to the courts to put that in place. So my question to the member then is, how would the government address this issue? Because we need quick action when it comes to saving lives.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview, 40 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Vancouver East for her question. We want to bring forward red flag and yellow flags to make sure we can avoid some of those challenges and make sure that folks who shouldn't have guns who pose a threat to their partners, that those guns can be taken away as needed. But we need to continue to work with many of our stakeholders. I spent a lot of time as chair of the Public Safety Task Force in the City of Calgary. I can tell you I worked with those community members. I heard from them, community leaders and stakeholders who really wanted us to move on these issues, and I'm happy that we've addressed this in Bill C-21. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From time to time, I have been critical of the record of this Liberal government when it comes to fiscal matters. They have consistently shown that they haven't a clue as how to an economy works and what policies are good for Canadians. In fairness, though, I feel I must congratulate the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety for his unintentional boost to the Canadian economy with this Bill C-21. It is so rare that a Liberal policy is designed to provide economic stimulus that I feel it's worth noting. Maclean's Magazine Ottawa Bureau Chief Shannon Proudfoot featured an interview with gun shop owner Ryan Simper, who said after this bill was announced that his store sold every handgun they had in stock. Apparently, there is no better stimulus to the economy than scarcity of a product. Maybe if the Liberals only truly want to stimulate the economy, they should try other bans and see if it helps. I encourage them to look for areas where there may be an abundance of supply and lag in sales and see if they can help to those sectors of the economy. Maybe if they ban broccoli, for example, it would help vegetable sales. In an absence of a true economic plan, such acts would at least show them to be doing something worthwhile. Handguns are already well regulated in this country. Anyone who wishes to own one legally must take a safety course and undergo background checks. It is an extensive, time-consuming process, one that gun owners understand is there to provide reasonable protection for society. But those protections, like this bill, do nothing to stop the flow of the illegal handguns in Canada. Gun violence and gun crime problems in Canada do not come from those who have taken a firearms safety course and been cleared for gun ownership after their background check. Responsible handgun owners, the ones targeted by this bill, are collectors or target shooters. They are not criminals, and those who want to join their ranks should not be prohibited from doing so merely because this government does not know how to deal with crime and the flow of illegal firearms being smuggled into Canada. To me, it seems that this government, not knowing how to deal with the problem, wants to pretend to the public that it's doing something. This bill will not help, but they would not admitted.
That's a good point.
I think everyone in this House can agree that gun violence and gun crime is not acceptable in Canadian society. Where we might differ is how to best deal with this issue. It has been my experience that the Liberals are so blinded by their ideology that suggestions for improvement to their legislation falls on deaf ears. Nevertheless, I would like to offer them some ideas to accomplish their goal of reducing gun crime in Canada. The idea of strengthening border controls and authorities to combat firearms smuggling, trafficking, and related offenses is something we can all agree on. I call on the government, though, to make this the focus of this legislation. Drop the attacks on legal, law-abiding gun owners and concentrate on those who are already breaking Canadian law. I should also point out that there are contradictions in this piece of legislation. There are some individuals who will be exempted from these provisions and still allowed to purchase handguns. That includes elite sports shooters who compete or coach in a handgun discipline recognized by the International Olympics Paralympics Committee. The exemption makes sense. We Canadians are proud of our Olympians, and we have had some success at pistol shooting competitions. In 1984, Linda Thom won the gold medal in pistol shooting at the Los Angeles Olympics, the first Canadian woman to win an individual gold medal in the Summer Olympics since 1928, and the first Canadian to win a gold medal in the Summer Olympics since 1968. She was given the honor of carrying Canadian's flag at the closing ceremonies. As an elite shooter, she would be still allowed to purchase a handgun if this legislation passes unchanged. But what about those who want to follow in her footsteps? I can't think of any sport where you become a world-class athlete overnight. It takes hard work, dedication, and training, usually for years. Wayne Gretzky had to learn to stake first before he could even begin to put a puck in the net. How will the next Linda Thom become available? Our future Canadian Olympian become an elite shooter. Even members of this government must understand that it required practice, and more practice for a shooter to reach the level necessary to compete at the Olympics. Under Bill C-21, new participants in the sport won't be allowed to purchase a handgun to practice with. Apparently, the Liberals have decided that this is one sport that they don't want to see Canada excel in. Conservatives have always stood for common sense firearm safety and strong consequences for those who commit firearm offenses. We do not understand why this government wants to punish law-abiding firearms owners and make it difficult, if not impossible, for those who might want to take up a sport such as pistol shooting. This government was first elected in 2015. Gun crime has gone up steadily each year, despite their arbitrary bans and their complicated and expensive buyback program. This increase in gun crime is not because those who own weapons legally are suddenly turning to lawlessness. It is because illegal weapons are being smuggled into Canada and used by criminals. It has taken 7 long years for this government to understand that there is a problem. This belated realization comes only after they block a conservative bill to toughen consequences for gun smuggling. If only they had concentrated on crime and criminals, I could have applauded their better late than never efforts. Instead, though, they are once again targeting those responsible gun owners who have committed no crimes, which makes you wonder how serious they are about really being tough on crime. After all, this is the government that in other legislation intends to remove mandatory minimum sentences for robbery with a firearm, weapons trafficking, discharging of firearms with intent, using of firearms in commission of offenses, and possession of a firearm knowing its possession is unauthorized, not to mention more. You will forgive me for thinking that this new revelation, that gun smuggling needs to be dealt with, is just so many words that are already lost on the books to deal with such act of the government that will be and police have resources to enforce them. If this government is serious about crime, it would not be trying to target those responsible gun-owning Canadians who have followed all the rules and restrictions that come with gun ownership. Of course, they are an easy target for the government that does not seem to know how to address the issue of most concerns of Canadians. Canadians are tired of false promises from this government. This bill, once again, proves that the Liberals don't understand where they should be focusing their efforts in order to protect the people of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, if we're looking to see how serious the Conservatives are taking this particular issue, we need look no further than that last speech when this member compared purchasing a gun to purchasing broccoli. But nonetheless, I found his speech very interesting when he was talking about Conservatives who have always understood the need to stand up against illegal gun use, the need to strengthen border measures, etc. This member was sitting on this side of the House when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. This member had lots of opportunities to say, excuse me, Prime Minister Harper, why are you reducing massively the resources at the borders to help deal with these issues? Why is the border issue of illegal guns coming across suddenly so important to the Conservatives now when this member clearly didn't raise the issue when he sat on this side of the House?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, it's always from time to time nice to correct some of the facts. I'm not sure if the member remember if I wasn't here before 2015, but for their
more of a debate happening between members here as opposed to the honourable member who I know is able to answer the question without any help and without any other individuals wanting to help out. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I will forgive him because of their short memory. They're known of their short memory on the other side. And I will also forgive him from not knowing the difference between broccoli and firearms.
A point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I do just want to apologize to the member. It was my error. He conducts himself so well in this House that I assumed he'd been here for a very, very long time. I apologize.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thérèse-Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague, well, this bill is one of half measures because it doesn't have any true impact on organized crime, for example, and on illegal arms. So when it comes to organized crime, the Bloc Québécois tabled C-219 to list the various criminal entities that could be targeted. Would you wish to see such a thing? Thank you.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
I would like to thank the member from the Bloc Québécois for important questions. The focus of my speech and my colleagues was on being tough on crimes and make sure that the borders are protected and smugglers don't bring illegal guns to Canada. And any effort that goes in that direction is well supported by us, and that should be the spirit of any bill brought to this place or to be brought to this place in the future. And this is the only point that we disagree with the Liberals on, because they're not focusing on where the problem is. They're going after the law-abiding Canadian, which is something we don't like to see and we don't support.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Partie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. He knows that there's been shootings in the streets of Montreal for weeks, and there are neighborhoods where children are scared to go home after school because they can hear gunshots. And I think it would be good to take this bill, which is not perfect. It has to be improved, but we should reduce access to dangerous firearms and that kill people in our streets. Wouldn't it be a good thing to prohibit assault rifles?
Manning?
We'd like to see a complete solution to a big problem that's facing Canada and Canadians. We don't want to see any crimes happening in any part of Canada, whether in urban city or in rural areas. But we believe that this bill is falling short on dealing with the problem and bringing the remedy needed to make sure that we have solutions to the big issue that we're facing.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was really interested in what the member said about exclusions. He said there are exclusions for elite shooters, marksmen. What I'm wondering is if somebody isn't already an elite marksman, how does one learn to become one if they don't have access to the equipment needed to learn the skills?
A brief answer from the member for Edmonton, Manning.
Well, thanks for my honourable colleague for the question. It's a question of fairness too. And that's why I said that this bill is falling short on so many fronts. One of them is this point. So the government should have thought longer and deeper and did a better job to bring a good piece of legislation that's really going to help Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Obviously, my speech will be interrupted, and I will resume after a private member's business. But I'd like to preface my remarks by saying that the gun owners that I know, and I suppose I don't know out of all the people I know who owns guns, but of those that I know who own guns, they are, I can say they are sterling citizens. And I'm thinking of a couple of individuals in particular, and they are the pillars of the community and the constant volunteers. And so I think it's very important that we don't impugn legal gun owners, because they do take their responsibilities seriously. As a matter of fact, I was on the phone with a constituent today who is a gun owner. He wasn't happy with all aspects of this bill, obviously, but he was quite, happy to conform to all the responsibilities of gun ownership that are conferred on him by the government. Also, I'd like to say that I understand the cultural value of hunting. As a matter of fact, many years ago, I had the opportunity to travel to Rouyn-Noranda in northern Quebec during moose hunting season. And I was able to see firsthand how deeply ingrained the practice is in the community. Moose hunting is something that brings the community together, and there's almost there's a deep reverence for the animal. I remember actually attending in a church basement a moose calling competition, and people took it very seriously, but I'll come back to that after a private member's business. Thank you.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, affaires amendements des députés. Deuxième lecture du projet de loi S2.
Second reading of Bill S-207, a bill, an act to change the name of the electoral district of Châteauguay-Lacolle by Ms. Shanahan. Ms. Shanahan, supported by Mr. Scarpaleggia, moves that Bill S-207, an act to change the name of the electoral district of Châteauguay-Lacolle, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to highlight the fact that it is an honor for me today to be here to sponsor Bill S-207 of Honourable Senator Dalphond. Bill S-207 has the purpose of correcting the name of my riding, Châteauguay-Lacolle, so that it will be named Châteauguay-Les Jardins de Napierville. I would like to recall for the House why this bill exists. The name Châteauguay-Lacolle is a mistake that goes back in history, and it comes from the last electoral riding redistribution exercise. In fact, despite the fact that the name of Lacolle is in the name of the riding, the city of Lacolle is not within the riding. It is therefore necessary to make a correction, and the best correction would be to have the riding be called Châteauguay-Les Jardins de Napierville, because the vast majority of the municipalities in the MRC of Les Jardins de Napierville are within my riding, and the other municipalities of the riding that I represent are part of the greater region of Châteauguay. So the fact that the municipality of Lacolle is not part of my riding, and the fact that this bill would make it possible to have full representation of my riding, should be reason enough to convince my honorable colleagues here in this House of the need to change my riding's name. But, Mr. Speaker, it is possible that my colleagues might be surprised to see me tabling this bill again, thinking perhaps that everything had been resolved and that the House had unanimously agreed to adopt the bill in 2017. Well, I can explain to you how this bill, which had enjoyed the support of the entire House, is now before us again to be adopted by the House again. This bill had begun under the 42nd Parliament, and its name at the time was C-377. At the time, it was adopted unanimously by the House of Commons. It had been adopted in committee without amendment, and then adopted on third reading to finally be sent directly to the Senate. The bill was moving through the various legislative procedures, and things were going well. However, at the end of the 42nd Parliament, it was time to examine Bill C-377 in Senate committee. That's when time started to run out. Unfortunately, the Senate committee did not have time to study C-377 before Parliament was dissolved. That meant that the bill that the people in my riding were waiting for fell short of the finish line and did not progress. So now what I'm doing today is that I'm finalizing the process that began 4 years ago with S-207. S-207 has been approved by the Senate, and once it is approved by the House, it will finally be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind my colleagues here in the House why this bill is essential to the people in my riding. I would like to give you a bit of the history of this bill, and that will show you why it is so necessary. I have been involved in this plan to change the riding's name since the beginning of my political career. And in fact, in 2015, I promised that I would get the name of my riding changed. And since the beginning of my term, I have always encouraged events that benefit the people in my riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle. And be that through investment in local infrastructure or direct positive effects for the people in my riding through financial assistance, or in the shift toward green agriculture in various agricultural areas in my region as well. I could tell you in great detail what I have done and the circumstances that are linked to the misnomer of my riding. But given the time is short, what I will do instead is I will count on the goodwill of my colleagues here in this House to have them approve Bill S-207 because it is essential to the people in my riding. I will leave it there, and if any of my colleagues want to take the floor, that's wonderful, but I think things should go pretty quickly. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to ask the honourable member why now? What's with the redistribution that's happening right away here? Is this an important time for this to be coming up? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
The honourable colleague for his question, and it was actually a question that I faced back in 2018. It's because it is important to my constituents. It does have to do with this error in the fact that there is a municipality that finds itself in my name that is not in the riding. Yes, there is a separate process going on, but that is something that is separate from this House. And as the Senator Dalphon graciously had this S-207 adopted in the Senate, then I am seizing on this opportunity to make this happen, and I count on his support. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. She represents a region that I care deeply for. My grandfather was from Saint-Éloi, right next to Napierville. So I want to know, though, why we're using time in the House of Commons to talk about a topic like this when there were other ways and other mechanisms to get to that point. Is there any way of using those? Thank you. The member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague in Saint-Éloi, who is in my riding and, in fact, is one of the municipalities in the MRC of Desjardins de Napierville. So this is something that the people in my riding have been asking for since my very first electoral campaign. And the mayor of Napierville, Jacques Delisle, who is now deceased, asked for the name of the riding to be changed. And it is partly in honor of him that this is continuing. He had a great deal of respect in the region. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Parliament from 2015 to 2019, my predecessor was attempted to have the name of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte changed to Saint-Hyacinthe-Acton through the same mechanism so that people in the riding would feel more represented. And unfortunately, that bill died in its way through the Senate, and I'm hoping that this bill won't suffer the same fate. And I was thinking that it might be a good thing to wait for a new electoral redistribution to change a riding name, but I was wondering if I wanted to change the name of my riding, could I count on her support? The member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Yes, I remember very well that debate, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. And I remember that we had wonderful conversations. And it is important to people in our ridings to recognize themselves in the name of their riding. It's not something that's banal. It matters. It's not just symbolic. And I think that my colleague, yes, he can count on me and on my support if he ever tables a bill here in this House on that matter.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And although I share my colleague from Peace River Westlock's curiosity about why this would take priority at a time when there are so many important issues facing our country, but I want to ask a question to to the member from the governing Liberals more broadly about the need for democratic reform in this country. Alberta is significantly underrepresented both in this place and in Canada's Senate. I'm wondering if this member would agree that that is an inequity that needs to be addressed. And although the most recent redistribution does take a small step in the right direction, the current inequity is not wholly addressed. Would she agree that it needs to be?
The Honourable Member for Chateauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his thoughtful question, and I think it addresses, in part, it can be answered in part by the question that was asked earlier. There is a process going on now. That is the thoughtful place for that kind of discussion, where MPs indeed can present their views and in front of the commissioners. This was not done, unfortunately, in this case. This was an omission that occurred in the last redistribution, and that is why I'm here today, to correct a wrong.
Before moving on to the next speaker, I have the honor to inform the House that messages have been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bills to which concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S4, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Identification of Criminals Act, and to make related amendments to other acts, COVID-19 response and other measures, and Bill S9, an act to amend the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Here. Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me, I'm a tiny bit out of breath after running over here from the all-important Operations Committee. Yes. Now, please rise on this private members bill. Now, I want to address all my comments to the bill itself. I'm sure the member representative is a wonderful parliamentarian. I served with her in Ogo, but I have to say I'm not a big fan of this bill. It's almost like it's bad private members bill week. Earlier I had to speak on 245, which was talking about bringing the $35 billion in the Wasteful Infrastructure Bank over to $35 billion to add to the Wasteful Infrastructure Department. Now I have to say with this bill, it's like deja vu all over again, to quote Yogi Berra. I recall actually speaking on this bill about 4 years ago, I think in the 42nd Parliament. Yeah, and I wasn't a fan of it then, and I'm not a fan of it now. The big reason is I have to wonder, of all the things going on in Quebec right now, or in Canada, or the world, that this is what we should be discussing in the House of Commons right now, taking up 2 hours of our time. Excuse me a sec. Like, for example, let me just show just how out of shape I am just running down the block. Now, for example, I look at issues in Quebec right now. I think the member's own writing, we have an increase of problems at Roxham Road again. Now, we've heard from the government of Quebec the incredible strain on their social services from these illegal or irregular crossings, however you wish to term them. But I think that's a bigger, more important issue that we should perhaps be debating right now. Passports. We hear repeatedly in this House, across the country, Edmonton, they're actually lining up at 12:30 in the morning to get passports. So not quite a day in advance, but it's the same problem in Quebec. And actually heard from Trois-Rivières, calls for help from citizens at the Trois-Rivières constituency office are increasing and now been approaching decade daily for 3 weeks now. So I have to ask, why are we not talking a private member's bill about addressing that issue? Labor shortage. I recall actually now for several years hearing about the labor shortage in Quebec. It's hurting productivity, it's hurting the economy, farmers, retail, aerospace. We cannot get workers in that province. And again, this is directed at the PMB. I would think it's a much more important issue we should be chatting about right now. Access as well, hurrying up the access to foreign workers. Of course, inflation. 6.8, we're hearing new inflation numbers tomorrow. My guess is it's going to rocket past 7%. We hear in Quebec, again, the shortage of bodies, which is going to be driving wage inflation, making the inflation issue more troublesome. You would wonder if that is not a more important issue to be debating right now than a name change for a riding. Border issues, the ArriveCAN or Arrive Can't, as we call it. Now, this is a quote from the newspaper. "It's time to bid farewell to the Arrive Can't app," says border city mayors, tourism industry leaders, and others who complain Canada's stringent COVID rules for international travelers are encouraging would-be U.S. visitors to spend their tourist dollars at home. And there was another quote, Estelle Muzzi, I'm sorry, I don't know, quite sure how to pronounce it, the mayor of the Quebec border community of St. Bernard de la Colle, says the rules are a drag on border crossings, which are vital for the local economies. Now, I think that mayor might be actually in the member's riding itself. So here we have the mayor saying we have issues with Arrive Can and Passport. And you have to wonder why we're talking about a riding change. Especially right now, what's ironic with the riding redistributions, the riding is going to change completely in Quebec, probably. My own riding is getting split into Edmonton West and Edmonton Winterburn. It'd be strange for me to perhaps change the name of my riding right now to Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall, or Edmonton Kanye West, as I jokingly call it, knowing in 2 years the riding's going to change to Edmonton Winterburn. So again, we have a lot of more important issues I think we can talk about, and I want to give some examples of perhaps some PMBs that have come through the House recently by my Conservative colleagues that perhaps are a better example of how parliamentarians should be spending their time. C-296, which is from the member of Selkirk Interlake Eastman, has a PMB to amend the criminal code to provide the person convicted of abduction, sexual assault, and murder of the same victim in respect to the same event.
Point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have to be somewhat cautious when we say, well, we don't like this bill, and here's all the alternatives, and then you list off a bunch of other issues. I'm just suggesting that if you were to apply that principle, you could really be off topic on a wide variety of things. So it's more of a cautionary thought.
I also see the honourable member for Perth Wellington with a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just point out that typically in this type of debate, members are provided broad latitude. And on this particular matter, as the member from Winnipeg North often points out, I'm sure that the arc of the member's speech will eventually come back to why this bill ought to have been replaced with something more meaningful, as the member from Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall, is trying to point out.
I do welcome the members' input on this matter, and I will also caution folks that we do need to stick to the bills as best we can, but we do provide a lot of leeway in those discussions. The honourable member for West Edmonton Mall.
Thanks, and I realize I understand the member from Winnipeg North has to get his speaking comments in. I think it's been probably like 35 seconds since he actually last spoke in the House. So even when it's nonsensical, he has to get his word in. These bills I'm talking about are much like the other issues I spoke about earlier that are perhaps more important, or more importance to perhaps the people of that riding than the one we're talking about. And so unfortunate that the member from Winnipeg North has to stand and try and deflect from what I said is part of bad bill or bad PMB bill, rather than actually discussing the merits of it. He has to try and interrupt myself. But anyways, getting back to his example, I'm sure would be something that people of the riding would probably care more about, that we know there's a crime issue. We hear nonstop in this House, gun crime in Quebec. We've heard in Laval, shootings in Montreal, that this is a bill that perhaps could have been addressing these issues as well. Denying parole for persons involved in same crime of sexual assault, abduction, and murder would perhaps get 25 years without parole. Another one perhaps that could have been considered instead is that we've seen from the member from North Okanagan, Shuswap. And you think I grew up in BC, you think I'd be able to learn how to pronounce Okanagan. Although I have to say, when I grew up, there used to be a company called OK Okanagan that had their RVs for sale, so I always referred to it as OK. But anyways, there was the bill was to amend the criminal code to replace the term child pornography with child sex abuse material, which takes away the word pornography from it. Why that's important, as the member is explaining it, pornography is by and large, whether you're for it or against it, generally is done legally with consent, whereas child pornography, of course, is disgraceful, disgusting, horrific crime and should not in any way be used with any wording that implies consent. With the member from Simcoe North actually brought through a important bill because we hear about housing prices in Vancouver, but also Quebec out of control that are being pushed by money laundering. A bill put forward that would have tackled the money laundering issue. Are you advising me 1 minute or are you advising me to move on? Oh, wonderful. From the member's home riding, self, Senator Husakis brought in, a senator's bill, S-203, so rather than this current bill, something decent from the Senate, and a bill to enact or enactment that provides for the development of federal framework designed to support autistic Canadians and their families and caregivers. And this is an example of a bill brought through from someone from Quebec into this House that would have tangible material benefits for the people of Quebec. We've been trying to get a national framework for autism in the 6.5 years I've been in this House, this place. The member from Edmonton-Wetaskiwin has brought up several times in a private member's bill, voted down by this government. But it's a perfect example, something that would be, a fulsome, something that would be a help to the riding itself. The member from one of the, not actually neighboring, but the same province from Lebitnière, I'm pronouncing that wrong, and a bill to bring changes to the EI Act to increase from 15 to 52 weeks the maximum benefits paid because of illness, injury, or quarantine. And this is an issue that affects all Canadians. Previous life, as we call it, before I got into this, and when I was in the hotel business, I also had, I call it a side job, but a side involvement as a employment insurance appeals commissioner, where we would hear appeals for EI. And for 2 years I did that. It's very enjoyable. But you hear that people come toward us or before the tribunal who had been cut off for EI or were not eligible for EI. People suffering from cancer, people suffering from MS, from ALS, all walks of life. Here's a bill that would have been brought forward by someone from Quebec, something that would have helped everyone in that riding itself who'd been sick. And I realize I'm running out of time. I have lots more of examples of what I consider better bills. And again, I serve with the member on the all-important OGO, Operations Committee, and these criticisms are directed specifically at the bill, not her herself. I understand her reasons behind putting through this bill. I just think for a member to have once in a parliament chance to bring forward a bill that would be helpful to the members of her community, it would be something perhaps different, something that would actually be meaningful to the people of the community, help people, as opposed to something as relatively meaningless as a name change. Thank you.
Continuing debate, l'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak to this bill and to speak to the issues that are important to Quebecers. Now, we have before us a bill which is rather particular. It has to do with the change of the name of a riding. I think that's a fine idea. Jardin de Napierville, that's great. But as other members in this House have said, what this has to do with is a question of priorities. Is this something that will help workers, students, the elderly, etc.? And Mr. Speaker, I said that because you represent Parliament for me. In this House, time is limited, and how we use our time is crucial. We want to use it to move various issues forward, issues that are important to the people in our ridings. Now, I'm sure the people in Châteauguay-Lacal will be very pleased with the new name, but we're spending a lot of time to change the name of a riding when we could be dealing with other things. There are a lot of people today who are really struggling, who are suffering, who are facing challenges, and who have, I think, other priorities and might want to see us use our time in this House otherwise. I'm talking about these issues because I met with union representatives recently, and I talked to them about an issue that's important to many people, and that's the outsourcing of many jobs, especially in the telecommunications sector. This is something that is very current and that may affect people in my Liberal colleagues' riding. Now, for the first time in their history, this union, which represents office workers at Bell, are talking about more than 4,000 people in Ontario and Quebec who are getting into a job conflict because they are seeing their jobs leave Canada and be outsourced. Now, there's a few years ago, there were 15,000 people, 15,000 office workers at Bell Canada who saw this. Now, is there any less work that they need to do at Bell Canada? Is that why these jobs are vanishing? No. It's because these jobs are going to Tunisia, for example. These people, the people working at Bell, want to continue to work in Canada. But the most frustrating, the most enraging thing is that these people, rather, Bell Canada gets subsidies from the Canadian government for infrastructure and other things, and in exchange, they have no obligations, none. I think that as parliamentarians, this issue is something we should be seized with in order to find solutions. Now, Unifor talked about solutions, not necessarily about obliging companies to keep every single job here, but at least to make these companies be transparent about outsourcing jobs. There should be transparency about the jobs that have been outsourced, where are the contracts. So I wanted to draw the attention of the House to a possible work conflict, because this is something that will affect thousands of people in Ontario and Quebec. And I think that this is something that deserves our time and solutions and input from all parties. Now, with respect to the federal government, we could spend more time talking about the quality of federal government services. The federal government is one that in many departments and elsewhere has been extremely dysfunctional, extremely ineffective. I've already talked about this. There's a lady in my riding who was accepted by EI and has been waiting for her check forever. She's had to borrow money from family and friends to pay for groceries and other things. This is the kind of ineffectiveness that we should be dealing with and putting pressure on the government to deliver the goods. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not teaching you anything about the whole passport issue. It's a catastrophe. There are people who've been waiting for 24 hours, 36 hours, have been in line. They're frustrated. It's not just that they're told that these people who are traveling are just on holiday. It's not that important, but it's a government service, and the government is not delivering this service. After 2 years of pandemic, they people have been saving up money to realize their dream of taking their family on holiday abroad, and now they're going to lose all their savings and the thousands of dollars that they've invested.
By a government that is unable to meet demand, even though it was all predictable. Today, I'm absolutely shocked to hear the Prime Minister reply to a question saying, well, of course we saw it coming. Well, apparently not. Had he seen it coming, they would have planned for it. They would have set aside more resources. What's going on right now is horrible. People are upset with security agents. The rules aren't the same everywhere. Sometimes the police have had to step in. Things are really dysfunctional. And there's a lot of dysfunction in this government. And in fact, with delays in immigration for permanent residents, for work visas, student visas, all permits, and in my colleague's riding, there are many family businesses, I'm sure, and farm businesses who need these workers, but they're facing these delays. There are labor shortages these days. They have no way to quickly get workers for summer, which is around the corner, and for the harvest, which will occur in August, September. Labor shortages are very serious, and the government is not able to deliver these services, which are absolutely essential for our economy, for economic development. It's also disrespectful to those whose applications have been lost by a very disorganized bureaucracy. There's another major issue, which I'm certain also affects the residents of Châteauguay and Napierville, is the housing crisis. Rent prices are skyrocketing. Now, I'm proud of the NDP's negotiations with the minority Liberal government. Now there is a definition, a clear definition of what affordable housing really is. So now there will be more affordable housing. This will make a difference in the future. It will help people in my riding and in my colleagues' riding. But there is a lot of anxiety among those who want to buy their first home, and also those who are wondering whether they will be able to keep the homes that they live in. Today, we have talked about solutions, about ways that we can help property owners, perhaps first-time owners, how we can help them deal with the very likely increase in interest rates. And in fact, 1 in 4 homeowners stated that they genuinely fear losing their homes if interest rates rise, and not if they rise substantially, but if they rise to rates that we had previously, like 4%.
Board Member Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, sorry. I just would like to bring to order that I do not believe that we have quorum between here and online. And while it is not quite 6:30, we are required, in fact, to have more than 20 members in this chamber. And at my count, we do not.
Let's give it a second just to make the count here. We're good to go. And we got 4 cameras on. All right, I see quorum, so I see quorum. The number of cameras on as well.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague who requested that we check whether we have quorum. It's also wonderful that she's bringing a new member of the House with her. That's wonderful. So I was talking about homeowners who are worried about the impending rise in interest rates. We need solutions to help homeowners so that they don't lose the properties that they invested so much in. And this all relates to inflation and rising cost of living, which is hitting families and Canadians very hard right now. The NDP has solutions. We want there to be a special tax on oil and gas companies and big banks who are making record profits these days, and also to give more tax credit and also to increase the Canada Child Benefit. That is a good wealth redistribution measure, and it helps Canadians, for example, put gas in the car or pay for groceries, which are becoming more expensive more or less everywhere. Those are the solutions that I think Parliament should seriously consider.
Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to add my voice to this debate today, too, is to change the riding name. I would just... I would like to just point out, given that we're talking about riding names, I often talk about my riding and the beautiful riding that it is. And so Peace River Westlock is the riding name, although that is the name of 2 of the towns in my riding. It does not necessarily do it justice in the fact that I represent over 1/6 of the province of Alberta in terms of land mass. I usually tell people that I'm a mid-sized European country in terms of the land mass that I get to represent. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I also always tell all of my colleagues in this place that I represent the promised land. And and most of my colleagues, members of Parliament, are usually quite certain that they represent the best part of Canada, and I said that might be true, but I represent the Promised Land. And in order to prove that, to say I have evidence for that, I point out that I represent the honey capital of Canada, and I also represent 7,500 dairy animals, so it's literally flowing with milk and honey. And so that's my first point for the fact that my riding is the Promised Land. The second point is that it was all, I represent the municipal districts of Peace and Opportunity. And I think that's a promising name as well. And I also represent an area that was all settled on a promise called Treaty 8. And so if those aren't enough arguments to be the Promised Land, I don't know what is. So that's Northern Alberta for you. I have put in recommendations to change the riding name to the Promised Land. In previous parliaments, so we had a bill to change to update the names. I also would have liked Peace and Opportunity. Those are two municipal districts in my riding, and I think that being the member of Parliament from Peace and Opportunity would be great as well. And if that weren't enough, I also have opportunity to perhaps rename the riding to Northern Sunrise, as I have a municipal district called Northern Sunrise, which also I think would be a great riding name to be the member of Parliament from the Northern Sunrise. That would be fantastic. Mr. Speaker, I didn't start my clock here. How much time do I have left?
It's 7 minutes and 29 seconds. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you. Well, thank you. The other things I would like to just talk about in my riding in particular is where I come from. We do basically three things: forestry, farming, and fracking. Those are the 3 Fs, as I like to call them. Those are exciting things that happen in northern Alberta. It's a very diverse part of the province, from extremely fertile farmland to the boreal forest that covers the majority of the riding, but also we've got oil sands and conventional oil and coal mining just on the edge of the riding as well. So bringing energy to the world, bringing food to the world, and bringing shelter to the world is what we do. So the prevention of poverty all starts out in northern Alberta. We have in Peace River Westlock, the riding that I have there as well, the opportunities to speak about my riding, in particular, and riding names and what those symbolizes doesn't come up often. So I'm very excited about this particular debate today, and some of the other things that we have as well is in Peace River Westlock is the largest lake in Alberta. Slave Lake is actually located right dead center, right in the middle of the riding, and it's one of the lakes in the country that commercial fishing has in the past thrived off of, and we hope one day again will be rejuvenated on Slave Lake. Although a number of years back the lake nearly ran out of water. Over the last 10 years now, it's been raining so much the lake is right full of water again. And right full, it's so full in fact that many people are complaining about the fact that their beach, as the lake went down, of course people's beaches got larger, and they developed those beaches and built fancy pergolas and gazebos and things like that out on the beach. And then as the water came back, those things ended up in the water, and so there's some complaints about the fact the water level is so high, but nonetheless it's a great, the biggest lake in Alberta. And a lot of people don't realize this, but the center of Alberta is not in fact Red Deer. The center of Alberta is actually up where I live, near a little community called Fort Assiniboine. The geographical center of Alberta is in fact in the riding of Peace River Westlock. And I always tell folks that live in my riding that they in fact live in central Alberta. No matter what the people from Red Deer say, we live in central Alberta. I can see the member from Camrose, I'm forgetting the riding name right now, Battle River Crowfoot is shaking his head at me, but I can assure him that my riding is the true center of Alberta. the promised land, as I like to call it. Although I do recall in the last renaming negotiations that happened in this place, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, there's one bill that comes up in the beginning of the Parliament after the redistribution where all of the naming opportunities for all of the ridings come into play. And there's a negotiation that happens between all of the parties as to which names go forward and which names do not. And I do remember that the member from Winnipeg Centre, he put forward the name the Heart of Canada for his riding name, and which I thought was given as the member of Parliament for the centre of Alberta, I could commiserate with the Winnipeg Centre, the Winnipeg Centre's his renaming opportunity there for sure. Although I think his and mine being the Promised Land and his being the Heart of Canada, I think those were the two that got negotiated against each other, and in the end, neither of them went forward. And so it was sure too bad that the member from Winnipeg North, who also may think that his riding is he may be in the one that was saying that the Heart of Canada he might have been the negotiating piece that got rid of those ones, because that would, I think, probably been right next door to where he was at. Perhaps he was the one that was concerned about all of the excitement that would be about this new riding called the Heart of Canada. But nonetheless, that I do digress. Although I'm not sure if the actual geographical center of Alberta is Winnipeg, and so that may be. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but I do know that the center of Alberta, the center of Alberta is in Peace River, Westlock, and the center of the country is not Toronto. That is for sure. The member behind me says that the center of Canada is Provencher. For that, I can be certain that it is not, because I think from Provencher you can spit and hit the American border, and so I'm certain given the fact that my riding, Peace River Westlock, is in northern Alberta and is a 7-hour drive from where the center of Alberta is a 7-hour drive from the American border. I can assure you, Mr. Chair, that the center of Canada, the geographical center of Canada, is definitely not in Provencher. That said, Mr. Speaker, I have very much enjoyed speaking about the Promised Land, or Peace River Westlock, as I like to call it. But there are a host of other things that we could be discussing in this place as well. And the member from Edmonton, West Edmonton Mall, did speak about some of the things already, but I wanted to highlight some of the other private members' bills that have come forward from folks in our caucus. So particularly Bill C-228 from the member from Sarnia-Lambton amends the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act to ensure that folks are able to collect their pension funds over time. I wanted to reference C-240 from the member from Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley, that amends the Income Tax Act to ensure that capital gains exemptions are granted to those who bring their estate goes to a charity. The member from Essex also has an amendment to the income tax to allow tradespersons to collect or deduct amounts from traveling. These are some of the amazing work that our caucus is doing, and I just wanted to highlight some of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having had the choice to continue to listen to Conservatives or myself, I've chosen myself. I hope members don't mind. I want to defend the member from Provencher. There is a valid argument to be made that the centre of Canada is in fact in the riding of Provencher, just east of the city of Winnipeg. And if you don't believe me or the member from Provencher, take a drive. It's a beautiful country, and you will see a lot of sweet things, if I can put it that way, the promised land of sorts. And I'm sure the member from Provencher would concur with that. And there's a marker that clearly identifies that it's the center of Canada, Mr. Speaker. But I want to take this opportunity to stand up and actually appreciate the fact that my colleague and friend has brought forward this legislation. And I think that as members will attempt to bring up other issues, I would suggest to you that names really do matter. And there is no absolute guarantee that the next election will in fact have new names or in fact guarantee of boundaries. This is something in which we suspect because of agreements that are in place, but there is no absolute guarantee. And I know through the campaigning that I've done over many different elections, people often ask about the name of a riding because it does matter if something's included or excluded. It's often issues that are in fact raised with local members, whether at a provincial level or a national level. So the member who's agreed to bring forward this legislation, not as part of the draw that MPs are talking about, but rather as a Senate bill that has been brought forward by the member. She still continues to have her draw at some point in time, and recognizing that here's an opportunity to get a name change. And I would hope that members opposite would recognize that what we're talking about is private members' hour. It's not an opposition day motion or a government piece of legislation. It is someone that has identified an issue, that is a member, and has seen an effective way at seeking a change in the name. It's not taking away from her own personal draw, if I can put it that way, but rather it's something that's there through the Senate. I listened to a member from the Bloc who indicated sympathy as the member from the New Democratic Party did in terms of the importance of the name for that particular region. I might not necessarily be overly familiar with that region of the country, Mr. Speaker, but I do know that people take it very seriously in regards to, as I pointed out earlier, what's in, what's out, why does it have a specific name. I thought it was quite nice to hear the member make reference to a local mayor, and I believe the mayor has passed, as someone that has raised the issue. And others, no doubt, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to take the opportunity just to applaud the member in recognizing something that's important to her and her constituents. And I don't believe it takes away from other issues that could in fact be debated, because I have seen many debates, in particular opposition motions, which I would suggest to you are questionable at the best of times. And in fact, in listening to the debate, because of your ruling, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen ample other issues raised during this debate of a wide variety, whether it's economic or social matter. We've had the most recent debate where a member was able to reflect on his own constituency, talking about using the term of the promised land and the milk and honey, and I thought he presented a pretty sound argument, I must say, Mr. Speaker. You know, many of my colleagues, in particular from the province of British Columbia, are very, very proud of the mountains. You know, it's when you start taking a look at our rural communities in particular, there's a great deal of beauty. I represent Winnipeg North, an area that I'm very proud to represent. It is very much a working class community, an area that is very much reflective of Canadian society and how it is that we have ultimately evolved. I look at the many contributions of our Ukrainian heritage community and the building in our Jewish community. You know, 100 years ago, coming in and building, whether it's the CP track, the Great Divide, if I can put it that way, between Winnipeg North and Winnipeg Centre. Our nation is built not only by the beautiful nature, but also by people. And there is many aspects of Winnipeg North. Natural beauty, we have the Red River that flows through it. At times can pose a challenge because of flooding-related issues, but let there be no doubt, it draws. Our rivers draw people to the riverbanks. The impact, for example, whether it's at Kildonan Park or at the Forks, is quite significant. We take a look in terms of our industrial zones in Winnipeg North that contribute immensely to the development not only of Winnipeg North, but indeed to our country. Take a look in terms of the long-haul truck drivers, or the backbone of our healthcare system, our healthcare workers, our nurses, and so forth. And there is no shortage of labor that's coming out of Winnipeg North to support our country, whether it's the production of widgets or it's the consumption of the honey and the milk, Mr. Speaker. So I think no matter where members of Parliament represent, urban, rural, in the mountains, in the flatlands of the prairies, or at the Great Lakes, or the cliffs of the Atlantic Ocean, or up north, Mr. Speaker, we all have a sense of pride in the communities in which we represent. We all want for our names of ridings to reflect what it is we believe our constituents want to be listed as a name. Because it does matter, Mr. Speaker. It is things that is taken into consideration in communities, both large and small. Garden Grove, the people that live in Garden Grove are very proud of the fact that they have a very wonderful, beautiful, unique community. I can talk about the Point Douglas area. Or we can go into the far north end of Winnipeg North, where you'll have the newer community of Amber Trails, which is growing rapidly. Whether it's the traditional old end of the north end, or the Point Douglas, Garden Grove, Meadows West, Tyndall Park, or Amber Trails, or the Maples. And those that I haven't listed off, Mr. Speaker, they all play a very important part of the riding of Winnipeg North. And Winnipeg North seems to be a name that is very much widely accepted, as it has been now since, I believe, the 60s. I'm not 100% sure, Mr. Speaker, but it's been around for a long time. So I won't be requesting a name change. I'm quite happy with the name of Winnipeg North. But I do believe that where there are situations where there is a need for change, and a member is afforded the opportunity to be able to bring in that change, then why not, Mr. Speaker, is what I would ultimately argue. I think at one point we were anticipating that the debate was going to collapse, but I figured, well, as I pointed at the beginning that we had a number of Conservatives wanting to speak to the bill, I figured, well, I too will share in the glory of Winnipeg North and recognize the value and the hard work that people put in and the sense of pride that they have in the constituencies in which they represent. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that all members would at least recognize what it is that the member is trying to do in a very straightforward way, reflecting the will of her constituents, and support the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just also want to say that as chair occupants, we really appreciate single ones like Avalon, Provencher, Durham, Montcalm. Always makes it good. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously, I'm greatly honoured to serve the good people of Perth Wellington. And my riding name makes fairly sense. It's Perth County and Wellington County. Perth Wellington. So fairly straightforward, and I'm very honoured to represent the good folks of Perth Wellington and to rise in debate today on Bill S207. And being the Member of Parliament for the great riding of Perth Wellington, which includes the City of Stratford and the Great Stratford Festival, of course I'm inclined to quote Shakespeare, who said most elegantly, To Be or Not to Be is another play, but from Romeo and Juliet, what's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell so sweet. And to play on words, what's in a riding name? That which we call Châteauguay-Lacolle by any other name would something something. I'm not very good at iambic pentameter, but you get the point, Mr. Speaker. There is a consideration of riding names reflecting the communities that represent. And in this case, it has been noted that in the case of Lacolle, it is a neighboring municipality that's actually not in the riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle. Now, I got to hand it to the member from Châteauguay-Lacolle for her persistence on this matter. If memory serves, I believe this is the third Parliament and the third time she has attempted to introduce this bill. The 42nd Parliament, it was Bill C-377, which I was on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee at the time when we reviewed that bill. In the 43rd Parliament, first and second session, it was Bill S-213, and now in the 44th Parliament, it is Bill S-207. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to make light of this change because I do recognize it does reflect the riding and the communities in it, but I would be negligent in not pointing out that we're already into redistribution for the next redistribution. So the fact that we're now nearly 7 years in of this riding name, the fact that we would go through the process of amending this and the costs associated with that, not only here in the House of Commons, in federal institutions, but also at Elections Canada for potentially as little as 18 months, it just does seem to be a use of resources that could be addressed elsewhere. And Mr. Speaker, I would draw your attention, and the House's attention for that matter, to the member from Châteauguay-Lacolle's original plan for a private member's bill. And this is one that I would have supported wholeheartedly. And immediately after the 2015 election, there was obviously a lottery. I placed high in the 200s, so I didn't have the opportunity to debate my bill, but the member from Châteauguay-Lacolle did. And according to the Hill Times at the time, and I'm going to quote this, the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle is also planning on putting forward a motion, M125, financial literacy, that seeks to have the House Finance Committee study and report back on the implementation of the National Strategy for Financial Literacy to see if it's meeting its current goals, evolving, and has the right measures in place to evaluate its progress. Mr. Speaker, that's a motion I could get behind. And could you just imagine, had 6 years ago, 6.5 years ago, had the government had financial literacy in place, had the government been able to, for the last 6 years, benefit from a national financial literacy plan, how much further ahead we as Canadians would have had the Liberals taken up a commitment to being financially literate with the nation's finances. But yet here we are 6.5 years later, and sadly, M125 never saw the light of day, and the member went ahead instead with Bill C-377. Now, I'm not going to imply that the member was told to go otherwise and to go with a different PMB. Certainly we all know that often the House Leader and the whips on the government side will encourage gently or otherwise members to go in a different direction. But it is interesting that the member, immediately prior to the replenishment, the night before, opted not to go ahead with an important motion on financial literacy in Canada and rather went with changing the name of her riding from Châteauguay-Lacolle to Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville, which I do note that it does roll off the tongue, especially for an Anglo who trying his best in our second national language. It is nonetheless seems to be a PMB that lacks a purpose from the sense that we are not likely to have an election campaign run before the new ridings come into place, and we'll have that opportunity. Now, Mr. Speaker, I see that you are telling me my time is down to 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, so I will leave my comments there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The time provided for consideration, la période prévue pour l'étude des affaires émanant des députés.
The time provided for consideration for the private members has now expired, and now we were going back to the orders of the day.
Du jour, Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, second reading of Bill C-21, an act to amend certain acts and to make certain consequential amendments, firearms, resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Small.
And when we left that, we were into The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis, who has 8 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And where I left off was by acknowledging that I recognize the cultural value of hunting in many communities and for many Canadians. And having visited a community in particular during moose hunting season, and understanding and seeing firsthand the value that local citizens attach to that time of year. Now, I also understand the sentimental value, if you want to call it that, attached to certain heirloom firearms. I know, I believe it was the member from Kildonan St. Paul who at one point in a speech talked about a rifle, a shotgun that had been handed down from generation to generation in her family, and in a sense it represented the efforts of the family going way back to carve out a living in a harsh environment in I believe it's Manitoba, and I understand the sentimental value of that heirloom firearm. But what I don't understand is the sentimental value of, for example, a Saturday Night Special or an AK-47. The rifle that the member from Kildonan St. Paul was talking about was used to carve out a space in the wilderness, I presume. But some of these weapons are used to carve up neighborhoods through gun violence. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about the cultural value of hunting, and it's not about persecuting duck hunters or deer hunters who do not use handguns to hunt their prey in any event. It's about acting before it's too late. And what I mean by that is that I don't believe any member of this House wants Canada to turn into the United States as we see it today. Regardless of party, I believe we're all united in this notion. Where we see in the United States there are more guns than people, and where people carry guns routinely, such that you could be sitting on a bus and you can almost assume, or it almost makes sense to assume that the person may be packing a pistol, and where you don't know if when you bump into someone, if they're going to take it personally and then a tragic consequence could result. A country where we see almost daily gun tragedies. No one in this House wants to go there. No one in this House wants Canada to be that way. Now, gun violence is a multifaceted problem, and I think it's really important that we don't oversimplify the issue. I understand that in QP, questions can be one-dimensional, issues get simplified. It's all part of the cut and thrust of debate. But I think when it comes to crafting policy, we should not oversimplify. I've heard it said in speeches in this House, well, you know, gun crimes are up when the Liberals were in power. Now, that's the first sort of cardinal sin of oversimplification when you confuse correlation with causation. Because let's look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. Since 2009, violent offenses involving guns have increased by 81%. Now, if I recall, 2009 is before 2015 when our Liberal government was elected. So the fact that gun crimes are going up has nothing to do with the Liberal government's agenda. As a matter of fact, it probably has more to do with cuts to funding of CBSA by the former Harper government. And we know another fact, Mr. Speaker, which is that handguns are the preferred weapon of criminals. And we also know that the RCMP and Border Services have been working hard to cut the flow of firearms into Canada, mainly handguns. As a matter of fact, I believe that the RCMP and Border Services intercepted nearly double the number of firearms in 2021 than the year before. So, you know, the forces of this government are working hard, and they're having some success. So the idea that, you know, gun violence is going up, it's the fault of the Liberal government, really is a terrible oversimplification and should not be allowed to stand. Another point I'd like to make, another fact that I've learned is that over half of crime guns traced in 2020 in Canada were sourced domestically. In other words, they were obtained legally or through theft or straw purchasing, including 50% of handguns traced. So, you know, that's a big number of guns that are actually legal guns. So yes, the problem of illegal guns coming across the border is a serious one, obviously, but so is the pool of legal guns in this country. Now, another point I'd like to make is that ordinary Canadians, all of us, have a right to feel safe. And we hear the opposition talk about this constantly when they bring up crime issues, and they always talk about victims and the community and how the community has a right to feel safe. Well, this is what this bill is all about. It's about this right of Canadians to feel safe in their communities, especially victims of conjugal violence, for example. So there is a contradiction there, I would posit, Mr. Speaker, in the Conservative narrative. When it comes to protecting communities through minimum sentences, the Conservatives are all in. But when it comes to protecting communities by curbing gun violence, all of a sudden the argument is that, well, yes, of course we want to curb gun violence, but your approach, a Liberal government, is just not a practical one that will likely work. In other words, there's a big escape hatch in the argument. So it is a complex problem, and it's not going to be solved uniquely by freezing the pool of legal handguns in this country. Some funding is required, and we've put $920 million already into addressing gun violence. And that includes $312 million over 5 years to increase intelligence and investigative capacity at the border, and $250 million for municipalities and Indigenous communities with programming to prevent gang violence through the Building Safer Communities Fund. And as far as my own province of Quebec is concerned, our government recently provided $46 million to the province under the Guns and Gangs initiative. So that, I think, brings me to the end. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time, and I look forward to listening to further speeches on the topic.
We have questions and comments. Question Commentaire, the only member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a good speech I heard from the member on the opposite side, and I thank him for his comments. What I would like to ask him in this question is, and he will know me to be somewhat analytical in my approach to Canada's problems and how this government needs to look at solving those problems. And I'm looking at the data that shows the crimes that are actually committed in Canada and what weapons are used in those crimes. I'm going to ask him very clearly if he thinks it might be a little unambitious to be going after legal gun owners in order to deal with the crime that is largely committed by guns that are not legally registered. Or could his government perhaps decide to work a little harder and provide a little more ambition and show Canadians how that will actually reduce crime across Canada?
One member for Lac Saint Louis.
As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, freezing the pool of legal handguns in this country is not, it will not solve the problem in and of itself. It will reduce the risk going forward of legal handguns from a growing pool making their way into the hands of criminals. So that it will minimize the risk. But there are other actions that need to be taken at the border, and those actions are being taken through budget investments that will help pay for new technologies, new scanning technologies. And as I mentioned in my speech, there is money being spent to enhance the intelligence gathering and investigative capacity of the RCMP and the CBSA. So it's a multi, and also we have to tackle gang activity through different programs and so on and so forth. So it's not a one solution to a complex problem.
Questions and comments? The member from the Palm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Mawaya said it at the beginning of the speech that Bill C-21 is not about the guns that hunters use, because hunters are people who can manage their weapons properly. But this bill is made up of half measures. The member from Mawaya has said that people need to feel safe. And right now, as he knows, since he's from Montreal, he knows that in some neighborhoods of Montreal, people do not feel safe. So would he agree with me that Bill C-21 should have gone much further, and we should have made sure to include in the bill, even though the bill itself is a step in the right direction, but the issue of tightening up the borders and having concerted action to fight organized crime, particularly with regard to gun smuggling and the gun registry that we've been talking about for weeks that could bring, or the way of registering this so that we could fight smuggling better. Thank you.
Louis.
Oui, ben c'est une bonne question, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je vois la chose en deux.
The other member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Yes, well, I see this in two phases, if you will. This bill seeks to freeze the market for legal weapons. And when it comes to the border, it's generally a question of funds. And really, we're talking about giving departments the resources they need to create strategies that will be more effective and prevent the entry into the country of illegal weapons. So, to me, the fact that this bill has been tabled does not prevent us from giving the RCMP and the CBSA the resources that they need to set up strategies like the ones mentioned by the member from Montcalm.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Normally I would say it's a pleasure to rise to speak in this House today, but I find it a little bit challenging concerning Bill C-21. In my former life, I was the mayor of a small city in Saskatchewan. One of the many roles as mayor was being the chair of the Police Commission. I have witnessed firsthand the full spectrum between responsible firearm owners and gangs. I am no stranger to competitive shooting or understanding the importance of safe use of firearms. As a young boy, I won Top Shot numerous times in Air Cadets, and I was second in my platoon in basic officer training in Saint Jean, Quebec. I credit this to my grandfather, who was a sniper in the offensive during World War II. I personally know several people and organizations who are all responsible firearms owners and who promote firearms safety. Today, we are in this House to debate an example of this government doing something just to say they're doing something. This is something that they have had tremendous experience in. It's like they legislate to generate good talking points instead of good policy. There's an old saying, walk around, carry a clipboard, and look busy. This is exactly what this government is doing, looking busy and accomplishing nothing. As everyone watching likely knows, Bill C-21 is this Liberal government's latest attack on responsible Canadian firearms owners. Another Band-Aid solution. Another policy that punishes people instead of helping them. This government has had a habit of punishing people or industries for ideological reasons. I can name any number of examples. Their carbon tax, warning labels on ground beef, and today, this attack on lawful firearms owners. The NDP Liberal government don't think you should hunt. They don't think farmers need firearms as tools. They don't think target shooting is a legitimate sport. This government simply doesn't believe anyone should own a gun. In short, once again, they don't understand rural Canada. They are attacking us and our way of life. Today, I'd like to spend some time talking about one of the aspects of this bill that has received the most attention and the most press, the handgun. Licensed handgun owners in Canada are responsible owners. For my Liberal colleagues across the aisle who likely don't know the process but think they're experts, I'd like to share with this House the lengthy process to obtain a handgun in Canada. First, you need to go through the process to get your PAL. Again, for my Liberal colleagues, that is possession and acquisition license. That involves taking the firearms safety course, passing the test, and finally filling out the application forms and going through the needed background checks. Now, to obtain a license for a handgun, you also need to pass an additional safety course, the Canadian Restricted Firearms Safety Course. You must register the handgun. You must follow special storage, display, transportation, and handling requirements. You may not carry them on your person. You may only use them for target shooting or collecting. They may only be used at approved ranges, and you will likely need to be a member in good standing at said range, which would come with its own background check. Now, Mr. Speaker, after going through all these steps, it isn't hard to see why handgun owners are so responsible. The cost and time to go through this process alone would deter anyone from breaking any of these rules. The question I have for my NDP Liberal colleagues is, what would a handgun ban accomplish that these strict rules don't already accomplish? Now, we all know that Canada's largest cities are experiencing a surge in gun violence. That is something that needs to be fixed, and fixed quickly. But it's not something that this bill does anything to address. This government has never even tried to address the reasons people join gangs. Youth do it out of sense of hopelessness and a lack of belonging. Hopelessness is created by not having a sense of responsibility. And who would when a government tries to bubble wrap you and make decisions for you in almost every aspect of your life? What we want are responsible citizens who make decisions for themselves, who understand that for every decision you make, there is a consequence and sometimes an unintended consequence. For every decision you make, you have a choice between doing something good or something bad. You can either contribute to society and help your fellow man, or take away from society and tear down your fellow man. What needs to be instilled in this country and future generations is a sense of responsibility, a sense of belonging, and clear examples of the differences between right and wrong. The gangs our youth are joining that commit these shootings are not using legal registered firearms. They are using handguns smuggled over the border. Our border agency, the CBSA, needs more resources to tackle this problem. That is something that this bill, C-21, falls well short on. Recently, the Public Safety Committee tabled their Guns and Gangs report, which included several recommendations to tackle gun violence in Canada. Recommendations, Mr. Speaker, that seem to have been totally ignored in drafting this bill. It included recommendations such as creating a program to tour young offenders through penitentiaries, maintain mandatory minimum sentences for drug and firearm-related crimes, remove the expensive firearm buyback program and allocate the money to gang prevention programs. Adequately fund Indigenous police forces to combat gangs and gun smuggling. That the government actually recognize that the majority of illegal firearms in Canada are the result of smuggling. If the NDP Liberals were more interested in developing good policy instead of good talking points, they would have paid attention to this committee's important work. Sadly, this has not been the case. C21 is not only short on resources for this CBSA, but also for the RCMP. I have a constituent who has been trying, as a responsible gun owner, to contact the RCMP to register a handgun so that they are aware before the deadline. There are absolutely no resources in the RCMP to handle this influx of requests caused by this government's announcement. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken to this man personally, and he is very concerned. He's very concerned because he is a responsible gun owner, and he wants to do the right thing, but he can't accomplish that because of the limited resources that this government has allocated to allow him to follow the rules. As I mentioned before, I can say with near certainty that the gang members in downtown Toronto aren't the graduates of a restricted firearms safety course. I talked earlier about carrying a clipboard and looking busy. This government is very good at introducing legislation that does very little and simply virtue signals to their base. That is exactly what C21 is doing, virtue signaling to their base at the expense of Saskatchewan and all of rural Canada. And finally, Mr. Speaker, this being my last chance to speak before we rise for the summer, I'd like to take this chance to thank the pages, interpreters, security, IT staff, and everyone else that keeps this place running. I wish them a well-deserved summer. Thank you very much.
Just before we go into questions and comments, just want to make sure we keep our conversations quiet so I can hear the questions and the answers. I know a number of conversations are going on at the same time as well. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can understand and I appreciate the member is not going to be supporting the legislation. The Conservative Party has made it very clear. It is the only political party that will not be supporting this legislation. And within this legislation, if the member is aware, there's more things that are involved. The idea, for example, of red flags and yellow flags, ensuring that there's a higher sense of safety and security for situations like domestic abuse. Does the member see any aspect of this legislation that he could actually support?
The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for that question, and we talk about red flags and yellow flags. Well, here's a red flag. Our party approached the Liberals to split this bill so that we could actually have a conversation about that. That didn't happen. The red flag is when we hear from the Liberals that they want to listen to the people, but they're not. They did not listen, and they are not listening to reports that are coming to them that are giving them good advice. Instead, they're shutting themselves down and saying, this is what you need to do. And they're not listening. They're not listening to Saskatchewan.
Monsieur commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague. I would like to suggest to my colleague that there are two important groups that support the bill. Police, we remember, Polytechnique remembers. This was a group created after the Polytechnique massacre where 14 women were murdered. Now, this group supports this bill. I think that their voice should be an important one. There have been other massacres across Canada. There are many groups that support this bill, but in Quebec, this group supports this legislation Does this not make a difference for my colleague to see how many people want this bill? The honourable member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that, number one, I do remember that tragedy. And, you know, it still is fresh in my mind when I heard the news about what happened. And it is tragedy. But I also would like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that there is an opportunity. There is an opportunity to have an open conversation about what was the motivating factors and what are motivating factors for people that illegally use firearms. And that is not being addressed in this bill. And so I find that tragic as well.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I spent a lot of time with him in committee, and I really appreciate his feedback and his thoughtful presentation tonight. I do know that there has been a lot of intimate partners violence, and we know that more and more we're seeing guns used in this. And when we look at domestic violence and intimate partner violence, this is a growing concern. And I'm just wondering if he has any suggestions about what the government needs to do to approach these issues and make sure that we keep people safe in these situations. Thank you.
Well, member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan.
Well, I thank the honourable member, and I want to wish you a very happy summer. I look forward to working with you in the fall again if we have that opportunity in the committee. Mr. Speaker, you know, domestic violence is obviously a tragic thing that happens, and I'm very, very sad that that does happen. But again, we need to focus on what drives and motivates, and we're talking about gangs and what motivates people getting into gangs. And that is a challenge because they have a sense of hopelessness. They feel like they're not part of something. And that's not being addressed. And all the recommendations that have come forward are not being addressed in this bill. And so just doing something to look like you're doing something doesn't solve the problem. We need to address the root of this problem. And so I just ask that we vote this down and give this another opportunity to actually address the real concerns within our country.
We have time for a quick question. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-5, the Soft on Crime bill, actually allows for lesser sentences for those who commit crimes with guns. I was wondering how the honourable member can reconcile what he sees in C-21 with this soft on crime approach by this Liberal government.
Honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan, and a very short answer.
Well, I'm absolutely disappointed. I'm disappointed that we seem to be soft on punishing those that have committed horrendous crimes and then punishing lawful firearms owners. It just doesn't, I can't reconcile that, and I just find that absolutely crazy. And so I think that's a very good question, and it's a huge gap. It's a huge divide in this bill that we're not addressing. And we have an opportunity to actually do that at this point in time. But the Liberals have shut that down. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to speak to this bill. I'm going to make a confession. I was surprised by some of the criticisms put forward by Conservative members. Well, of course, the Bloc Québécois is for this bill. We hope to improve it in committee. But it solves absolutely nothing with respect to the problems in cities like Montreal. There's nothing in this bill that would help solve the issue of shootings in our cities, which can sometimes affect our children. They're going to freeze new weapons. Great. That might help.
That might be helpful, but it only makes up for 5% of weapons of firearms used in violent crimes. According to the Montreal Police Service, illegal weapons are used 95% of the time. And there's absolutely nothing in C-21, or maybe just a few very light measures to deal with that aspect of the problem. And it's a major problem, Mr. Speaker. Where are measures in this bill to increase resources for our borders to control illegal trafficking of firearms? And what about patrols? I'd like to remind this House that the Government of Quebec, and yes, I often mention what Quebec does, Mr. Speaker. Quebec recently invested heavily to increase patrols in the Akwesasne region. What about the federal government? It's not helping. It's not doing that. What about resources for a special squad? Propose something to solve the problem, but there's nothing in this bill that would solve the violent crime issues in our cities today. The government seems to want to give the impression that it's taking action. It's an illusion, though, because the government isn't actually doing anything. They make promises during various election campaigns, but they're just promises. Let's talk about assault weapons. They have a capacity to fire out very, very, very quickly. They can do a lot of damage. But when it comes to assault weapons, the government acts like it's already solved that, like it's already banned them. What has the government actually done? Well, they drew up a list of weapons that they seem to have drawn out of a hat and said, let's ban these ones. Meanwhile, many equally dangerous or more dangerous assault weapons are still legal. This course of action has led firearms manufacturers to change course. They've adapted to make new models to get around the list. The government needs to do its work intelligently. That often involves listening to the opposition. Opposition parties are not always right, but often they're very helpful. Often the opposition makes helpful suggestions, and we said, listen, you need to get together a group of specialists to define what an assault weapon is. Then we'll have a legal framework, and no matter what models manufacturers create in 5-10 years, regardless, it'll be illegal. The government's course of action seems to be illegal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to the individual speaking at this point, but we are hearing reports from certain members that the Zoom application may not be working correctly. If I could just seek the guidance from the table and from the chair as to whether there's a problem with the network.
Let me just consult with the table. Maybe the member for Perth Wellington, just what would the problems with Zoom be?
I think, Mr. Speaker, there are indications that people aren't able to log on or aren't able to log on to the system.
Log on. Okay. Okay, well, I thank the member for the intervention. What we'll try to do is continue to investigate what's going on. Au moment, je vais essayer de continuer.
The honourable member can now continue. If there are any technical issues or issues with interpretation, then please do let us know. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Did you want me to start from the beginning or continue from where I was? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was on a roll, so I'll get back to it. I was saying that I don't understand why the government doesn't work as a team with opposition parties to really change things. I was talking about the importance of having a definition for what an assault weapon is. This is one of the bloc's many helpful suggestions. It gives me great pleasure to stand in this House and talk about the many well-thought-out, helpful solutions that the bloc has. My team is really great. These ideas are great. Now, let's talk about organized crime. People who are shooting each other in Montreal, they have organizations. Maybe one gang wants to take over a rival gang's neighborhood. I don't know. We've all seen movies like this, which give us an idea of why someone would shoot someone in a restaurant in front of children. That should happen on Netflix, though, not in real life. It is our duty. No, it's more than a duty. It is our moral obligation as elected members of Parliament to fix this. Now, we're set to vote on C-21, which will have an impact on 5% of weapons that are used for crime. That is a very timid first step. My colleague, the member for Rivière-du-Nord, has been asking the same question in question period often recently of the Minister for Public Safety. The question is, when will you get a list of dangerous groups? It exists for terrorist groups, and having a good list makes it easier to bring people to justice. So why not do that? I don't understand. Who are we afraid of? These are the questions that we must ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker. This government, though, talks to the media and declares loud and proud, with C-21, we are taking action on firearms. It's problematic. My colleague from Rivière-du-Nord, who asked this question, and then he sits back down, and the Liberal government answers to his question. We have C-21, and we hope that the opposition parties will support it and work with us. This is not true action. Another example of government problems, the passport crisis ongoing right now. We've been talking about it for so long. Can they fix it? Can they make some more resources available? And the government has said that they're opening some offices on the weekends, but then I have constituents calling me and saying that that's not the case. Next, employment insurance. We've been asking for EI reform for 10 years. Where's that at? It's nowhere. In fall, we were talking about this. It's unbelievable. And what about the guaranteed income supplement? The bureaucratic machine is too big. There are issues with calculations. It's ridiculous. Then, old age security, the government is refusing to increase it, even in the face of rampant inflation. I could go on and on. For example, support for agriculture, for farming businesses. Agricultural businesses have been putting forward really tangible solutions. You could do this, you could do this, you could do this. And yet they haven't had an answer from the government. Beep, they call them, nobody answers. I could go on. I could talk about border management during COVID. I could go on and on till midnight. We're sitting till midnight, aren't we? No, but this is serious. This bill does have some positive aspects. For example, the parliamentary secretary earlier talked about the red flag and the yellow flag. We're aware of that. That's positive, and that's why we're going to support this. But there are some contradictions in the bill. For example, the sentence is being increased from 10 to 14 years, the maximum sentence. If it's contradictory to C5, we feel that it's not the time to lighten sentences and punishments for firearm-related crimes. So C5 seems to be incompatible with C28. I'm really struggling to understand it, Mr. Speaker. So I will work with the government. The Bloc will work with the government, but what we want is to really crack down on the truly bad guys who are creating problems and crime in our cities. C21 is a step in the right direction, but we really need to do more for this scourge.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting. The member talked about a wide variety of issues, and you won't allow me the time to be able to address them all in the forms of a question. But I do have a very basic question I have posed before. I'm glad to see that the Bloc is going to be supporting this legislation. What did surprise me earlier is to the degree in which they want to see the legislation actually pass, get into committee. We know the Conservatives flat out object to the legislation. They're going to battle this legislation. The only reason why it's going to pass the committee is because the NDP agreed to have a time allocated so at least it can get out of the second reading stage. Can the member explain why it is, if they believe in handgun bans, why they believe that it wasn't necessary to try to get it rushed into a committee stage? Otherwise, who knows when it would even get there?
Honourable député de Berthier-Maskinongé.
Honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Well, the answer is very simple, Mr. Speaker. The answer is no. We are systematically opposed. Well, in fact, we have sometimes supported time allocation motions, but in general, here our time is being wasted with obstruction tactics. There is responsibility on both sides of the House, Mr. Speaker. The government needs to respect opposition parties enough to consult with them, to talk to them. For example, just now we found out that we'll be sitting till midnight tomorrow, but nobody consulted the Bloc. So that's not teamwork. Teamwork means respecting your teammates. Questions and comments? The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from the Bloc for his speech. He talked about some of the issues that the government has been dealing with, and speaking in terms of illusion. I would suggest to you right now, Mr. Speaker, that we are a country in chaos. Even the most basic government services are being bungled by this government. Passports, immigration, border issues at Roxham Road, the issue with Afghanistan, Ukraine. There's lots of things, inflation, affordability. And not the least of which is political interference, which a news story came to light today. This is a complicated issue that requires complicated solutions. Is there any confidence on the part of the member who just spoke in the government's ability to deal with this issue effectively? And the issue is guns, gangs, illegal criminals, the illegal importation of guns that are used for violent crimes. Does he have any confidence in the government's ability to actually find an effective solution through C21, or is this simply smoke and mirrors and just another way of a government mishandling? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Opposition House Leader's question. But, you know, he knows my answer to his question. Do I have confidence in the government? You know, it's disappointing, but currently, no, I don't have confidence in the government. But we could have confidence in them if they changed their attitude and if they did more teamwork. Remember the first few months of the COVID crisis, the government was listening to the opposition's suggestions, and the government took positive action, for example, with the wage subsidy, which was very helpful to Quebec's economy. We have suggested that there be a definition of assault weapons and a list of criminal organizations that could save lives. So we hope the government is listening.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I fully agree that legislative solutions won't be enough without also deploying more resources to our borders in order to crack down on firearms coming from the United States. There was an article written by Sandy Garasino on June 2nd in the National Observer. In the article, it said that about 70% of firearm-related crimes are suicides. Suicides by people who have their own firearms. Just a week ago, we talked about men's mental health. Men are much more likely to commit suicide than women. We know that these suicides make up the vast majority of firearm deaths, and I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on this. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. He's a colleague I appreciate greatly because his comments are very helpful and well thought out. Now, earlier when I was talking about 95%, that was 95% of violent crimes committed in Montreal. So these are different statistics. Now, as for the 70 or 75% of firearm deaths being suicides, I'm not sure. I thank my colleague for the statistics. I don't have the statistics. C-21 is helpful in this a little bit because it will eventually, very, very slowly and gradually reduce the amount of weapons in circulation. But I think my colleague just mentioned a very important key element, mental health and resources. Mr. Speaker, we need the government to properly fund health care so that health care can do prevention rather than Band-Aid solutions and helping people when it's too late. And that's how we will be able to really help people. I promise I'll be quick here, but this is fundamental. And now you can see what I'm about to say. These healthcare transfers, they are not enough. Can we just have our money so we can help our people, so that we can invest in mental health, we can help with fight chronic homelessness? And I'm sure my colleague agrees with me.
I got a point of order from the House Leader from the official opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, and I know the table is aware of this, we're getting reports of some technical difficulties. Members aren't being able to get into Zoom. I know our lobby coordinator in the back is dealing with a problem with the dashboard that he uses. There are emails that are not circulating. So I'm just wondering if you can provide the House with an update, as I know the table is aware of this. And before the next speaker rises, and I certainly didn't want to interrupt my colleague in the block, but before the next speaker rises, perhaps a suggestion is that we may suspend, and I see the opposition whip is coming in. Perhaps he has some more information about the technical difficulties that are coming in. I'm not sure. Mr. Whip? I don't know.
On the point of order, I'll go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader first.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I had just checked with our desk, and it doesn't seem to be affecting. So I'm not too sure. Maybe if the member could be more specific, it might be one or two people that have bad connections that are trying to connect, but at least it doesn't seem to be universal.
The Honourable Whip for the official opposition as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on this side of the House, we let all of our members speak, so that's why we might not necessarily have the same problems that the couple of members who are in the House that speak for the Liberals have. But we do know that there are several committees right now that are having trouble being stood up because the internet is down in the parliamentary precinct. If any member goes and checks in their office right now across this precinct, the internet is down. You cannot have a Zoom meeting, or you cannot join virtually or by hybrid if you are having those technical problems, Mr. Speaker. So we do have members in our caucus that want to participate. They want to participate using the tools that they're allowed to use right now. And therefore, I would ask that the administration or somebody please provide us with a solution to this, because right now Conservatives are being denied the ability to participate in Parliament according to the rules that this House has adopted.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé sur le même point d'ordre.
The honourable
member for on the same point for Berthier-Masquinongé, I just wanted to ask members in the House to remember before voting tomorrow or the day after tomorrow on a motion that's going to send us back to the House virtually for a year, that it really doesn't work all the time. And I would suggest humbly to my colleagues to indicate that virtual mode should only be used if needed. So it should not be the standard, it should be an exception. Thank you.
As well as a resident's point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I personally find it very hard to believe that the Conservatives could be having any trouble with participation by their members due to internet problems. I know we heard vociferously in question period earlier today that Conservatives want to come to work and they want to be in the chamber, and they feel that participating virtually isn't legitimate. And therefore, clearly I would think that any Conservative members who are really keen to participate would be in the chamber pursuant to the remarks of their leader. I know it has been subjected in some corners perhaps the solution.
Okay, I think we're getting into debate. So, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona on the point of order.
And I would be prepared to support that, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry. The honourable whip for the official opposition.
Well, I'll just humbly remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that people made plans this week to be either here or somewhere else based on the what we actually have as far as operating rules and procedures for this House. This is not a debate about what it should be. This is a debate about what it currently is. And it is evidence that this does not always work. I agree with my colleague from the bloc for future considerations, but for the considerations right now, this House, and there's members of the Conservative caucus that cannot participate in the House of Commons.
To defend too far into debate here, because I do want to confer with the table officers, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member made reference to the fact that there's no internet in the parliamentary precinct. I have my laptop open. There is internet access. I check with the back room where we have many members that are participating, and I do believe that it's not universal. It might be some issues with some members, and we should continue with the debate.
All right, so what we are hearing, there are troubles that we are having. We have a couple of dashboards that aren't working. I believe the Conservative caucus, as well as the NDP caucus, dashboards aren't working. We are having trouble with some internet. So we have one committee that is meeting. Parleview apparently is not working. One has decided not to restart. So we do have a number of issues that are happening on the precinct. In some cases it's working, in some cases it's not. So I think for the matter of it, we'll look through it to see if there's a solve or a way to solve it. I know many of us would probably pull the plug on the modem and plug it back in and hope for the best, but the system isn't. There's probably a little more robust than that. So what I thought maybe we'd do is we could maybe continue with the next speaker. I will come back to the floor with maybe an update of what we're finding across the precinct on it, if that's okay with members. And I'm just going to go look for a nod. The honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
That's fine. When we get to questions and comments, there may be some people who may not be able to participate. I just provide that as a warning, Mr. Speaker, but I am so looking forward to the honourable member speaking. Thank you.
All right, so let's do that. L'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Yes, I think that with regard to these computer problems that we're having, there's something anti-democratic. We all decided that Parliament would be hybrid, so we give the same rights to people who are at home and to people who are here in the House. So right now we're saying, well, it's not a big deal. There are people in the NDP who aren't getting messages, the dashboard isn't working, and there are Conservatives for whom it doesn't work. But for us, for the Bloc, it's working, but I have a bit of trouble with that. Because what we're saying is that the Parliament will be working partially because we are operating in hybrid mode right now. And I say that with all due respect, Mr. Speaker. Yes, in my consultation with the table, all of the members who want to join us can do it, either online or here in the House. So I'm not sure what we should do. Perhaps we should start up again for one speech and then come back to it to see what we can find as a solution. The member for Elmwood-Strathcona.
Colleague from the bloc, that if members who want to participate are not able to participate, that is a problem. My point earlier wasn't that it's not a problem. It was simply that I know Conservatives expressed a lot of enthusiasm about being in the chamber for debate, and I note that they're participating otherwise, presumably because they feel that's a meaningful form of work. I certainly don't want that meaningful form of work to be interrupted. And so I support a suspension if that's what's called for. I don't want a circumstance where members who want to participate in an important debate are not able to.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Yeah, I just spoke to the honourable member who's scheduled to speak. My suggestion is, Mr. Speaker, that we suspend until the issue is fixed. But that's your call, of course, and I respect whatever decision you make, sir. Thank you.
Well, let's do this. Let's suspend for a few moments to find it out. Let's say a 5, and if we can't seem to find the solution in the 5, we will go to the order of the speaker. But for now, it's a 5-minute.
I don't need to be sitting down. Okay.
We'll just give it a minute. We continue to have technical issues, so we'll continue investigating and suspend the culture.
So, order. We are going to remain suspended until a call of the chair, whether the situation hasn't been resolved yet, but we're looking into it, and as soon as it is, members will be called back. Nous allons rester suspendus jusqu'à...
Will remain suspended to the call of the chair. We're waiting for the technical situation to be dealt with, and we will call members back in when appropriate.
I can hear them ringing this time. I just wanted to inform members that we are still having trouble with the network. There's an estimation that we're not going to be able to solve this evening. So I'm just wondering if we can come up with an agreement. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on some consultation that's been conducted, I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous consent to adjourn for the day.
So the motion is to adjourn debate, adjourn the House, right? Okay. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. The House is therefore adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. According to standing order 24-1 of the order.